Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 1GI. 1. The sea shakes, and the sky falls on the golden list. Next chapter. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket ding. The master has successfully concealed his identity for 20 years, and his forces have not been exposed in the slightest. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. Aizen Sosuke's performance has been increased to 90%, and the rest of his abilities have been increased by 10%. Close black lens bracket. Sit on the void throne. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Chu Xia sighed a little. It has been 20 years since I traveled to the world of pirates. During these 20 years, he has acquired many heaven-defying abilities in the system. Moreover, as long as he hides his strength for one more day, he can increase his strength. Before he knew it, he was already powerful to an unknown extent. Just when Chu Xia sighed and sighed, there was a roar in the entire pirate world. Countless people looked up. In the sky, a golden light slowly descended. That golden light seemed to not only appear in the eyes of everyone. It's more like it appeared directly in everyone's mind. Seeing this scene, countless powerhouses raised their heads in shock. But the next moment, they all understood. That golden light is called Tiandao Golden List. The role of the gold list is to publish the list. For example, the power list, the battle power list, and so on. And as long as they are selected by the golden list and successfully listed on the list, they can get the rewards given by the golden list. This information appeared directly in everyone's mind, allowing them to instantly understand the role of the golden list. Advertisement. Thinking of this, countless strong men looked at each other in shock. Naval Headquarters. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku was dealing with government affairs, and it was on the eve of the summit. They Marine are about to face a decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku didn't dare to be careless for a second, and repeatedly tried to figure out the battle plan. But this time, feeling the arrival of the golden list, Sengoku raised his eyes in shock. Then, wait for him to react. A few roars sounded. The door of the Marshal's office was pushed open, and everyone entered together. Headed, it's Marine Hero Garp, and Naval Headquarters Chief Crane Vice Admiral. After the two, followed by Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji. Feel the gold list release. Even Garp, who has always been carefree, looked solemn. Akainu's face was even more livid. It's just before the Marine and Whitebeard pirates go to war. But it is the golden list, which may mean a big variable. Akainu also knew about this gold list just now. The people on the list, or the forces on the list, can all get rewards in it. In case, what reward did Whitebeard get from it to restore his strength? Advertisement. The battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates is a bit tough. Thinking of this, Akainu's face turned ashen, but he didn't speak for a while. The faces of Kizaru and Aokiji beside him were relatively dull, as if they had no feelings for this gold list. In their eyes, if the Whitebeard pirates can be on the list, can't they be on the list? As Marine Admiral, they have the confidence they deserve. So the two didn't panic at all. The resourceful General Sengoku also thought of this, and watched a few panicked people shouting curses. This is Naval Headquarters. What are you guys doing? In the headquarters, smashed a few walls and rushed to me directly. You think I don't need money in this office building? Garp looked at Sengoku, scratching his head in embarrassment. The one who just started was Garp the Fist. Don't say, it's cool to blow up the building of Naval Headquarters today. The crane on the side was not joking. She looked at Sengoku with seriousness in her eyes. Sengoku, it's the eve of my Marine and Whitebeard showdown. The release of the gold list is a variable after all. If Whitebeard gets any reward on the gold list, once his physical condition improves, the consequences may be unimaginable. Crane spoke solemnly, and Akainu, who had a gloomy face beside him, immediately agreed. Marshal Sengoku, I suggest sending troops to the New World immediately. Take that Fire Fist Ace as a threat and force Whitebeard to fight us. Or, advance the execution of Fire Fist Ace and force Whitebeard to come to Naval Headquarters earlier. Advertisement. Akainu's words were filled with a touch of iron and blood. But everyone who knew him was not surprised. Sengoku frowned, thinking about the feasibility of Akainu's proposal. We still need to stand still for the time being. Fire Fist Ace is in our hands, and we Marine have the initiative. Also, we also have to see what the list is for the first time the gold list is released. If it is the power list, then first, Marine, must shoot Whitebeard directly, and I can't let him get the gold list reward. But if it is the power list, or something else, then we don't need to be nervous. Listen to Sengoku. Akainu thought for a while, then nodded. Garp and the others all sat down with restraint. The messenger made cup after cup of tea. But everyone didn't want to drink. Everyone raised their heads, waiting for the golden list in the sky to release the first list. Just when everyone couldn't wait, the golden list in the sky seems to have been brewed. The next moment, 3 magnificent golden characters were formed. Power list. ... 2. Sengoku eager to try. Marine is the first in the power list. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New world. 4 Emperor's Realm. A giant ship shaped like a whale. Whitebeard sat against the side of the boat, full of tubes. Everyone on the Moby Dick stared at the gold list in the sky. They look forward to it. They are looking forward to the release of the gold list. As long as Daddy Whitebeard can get some recovery rewards in it, then they would have more confidence in rescuing Ace. And this time, concentrated Marco, everyone's eyes shrank. Joe's exclaimed, "I'm coming. The first list is the power list." Marco and the others watched intently. After seeing the 3 words on the list, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They are so afraid. I'm really afraid of the list released this time. What kind of beauty list, etc. Those lists that are useless to them. Now Summit War is coming. What they want most is to improve the strength of Father Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard can rejuvenate, or improve his physical condition, then they have more confidence in rescuing Ace. Seeing that the first list is the power list, everyone is relieved. Although it is not the most anticipated list of the battle power list. Advertisement. But the power list is already very good. Look at the whole sea. The power of their Whitebeard pirates is definitely one of the best. That is to say, the power list is released, and their Whitebeard pirates will definitely get rewards from it. If it could improve Whitebeard's body, then this power list is a very valuable list for their Whitebeard pirates. Seeing the relief of his sons around him, Whitebeard, who was leaning on the side of the boat, also laughed out loud. Cool la la la, cool la la la, sons, don't you have to worry about it now. Marco nodded, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. Who knows how nervous he was just now. He was really afraid to publish a useless list like a beauty list. Fortunately, the first release of this gold list is the power list, which is quite powerful. Marco was a little excited. Dad, except for the world government, this entire sea can only be compared to our 4 emperors by marine. And the Whitebeard pirates, are the most powerful among the 4 emperors. In other words, the Whitebeard pirates, can at least make it to the top 3 in the power list. Even if the world government doesn't participate in the rankings, then we even have a chance to be number 1. When the people around heard Marco's words, they were all excited. Whitebeards, cool la la la, laughter echoed from the Moby Dick. And the other people who are also 4 emperors. Redhead Shanks, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts. Advertisement. The 3 of them are also very excited, and they are bound to win the power list. Time passed by minute. Inside Naval Headquarters. The huge marshal's office was silent. Akainu's face was very gloomy, and Sengoku and the others seemed to be crushed by a big stone. Power list. Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors. Look at the whole sea today. Apart from marine and world government, what other power can be compared with the 4 emperors? The hearts of the people who thought about this were heavy. They are afraid of being here. In case Whitebeard really got any reward from the gold list, he will return to his peak. Then, Marine, don't fight this battle. Peak Whitebeard, that's just too scary. Akainu's face was ashen, and he said in a deep voice. Marshal Sengoku, first suggest Marine publish the news of Ace's execution immediately and force Whitebeard to fight us as soon as possible. Akainu's face was gloomy. Let Whitebeard recover. Then all their Marine's efforts would be in vain. However, the other people who heard Akainu's words were not so nervous. After all, this time, only the power list is released. Not Whitebeard's most dominant power list. If it was the power list, they would force Whitebeard to fight Marine without saying a word. But this time it's just the power list. Whitebeard can earn rewards from it. What about their Marines? Advertisement. Marine's power, but this is now one of the best in the sea. Except for world government, Marine can almost win the first place. With such a huge organization as world government, it is almost impossible to make a ranking together. Because after all, they Marine can be regarded as a force under the world government. How should it be calculated then? So, Sengoku first looked ugly. After reacting, Sengoku's heart was more confident. He looked at Akainu. Sakazuki, take it easy. That Whitebeard is just a mere 4 emperors. But it's Marine. My Marine's power, even if you add the world government to the ranks, first Marine can still sit firmly in second place. If there is no world government, my Marine would be ranked first. So, why should we be afraid of Whitebeard? After listening to Sengoku's words, the other people also nodded one after another. Sengoku is right. Akainu, whose face was gloomy, also got better. Afterwards, everyone looked at the power list with even greater anticipation. He Marine could be the last first and second. But the rankings of these power struggles before are also very interesting. Just as everyone was watching intently. On the power list, the first name slowly emerged. 3. Ninth in the power list, one of the 4 emperors, Red Hair Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the sky, a few big characters slowly appeared above the golden list. The 10th place in the power list. Blackbeard Pirates, Captain. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. A supremely fast knife. Close black lens bracket. Boom. Seeing the 10th name on the power list, the entire sea almost exploded. There was an uproar everywhere. They looked at it with 6 big characters on it. The Blackbeard pirates were all shocked and stunned. Among naval headquarters, a smile appeared on Kizaru's face, who looked indifferent. Yo, it's the new 7 warlords of the sea. I didn't expect his Blackbeard pirates to rank in the top 10 in the entire sea. It's so scary, so scary. Kizaru said, his eyes under the sunglasses also showed a dignified look. No one thought, a kid on the Whitebeard ship once had such strength. Not only defeated Fire Fist Ace, but also got the 7 warlords of the sea position. Now, with his own Blackbeard pirates, he has entered the top 10 of the power list. This is kind of amazing. Aokiji, who looked lazily on the side, was a little moved, and his brows kept shaking. Advertisement. It's not just the Blackbeard pirates who are shocking. The rewards given by this leaderboard are indeed a bit rich. Aokiji sighed. A supremely sharp knife. This is in some ways even rarer than the Logia devil fruit. In the eyes of those swordsmen, this supremely sharp knife is the most coveted magic weapon. I am afraid that if you take 10 Logia devil fruit, they will not necessarily change it. Thinking of this, there was a heavy breathing sound in the marshal's office. This is just the reward for the 10th place. What about his marine? Isn't the reward for the 2nd place, and even the 1st place, extremely rich? While Sengoku and others were thinking about it. Above the sea, countless people also caused an uproar. Dressrosa, on the Highlands of Kings. Dover was wearing a flamboyant pink feathered coat, and his eyes under the sunglasses showed intense interest. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Fu. Torapal, send me to investigate, I want the supreme knife in Blackbeard's hand. Torapal on the side nodded in command. Dover's eyes were full of interest. I don't know his Don Quixote family, what number will it be? He didn't expect the top 5. Advertisement. But this 67-8, he is somewhat interested. Of course, there are many people in the entire sea today who are questioning the Blackbeard pirates. This newly established pirate group was able to jump to the 10th place in the power list. This is really surprising. On the Moby Dick, Marco and the others looked at this result, and their expressions were extremely depressed. Whitebeard's face was even more gloomy. Teach, good work, he is indeed Lousy's good son. Whitebeard said, but the anger in his voice couldn't be contained. On Red Force, everyone at Red Hair Pirates shrank their eyes when they saw the result. Others don't know Blackbeard's power, but the redhead does. Because the 3 scars on his left eye were caused by the Blackbeard Teach. With red hair and dignified face, he pressed Griffin on his waist, wondering what he was thinking. The other 2 4 emperors were also interested in Blackbeard. However, they believe that their power rankings will definitely surpass Blackbeard. So one by one, they all assumed the posture of watching the play. But the 4 emperors thought so, and some pirates of medium power were a little dissatisfied. Why can a Blackbeard pirate group be ranked 10th? They are not satisfied, but just when they questioned. On the gold list, he slowly gave the reason why the Blackbeard pirates were on the list. Advertisement. Reason for the list. Blackbeard Teach was originally an unknown crew member under Whitebeard, but he was very ambitious and silently convinced for more than 20 years, just to obtain dark fruit. He once played against the red-haired Shanks who had not yet become 4 emperors. FA left 3 scars on his face, and now he has obtained dark fruit, a blockbuster and unfathomable strength. Under the leadership of Blackbeard, the Blackbeard pirates have great potential for development, and even have the possibility of becoming the 4 emperors and even the pirate king. Close black lens bracket. Looking at this explanation, those who questioned fell silent. They were a little speechless. In particular, he once played against the red-haired Shanks, who had not yet become the 4 emperors, and left 3 scars on the red-haired face. Oh my god, who can do this? Red hair, that's the 4 emperors. Even if he had not yet become a 4 emperors at that time, his strength must be unfathomable. But that's it, can Blackbeard leave scars on your face? Immediately, countless people also began to pay attention to Blackbeard. At the same time, he was also deeply curious about his strength. There was another burst of anger on the Moby Dick. Blackbeard, who was hiding somewhere, also looked ugly. He has endured for more than 20 years, and now he has been exposed. But the next moment, everyone looked up and saw the 2nd name listed on the golden list again. The 9th place in the power list. Red Hair Pirates, Captain, Red Hair Shanks. Close black lens bracket. 4. Kaido, who was hit by the speed of light, has a swollen face. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 9th place in the power list. Red Hair Pirates, Captain, Red Hair Shanks. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. A rare Paramecia devil fruit. Close black lens bracket. Reason for listing. Red Hair Pirates, the captain used to be a trainee crew member on Roger's ship, and now he has formed his own pirate group with a huge sphere of influence. He is one of the 4 sea emperors of New World, and there are also a group of powerful pervert crew members. In the future, it has the potential to become the pirate king. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the ninth name on the power list, almost everyone in the entire sea was stunned on the spot. They had thought about it before. If the world government is not counted, then the most powerful forces today are none other than the Marines and the four emperors. So, these five almost round out the top five. But now what exactly is the situation? Red Hair Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates of one of the four emperors. They were only ranked ninth in the power list. How can that be? Everyone's faces were full of disbelief, and the chatter of the sky resounded everywhere. Naval headquarters has also been in a row. Countless Marine soldiers looked shocked. Although they are only Marine soldiers, they are under the influence of their officers on weekdays. They also have a clear understanding of the current situation in the sea. They are the strongest Marines. The next big power is the four emperors. But now the red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, can only be ranked ninth in the power list. How can that be? Everyone looks shocked. You look at me, I look at you, don't know what to say. Advertisement. They were really unresponsive, and in the marshal's office. The expressions of Sengoku and the others were also full of shock and disbelief. They have analyzed. Any one of the four emperors, the lowest and lowest, can also be ranked in the top 6. But what's the situation now? They actually saw red hair pirates on the ninth name on the power list. Was Kim Wood expulsion wrong? Even Sengoku, the resourceful general, is somewhat unable to react to his brain. And New World, on the high ground of the King of Dressrosa. Seeing this, Doflamingo smashed the floor in front of him with one foot. What is this special about? Blackbeard pirates ranked 10th, which he can accept. Because in Dover's original heart, his Don Quixote family must be more powerful than Blackbeard. But, Red Hair Pirates, one of the four emperors, was only ranked 9th. This makes Dover a little unacceptable. His Don Quixote family, no matter how powerful it is, can't compare to the four emperors. This also means, the Don Quixote family, is no longer on the power list. And that among the rewards, it is even more missed. Thinking of this, Dover couldn't help but get angry. At the same time, he couldn't figure it out at all. Advertisement. Why Red Hair Pirates can only be ranked 9th. Today in the sea, the Red Hair Pirates force is not stable in the top 5, but the lowest will not exceed the 6th. But what is the situation now? And on Red Force. Everyone at Red Hair Pirates was a little stunned to see this scene. The red-haired Shanks stared at the golden power list. After a while, some dignified momentum loosened. The redhead laughed. Little ones, we Red Hair Pirates are ranked 9th on the power list. It's worth celebrating, there's a banquet today. Listening to the red-haired words, everyone on the pirate ship cheered instantly. Co-Captain Ben Beckman watched this scene, and couldn't help but sighed. There is a silly Captain X, what can they do? And the redhead was too lazy to think about it at this time. I'm too lazy to think about why my pirate group is only ranked 9th. Those will be revealed soon. Out of thin air, the red-haired hand sank. A devil fruit appeared in his hands. The redhead shoved it to the top of his head. Whoever drinks the most wine today will be rewarded with this rare Paramecia devil fruit. There was an uproar at Red Hair Pirates. Then everyone started drinking. On the Moby Dick, not the same cheer as there at Red Hair Pirates. Advertisement. The atmosphere here is a bit dull and depressing. Everyone's heart is heavy for Blackbeard to make the list. Their former brother has now been revealed to be a careerist. This made them a little unacceptable. But seeing the ranking of Red Hair Pirates, everyone also slowed down slightly. Whitebeards, cool la la la, laughter echoed from the Moby Dick again. Wanokuni Ghost Island. Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors, had disdainful eyes and could not help but sneer. Red-haired boy, I didn't expect you to be ranked 9th in the power rankings. It's a shame for our four emperors. Ha ha ha, Beasts Pirates, must be number 1 on the power list. Kaido said, taking another gulp of spirits. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin's unique laughter resounded across the island, making countless people shudder. Redhead, he is only ranked 9th in the power list, What a shame for our four emperors. However, when Kaido and Charlotte Linlin laughed at the redhead. On the gold list, the next name was released again. The 8th place in the power list. Beasts Pirates, Captain, Kaido of the Beasts. Close black lens bracket. 5. Uproar. Didn't the four emperors make the top 5? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 8th place in the power list. Beasts Pirates, Captain, Kaido of the Beasts. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. Zone Ancient Species Devil Fruit 2. Close black lens bracket. Reason for the list. The world's strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts, used to be a crew member of the Rocks Pirate, the overlord of the sea, and now he has formed his own pirate group with huge power. The supply of artificial devil fruit provided will have a great chance of becoming the pirate king in the future. Close black lens bracket. Wanokuni Ghost Island. Looking at the ranking of Beasts Pirates, Kaido froze in place. Some drunken heads just hummed. He now felt that he had just mocked the redhead's words. Now it turned into a big slap and slapped his face fiercely. Kaido's dragon eyes are red, and when he lifts his mace, he smashes it everywhere. I beasts pirates, how can I only be 8th? I beasts pirates, how can I only be ranked 8th? Kaido roared all the way, frantically destroying the buildings on the Ghost Island. The beasts pirates 3 disasters watched this scene and did not dare to stop it. Stop the angry Kaido, they can't. Besides, they were very depressed. What's going on with this leaderboard? They're the beasts pirates, and they're only 8th. This also means that there are at least 7 forces above them. Looking at the whole sea today, how can we find 7 forces that are stronger than them? This is simply a fantasy. Advertisement. Kaido got angry all the way, roaring wildly. Even the rewards given by the leaderboard are irrelevant. If it weren't for Yan Calamity's quick-witted hands, he would have just put it away. Those 2 devil fruits may have been directly destroyed by Kaido. Dressrosa. Watch the beasts pirates make the list. The glimmer of hope in Dover's heart was completely dashed. He even thought about it before, is his Don Quixote family more powerful than the red hair pirates? While that's unlikely, Dover said he still has a wish. But now, desire shattered. Even the beasts pirates on his Don Quixote family are only 8th. Then his Don Quixote family has no chance of being on the list at all. Dover took off his sunglasses, threw them on the ground and smashed them frantically. Among naval headquarters, Sengoku and the others looked stagnant. The redhead came in 9th, which they could still accept. After all, although the red hair is a 4 emperors, his power is not particularly large. There are also some underground forces that may outnumber the redheads. But now, the beasts pirates went straight to 8th. Then Sengoku's idea went to waste. Advertisement. This also means, in the entire sea, there are 7 forces stronger than the beasts pirates. How can that be? No matter what Sengoku thought in his heart, he couldn't gather these 7 strengths. Aokiji on the side also became serious. We Marine, Whitebeard, Big Mom. Even with the world government, there are only 4 forces. I can't find 7 forces stronger than the beasts pirates. Listening to Aokiji's words, everyone's eyes were heavy. They simply cannot understand. Where did the 3 missing forces come from? Is it a hidden force of the world government? With such speculation, everyone continued to watch. 7th place on the power list. Big Mom Pirates, Captain, Aunt Charlotte Linlin. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. A Logia Devil Fruit. Close black lens bracket. Reason for the list. Captain Charlotte Linlin, who used to be the same crew member as Kaido of the Sea Overlord Rocks, but has joined for a longer time. Now he has formed his own pirate group and formed Wangguo. He has many sons and daughters, is loyal, and has a huge sphere of influence. In the future, there is a high probability of winning the throne of One Piece. Close black lens bracket. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin, who had changed from mocking the redhead to mocking Kaido, was stunned on the spot. She turned the taunt to Kaido when she saw that the beasts pirates were only 8th. But this time, seeing the ranking of her pirate group, Charlotte Linlin froze in place. The children below suddenly became nervous. Advertisement. Charlotte Smoothie looked at Katakuri. Mom can't be angry, right? I don't feel good. Katakuri, who was wearing a scarf, said nothing. After a while, a look of horror appeared in Katakuri's eyes. Smoothie suddenly felt something wrong. Subsequently, on the throne of Charlotte Linlin, there was a sudden explosion. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin stood up in terror with Napoleon in hand. Cake Island. The dark clouds burst, and the thunder continued. But, Charlotte Linlin's anger didn't last long. At the same time, Kaido, who was mad on the ghost island of Wano-kuni, also stopped. Because, they saw the 6th place in the power list. In the marshal's office at naval headquarters, Sengoku and the others all stood up, looking at the 6th name on the power list with disbelief. 6. The 5th place in the power list, where did the Ming army appear? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 6th place in the power list. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. And Eudemon's Devil Fruit. Close black lens bracket. Reason for the list. Like Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard was also a member of the Rock's pirate crew in the past, and Whitebeard is more powerful and has the reputation of being the strongest man in the world. After forming his own pirate group, it is also called the 3 legendary pirate groups along with the Roger Pirates and the Air Pirates. Today, the Whitebeard Pirates are one of the New World 4 emperors. Although the Captain Whitebeard is old and infirm, his strength cannot be underestimated, and he still has the prestige of the strongest man in the world. Close black lens bracket. Look at everything listed on the gold list. The whole sea was insanely shocked. What shocked them was not the reason why the Whitebeard Pirates were on the list, nor the strength of Whitebeard. Instead, the mighty Whitebeard Pirates. It can only be ranked 6th in the power list. All the New World 4 emperors added together, even the top 5 were not able to enter. What the hell is going on here? On the Moby Dick. Seeing that their pirate group was only ranked 6th, Marco and others were also a little shocked and unbelievable. How can that be? We are only ranked 6th in the power list, how is this possible? Some crew members murmured in shock. All the time. In their hearts, Father Whitebeard is an invincible existence. Although Whitebeard is old and infirm, But the thin dead camel is bigger than the horse. Whitebeard's combat power is still standing at the top of the world. They were all proud to have Whitebeard as a dad. But today, advertisement. Why? Why are there Whitebeard pirates only ranked 6th? What exactly is this for? Are they dragging daddies back? Everyone was shocked and questioned in their hearts. And the other side, Whitebeard leaning on the side of the boat was somewhat relieved. Whitebeard already had some guesses when he saw the red hair pirate's name appear on the 9th. Now, it's just a guess that has been confirmed. Whitebeard's face was relieved, and he laughed again. Cool la la la, cool la la la. Sons, what are you doing with that frowning look on your face? We, the Whitebeard pirates, ranked 6th in the entire sea, which is already worthy of our pride. Cool la la la. Marco, Joes and the others looked at Whitebeard's figure, their noses sour. They are looking forward to the release of the gold list. Because their showdown between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine is about to begin. So, they really wanted something on the gold list that would restore Whitebeard's power. Even if it is a little better. But now he has only obtained an Eudemon species devil fruit. Although the Eudemon's devil fruit is also very rare and powerful. Available but not available, but this fruit is of no use to them now. In a short time, I want to rely on this fruit to cultivate a top powerhouse. Advertisement. That's too hard, almost impossible. Even Marco, who has obtained the magical beast devil fruit for many years, has the same combat power. Can barely hold a Marine admiral. Such Whitebeard pirates. Go to naval headquarters to fight Marine. The only one who can withstand all the pressure is their father, Whitebeard. Marco and the others looked at Whitebeard, their eyes full of complexity and unwillingness. And this time, Wanokuni Ghost Island, Kaido saw that the Whitebeard pirates were only 6th. He wasn't angry at all. Sit back. He wanted to see what the top 5 were. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin also calmed down from her anger. After all, the Whitebeard pirates are only 6th. She's 7th, what more can I say? However, she wanted to see it. What are the top 5 in this power list? On Red Force. The red hair looked at this scene, and there was almost no surprise in his eyes. This result is reasonable, he had expected it. As for the top 5, the redhead also has some guesses. There should be a Marine, a world government. Advertisement. There will even be a Ming army. Don't look at the fact that the Ming army usually does not show the mountains and waters, and has always acted in a low-key manner. But the redhead takes the dragon and the dragon's mind very seriously. Even when he brought Luffy to the pirate's path, he was more or less influenced by dragons. Therefore, if the Ming army ranks in the top 5, it is not unusual to have red hair. That guy, Long, is so well hidden. As for the other 2, they should all be hidden forces of the world government. Or, a powerful force unknown to this sea. The red-haired eyes looked at the gold list, and his heart became more and more looking forward to it. Today, can he see the real face of world government? At the same time, in the marshal's office at naval headquarters, Sengoku's body trembled and nervous. The next 5th place is very interesting. Admiral, Garp, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces, and their eyes were full of anticipation. They want to know, this 5th place, is he Marine, or someone else? Then, in the spotlight, the 5th place in the power list has been released. The 5th place in the power list. Gemming Army, Leader, Monkey D. Dragon. Close black lens bracket. 7. 4th, the official government of the world. The sea is shocking, impossible, right? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 5th place in the power list. Gemming Army, Leader, Monkey D. Dragon. Close black lens bracket. Specially rewarded. A supremely sharp knife, a rare Paramecia devil fruit, and an ancient zone devil fruit. Close black lens bracket. Reason for the list. The Ming army has advanced ideas and is determined to overthrow the corrupt world government and overthrow the rule of celestial dragons. The leader Long was a Marine in the past, after seeing that Ohara was destroyed by Buster Call, the official government of the world, and covered up the blank truth for 100 years. He did not go incompetent and furious like ordinary people, but silently established the Ming army, which has been developing in a low-key manner for more than 10 years. Now the headquarters of the Ming army is located in the island of Ball, the island of white soil, and its power is extremely large, and even its influence on some islands has surpassed Marine and the world government. In the future, it is expected to successfully overthrow the decadent world government. Close black lens bracket. Look at the reason for this list. The elder brother of Bao, the island of white earth. Sitting in the office of the leader of the Ming dynasty. The sip of hot tea that Long had just drank spurted out. He looked at the reason for the list in disbelief. Especially that sentence. Now the headquarters of the Ming army is located in the island of White Earth, Bar's brother. Dragon. What am I? The world's official government is worried that he can't find the hiding place of the Ming army. Good guy. This directly exposed the location of his headquarters. Looking at the 3 rewards that appeared in front of him, Long wanted to cry without tears. After accepting these 3 rewards with tears, Long urgently ordered the Ming army to evacuate Bal's brother and disperse to all parts of the sea. However, the outside world is not aware of the turmoil on the White Earth Island. They were shocked. Advertisement. The Ming Army, a force that used to be tepid and has always been very low-key, is now ranked 5th in the power list. This is a little shocking. Inside Naval Headquarters. Sengoku and the others' eyes widened even more, a little unbelievable. Kizaru pursed his lips vulgarly. It's terrible, it's terrible. That guy Long has quietly developed the Ming Army to such an extent that it surpassed the 4 emperors. Aokiji also has deep eyes, and once he and Long were good friends. Apart from Garp, hardly anyone knows dragons better than he does. And even Aokiji didn't expect it. Long led the Ming Army to subdue silently for so many years, and even surpassed the 4 emperors and approached the marine. Think of this. Aokiji couldn't help but look up, his eyes full of complexity and thought. The official government of the world, has it really fallen? Even the reason for the Jinbang's listing to the Ming Army is written. Fallen world righteousness. Could it be that the world's official government is really not justice? Aokiji was a little complicated in his heart. But he couldn't figure it out for a while. Simply stop thinking about it. And Akainu on the side, his face has been gloomy to the extreme. Akainu gritted his teeth. He insisted on his absolute justice. The Ming Army was undoubtedly a major force opposed to marine. Even in the eyes of the world government. Advertisement. The threat of pirates is nothing compared to the Ming Army. Therefore, Akainu's view of the Ming Army is naturally not very good. As for the dragon, he could not wait to get rid of it himself. Sengoku and Crane also looked gloomy. They didn't expect it at all. After so many years, the Ming Army has developed to this level. They didn't think that the Ming Army would be on the power list before. But in Sengoku's heart, he has always looked down on the Ming Army. And he didn't want to take care of the Ming Army. The 5 elders had always been in charge. But today, it is the first time that the Ming Army has appeared in the world. And this appearance shocked the whole sea. Sengoku turned his head and looked to the side without saying a word, like Garp who was hiding from something. Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy, and he slapped the table. Garp, look at your wonderful son. Look at your grandson again. The son is the leader of the Gemming Army, and the grandson is a pirate, and he keeps clamoring to be the pirate king all day long. I don't think you should be a marine hero. Sengoku looked at Garp and roared angrily. Garp smirked, scratching his head. Sengoku scolded him, and he could only hold back, unable to refute at all. The facts are there. He had nothing to say. But in his heart, Garp is a little proud of what his son Dragon has done. The 5th place in the power list. As expected of his Garp's son. Advertisement. Seeing the smile in Garp's eyes, Sengoku understood what he was thinking. Sengoku suddenly became angry, but his heart was also full of powerlessness. Besides, the matter of the Ming Army should be left to the 5 elders to deal with. Also at this time, the phone bug in front of Sengoku rang. Sengoku glanced up, it was the one from the 5 elders. Sengoku gave Garp a stern look before picking up the phone bug. Before Sengoku could speak, the 5 people over there were already squirting. Sengoku, look at what the Gemming Army has become now. Hurry up and send me troops to shoot down the brother of Ball, the island of white soil. Don't let any of the Ming Army go, you have to be fast. Listening to the words of the 5 elders, Sengoku felt a little helpless. He shook his head and sighed softly. I am afraid that by the time Marine arrives, the Ming Army will have disappeared long ago. With his knowledge of dragons. Dragon is definitely not a man who sticks to an island. The old nest was exposed, and his only choice was to run away with someone quickly. Here, just when Sengoku was helpless and ready to give an order. On the sacred golden list, there are variables. The 4th place in the power list, the world government. Close black lens bracket. 8. All the attention. The 3rd place in the power list, Xiao. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 4th place in the power list, the world government. Close black lens bracket. Specially rewarded. A supremely sharp knife, a Logia devil fruit, and an Eudemon's devil fruit. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's phone worm fell on the table with a snap. Several people in the marshal's office who had calmed down suddenly stood up. Kizaru, who had just been careless just now, narrowed his eyes, looking at the name above the 4th place with a look of disbelief. Aokiji, who had a lazy face, was also positive, and his face was solemn. Akainu's eyes were shocked, staring at the name in disbelief. Crane and Garp were also stunned and shocked. The world's official mansion, how could it be only the 4th? They thought about it. This 4th place is likely to be marine. And first they never doubted. It will definitely be the official government of the world. I am afraid that the group of proud 4 emperors have to recognize this matter. But now, the scene in front of them made everyone unable to think. For a long time, Kizaru murmured, there is no more playfulness and ease in the tone, and some are only solemn. Just kidding. The world's official government, how can it only be ranked 4th? When Sengoku and the others heard Kizaru's words, they also agreed in their hearts. Yes, the world's official government, how could it only be ranked 4th? Advertisement. If the world government is ranked 4th, what kind of terrorist forces are the top 3? People can't imagine. At the same time, The whole sea is also full of incredible. Doflamingo is no longer angry, his mouth is directly misfired. All that remains now is Dover's shocked look on his face. The family members beside him all looked like they had seen a ghost. For a long time, Torre Bornan said, Dover, cheating, right. The world's official government ranks fourth, how is it possible? Doflamingo swallowed deeply. In the face of Torapal's words, he was speechless. New World. The four emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Aunt Charlotte Linlin, who were still shouting just now, were all misfired. Even if they are four emperors. But at the moment, seeing that the fourth place on the power list is the official government of the world, the two of them were also stunned, and it was difficult for their minds to think again. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stared at the result, his eyes narrowed fiercely, revealing a deep shock. Beside him, Marco and other crew members were already stunned in place. On Red Force, the Red Hair Pirates, who had just held a lively banquet, was also silent. No one spoke. They all stared blankly at the fourth name in the power list in the sky. Advertisement. His eyes filled with disbelief. Their captain. The redhead Shank's eyes widened, his pupils even shrinking to a point. He who had been to Raftel with Roger, the Pirate King, was very aware of the power of the world government. But today, the world's official government was only ranked fourth in the power list. How can that be? While countless people on the sea were sluggish, the reason for the world's official listing was released. Reason for the list. The world's official government has been standing on the sea for 800 years, and it was once the first force in the sea. Although the celestial dragons, the descendants of 18 kings, have corrupted their reputations and oppressed civilians, the world's official government has power is still unquestionable. The Marines under his command are powerful and extraordinary, and countless Marines guard justice. The world's official government has the most powerful intelligence agencies, from CP9 to the strongest and most mysterious CP0, and there are even a few strong men comparable to Marine Admiral. The Commander-in-Chief Kong leads all the forces of the world's official government to protect the peace of the Red Line. Inside the world's main mansion, there is an unknown and shocking secret, which is very powerful. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the reasons for the ranking of the world's main government, everyone reviewed the power of the world's main government again. But, after reading this, everyone still did not recover. Their brains are still in a state of downtime. Time passed slowly for 3 breaths. Boom. The whole sea. Almost the same time. There was an uproar everywhere. Oh my god. Such a powerful world government is only ranked fourth in the power list. The 4 emperors are not in the top 5. My goodness. Advertisement. What kind of existence are the top 3 in this power list? In the whole sea, is there any force stronger than the world's official government? How is that possible? What are you talking about? From my point of view, there are no forces that can take on the top 3 of this power list. How could there be a force stronger than the world's official government? At the same time of countless hustle and bustle on the sea. Inside Mariajoy, the 5 elders are also shocked. They didn't care about that gold list before. But when they saw the rewards on it, they were also slightly interested. But now, seeing that the world government is only ranked fourth, 5 people know that things are big. They hurried to the flower room and told IM. But the squire told them that IM already knew about it and told them to go back. The 5 of them suppressed the horror in their hearts and returned to their room. And among the flowers in the deepest part of the world, IM sitting on the void throne, looking at the golden list in the sky with interest in his eyes. Subsequently, just in the expectation of the whole sea, under the attention of everyone, the 3rd place in the power list, slowly released. 9. The whole world is shocked. Why are you kidding me, Xiao? I've never heard of it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The whole big sailing world. Almost everyone raised their heads at this moment. The expectations in their hearts are like turbulent river water, rushing endlessly. It is really. They simply can't figure it out. A force stronger than the world's official government, what is that? Everyone raised their heads, with intense anticipation in their eyes. Also at this time, the golden list trembled slightly, as if there was a special ceremony for the appearance of the top 3. Everyone just heard a roar in the sky. Unlike any previous power rankings release. As soon as the momentum of this 3rd place came out, it was already extremely extraordinary. Next moment, countless people raised their heads in shock. There are 7 names on the power list. The 10th place in the power list, Blackbeard Pirates. Close black lens bracket. The 9th place in the power list, Red Hair Pirates. Close black lens bracket. The 8th place in the power list, Beasts Pirates. Close black lens bracket. The 7th place in the power list, the Big Mom Pirates. Close black lens bracket. The 6th place in the power list, Whitebeard Pirates. Close black lens bracket. The 5th place in the power list, Gemming Army. Close black lens bracket. The 4th place in the power list, the World Government. Close black lens bracket. And this time, above the 7 names, an obviously enlarged name slowly emerged. The 3rd place in the power list, Xiao. Close black lens bracket. Leader. Chu Xia. Close black lens bracket. Everyone's pupils shrank when they saw the big golden character. But the next moment, they all frowned. Dawn. They have never heard the name of this force. Inside naval headquarters. Sengoku looked up to the sky with anticipation in his eyes. Until he sees that name, Empress Xiao. Advertisement. Sengoku was stunned on the spot. Garp, Akainu and the others on the side were also stunned. Dawn. What is this with what? Is this the name of a force? Even if. But why have they never heard of it? For a time, the eyes of several people were suspicious. Kizaru burst out laughing. Hey, it's been a long time, is that the name? Could it be that my strength is too low, and I haven't touched it at all? Kizaru buckled his ears and couldn't figure it out. Arguably, he's Marine Admiral, and he's basically on top of the ocean. Even some secrets in the world's main mansion are familiar to him. But this Xiao, he has never heard of it. Kizaru looked at the others beside him. Even Martial Marine Sengoku had a solemn expression on his face at this moment. Seeing this, Kizaru understood. Everyone doesn't know his feelings, so he has nothing to be embarrassed about. Kizaru sat back on the sofa. He felt that the golden list was teasing him. What are you doing? Fourth in the world. Then you get an Akatsuki and you're in the top 3. Believe it or not. In short, Kizaru is unbelieving. Akainu and others on the other side were also very suspicious. Everyone couldn't help but look at Sengoku, Garp and Crane. These 3 old guys are the absolute veterans of Marine. If they didn't know it, no one in the Marines would have heard of it. However, under the watchful eyes of the 3 Admiral, the 3 of Sengoku Garp were also confused. Garp frowned deeply. The old man has been across the sea for so many years, but he has never heard of a force called Xiao. Besides, it is still beyond the power of the world's official government. This is unlikely, right? Advertisement. Garp was a little skeptical. Crane Vice Admiral spoke at this time. Sengoku, you give the 5 elders a call bug and ask. If there is such a powerful force in the sea, then we will be busy. Crane said, while looking at the column of the leader. Chu Xia. Crane chewed on the name without any thoughts in his mind. The rest of the people were also thinking about the name Chu Xia. Who is he? It can create a powerful force that surpasses the world's official government, and it has never been known. It's a little too scary, isn't it? After Sengoku finished calling the phone bug, he shook his head solemnly. There is no definite news from the 5 elders, and it looks like they don't know this Akatsuki either. After listening to Sengoku's words, everyone in the marshal's office took a deep breath. Not even the 5 elders, who run the world's official government, know about it. So, Akatsuki, how mysterious is Yamato? And so is naval headquarters. Above the sea, it was even more puzzled and shocked. Dressrosa, on the Highlands of Kings. Doflamingo looked at that Xiao, and Chu Xia's name. His brow furrowed deeply. After so many years in the underground world, he does not say that he is omnipotent, but he has also heard about all kinds of powerhouses. But Doflamingo kept thinking in his mind, but he couldn't find any information about this Xiao and Chu Xia. Dover shook his head and looked at Torapal. Send someone to investigate. It must be concealed and cannot be discovered. If Na Xiao is aware of it, our people have to deal with it humbly, understand? Torapal nodded. Understood, Dover. Doflamingo frowned. If that Akatsuki is really so mysterious and so powerful. So, can he rely on each other? In this way, does he have a chance to take revenge on the celestial dragons? Doflamingo's eyes flickered with cruelty. And the Sea Emperors fell into deep thought when they looked at Xiao's name. But no matter how they think about it, they simply can't figure out what kind of power this is. Next moment. Advertisement. Akatsuki's award for 3rd place is released. The 3rd place in the power list, Xiao. Closed black lens bracket. Specially rewarded. A supremely sharp knife, 2 rare Paramecia devil fruits, 2 ancient devil fruits, 1 Logia devil fruit, and 1 Eudemon's devil fruit. Closed black lens bracket. Looking at this rich reward, many people in the whole sea are jealous. But they also knew that they had no chance of competing with Xiao at all. The reward belongs to others, they can only watch. And let them expect more. This is the reason why this is on the list. Many people are gearing up to see the power of Xiao Xiao. Inside Dressrosa, Doflamingo stopped his laughter. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's, cool la la la, laughter also disappeared. Wanokuni Ghost Island, Kaido's eyes widened, not wanting to miss any important information. Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin also stopped laughing and stared at the gold list with anticipation. In Red Force, the red-haired fragrant face was dignified, and she looked at Jinbang with anticipation in her eyes. Everyone wants to see it. This power, Wood Expulsion, ranks 3rd, surpassing Akatsuki in the world. How strong is it? However, everyone waited for a long time, but did not wait for Akatsuki's reason for being on the list. Thinking of this, many people's expressions changed. How is this going? But after thinking for a long time, everyone didn't get a reason. Many people held their foreheads and sighed. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were even more furious and ran away. At the same time, unknown is an orange-haired woman in a long white coat with a long knife across her waist. Step by step towards a certain place on the sea. 10. Akatsuki members dispatched. Orange Village is transformed into the Kingdom of Frost. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After half an hour. A girl in a long white coat stood in the village of Kokoja. The slender and straight long legs of the girl under the white long coat stepped out, and her slender figure continued to drift away. With a long white knife slung around her waist, the girl used one arm to block the sun, sighing a little. It's been almost 5 or 6 years since you left Orange Village. I wonder what happened to Orange Village in the past 5 or 6 years. Arlong and the others, can't they do anything to the villagers because of my leaving? Thinking about this, Nami walked forward. The long legs are constantly moving, becoming a beautiful landscape on the street. It was Chu Xia who accidentally met Nami at sea 5 or 6 years ago. He saw that Nami was related to him and had a lot of potential for cultivation. So he brought it back to Xuye Palace and cultivated it as his subordinate. After that, Chu Xia did not allow anyone under his command to leave the Xuye Palace. So they seem to have disappeared from this world. Now Nami can come back. It is also because of the arrival of the Golden List. Xiao has been exposed, and the rest are not far away. So Chu Xia is not going to hide too much. And the group of people under his command also have their own unfinished obsessions. They need to take revenge, or rescue their loved ones. That way, they can serve him better. Nami is the first. His trip to East Blue Kokoja Island was to completely eradicate the Arlong group and rescue the villagers in the same village as him. This has always been Nami's obsession. But Nami walked all the way, but found that the villagers in Orange Village were all behind closed doors. No one walks the streets swaggering like Nami. I felt something wrong in my heart. Nami stepped up and even Shunko used it. She walked quickly towards the Arlong realm. After a while, Nami came to the periphery of the Arlong field. This time, she finally saw a figure. But not the villagers of Orange Village. Advertisement. It was Arlong's sinful murlocs. Nami ignored the group of ordinary murlocs, his figure flashed, and he went directly to 100 meters away. Standing on the wall of the Arlong domain, Nami stared intently and couldn't help shrinking his eyes. Then, Nami's pupils trembled and trembled. The scene that appeared in front of her eyes. It was Arlong and a group of murlocs who were torturing the villagers of Orange Village. They arranged the villagers into numbers, and one by one began to be beaten by their murlocs as sandbags. Several villagers have fallen to the side, no life. And now being brought up, there is a girl with short blue hair. Nami's eyes trembled. Noki Hai. It was Nami's older sister, also an orphan adopted by Belle Mel. Although the two were bickering on the surface. However, the relationship between her and Nuauchigao is real, like sisters. And this time, Arlong took a whip and was about to smack Nochigao hard. Okay, you guys are really amazing. Nami dares to run, regardless of you, you are still protecting her. It's really sincere. As a murloc, I'm a little moved. However, you have to pay for Nami's escape by coming here regularly to be tortured. Arlong laughed wildly, and was about to take a high blow at Noki. But the next moment, Nami, dressed in a long white coat, appeared in the field. She just stood there and the whip in Arlong's hand was deflected. The surrounding villagers were shocked when they saw the person who appeared. Nami. Nuauchigao also changed his face. Nami, why are you back? I thought you figured it out and finally ran away, but why did you come back? Arlong won't let you go, go away. As Nuauchigao said, he was going to hold Nami's hand and let her go quickly. But she found that she didn't pull at all. Instead, all the surrounding villagers were taken away by Nami. Advertisement. The Arlong realm was gone in an instant. It took less than a quarter of an hour. Nami put all the villagers of Orange Village on a fishing boat. Fishing boats stay away. Nami stood on the shore, watching Noki-Gao with a slight smile. I'm back, it's not that Arlong won't let me go. But I won't let him go. I've looked into it, and Colonel Mouse was dealt with by a guy named Luffy in the straw hat. Don't worry, I'll take care of the Arlongs. But Kokoja Island should no longer be suitable for you to live in. After Nami said these few words, his eyes were already cold to ultimate. There was even a frost on her body. Nuauchigao looked at Nami, only to feel an extremely powerful force emanating from him. Nuauchigao shuddered, unable to speak anymore. Finally. Thousands of words, only turned into a word, take care. Nami nodded and finally smiled. Immediately, he turned his head, his pupils had turned white. Even Nami's orange hair gradually turned white. In front of Nami, Arlong and others who heard the news roared angrily. Bastard, how dare you let them go? But they haven't waited for them to say more. Nami's eyes were indifferent, and he pulled out the long knife from his waist. There is only the icy coldness of ultimate in the sound. Bankai, Baixia is punished. The words fall. The surroundings of Nami instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Even the surrounding sea was suddenly cold. In an instant. A small island, including its 5-kilometer range, turned into a world of ice and snow. Advertisement. After doing all this, he looked at Arlong and the others who were turned into ice sculptures in front of him. Nami flatly waved the long knife in his hand. The figures of Arlong and others shattered into pieces of ice and scattered in the air. Their last thought before they died was only the word, impossible. No one could have imagined why Nami, who had no force at all in the past, could now kill them in an instant. But these have nothing to do with them. ... And this time, naval headquarters, and across the sea. Everyone is still puzzled because Akatsuki is ranked third in the power list. Some people have even begun to question it. They begin to question Akatsuki's authenticity. This can't be a fake thing released by Jinbang, right? Because this Akatsuki is true, no one has ever heard of it. No one has ever heard of the whole sea. But right now, in the intelligence network of the major forces, a message suddenly came. East Blue, on a small island. A strong man who looked like Marine Admiral Aokiji shot, instantly freezing the sea area within 10 kilometers. The small island instantly turned into frost, and all the murlocs that existed on the island disappeared. Upon hearing this news, the sea trembled instantly. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Sengoku also got the news from his subordinates. After listening to what is described in the phone bug, Sengoku raised his eyes a little dully. Xiao, it may not be fake. Akainu and the others raised their heads. What? 11. Aokiji to avoid suspicion. I didn't do it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Xiao, it may not be fake. Hearing Sengoku's words, the atmosphere in the marshal's office fell silent. Everyone's breathing became heavy. Akainu 3, you look at me, I look at you. Garp and Crane looked at each other with shock in their eyes. What did they hear? They actually heard from Sengoku that Akatsuki might not be fake. What does that mean? If there really is a force that is even more powerful than the world's official government. So what a powerful and mysterious existence this Xiao is. So much so that they Marine didn't know each other at all. In an instant, Sengoku and the others felt chills down their spines. They Marine developed on the sea for so many years, it can be said that they are already a major hegemonic force. And now, even adding the world government behind them. But adding the two together, there is not even the slightest bit of information about Xiao. This Xiao, just how mysterious it is. They Marine and the world's official government are in the light, while Xiao is in the dark. This Akatsuki is even stronger than them. Everyone slowed down for a long time before returning to their senses. Akainu and the others looked at Sengoku with burning eyes, waiting for the information from his mouth. Under everyone's gaze, Sengoku spoke slowly, with shock in his eyes. Above East Blue, there is a small island that was frozen not long ago. Including the sea area within a radius of 10 kilometers, all of them were frozen in an instant. All the murlocs on the island have disappeared, and the villagers are now waiting in the marine branch for inquiries. Listening to Sengoku's words, several people in the marshal's office couldn't help but turn their attention to Aokiji. Feeling the thoughtful gazes of several people, Aokiji hurriedly waved his hand. Hey, I'm still here, this is not my shot. Akainu et al., you look at me and I look at you. Advertisement. Then, they looked at each other and understood. In this entire sea, there is currently only Marine Admiral Aokiji that can instantly freeze the sea area within 10 kilometers. Apart from him, there is no other one at all. But now there is a mysterious powerhouse in East Blue who has done all this. Aokiji was staying with them just now, 100,000 miles away from East Blue. What does that mean? It means that there is a strong man they have never heard of, who instantly freezes the sea area within 10 kilometers, including an island. That person's strength is at least comparable to that of Aokiji. Even stronger. And Fang Kai, Xiao was exposed by the gold list, ranking third in the power list. Several people naturally link Xiao with the mysterious powerhouse. Thinking of this, the expressions of several people changed slightly. And on the sea, many major forces also received communication from the direction of East Blue. Marine is not a monolith. Even Doflamingo was able to put undercover in Marine, and even became a branch vice admiral. It is even easier for the forces of the four emperors to do this. They have a lot of eyeliner in Marine. The first to get the news was the Whitebeard pirates. On the Moby Dick, Marco walked over to Whitebeard with the information he just got. Seeing Marco's solemn expression, Whitebeard raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Marco thought for a while, but his voice did not hide. Here are all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and they can basically be trusted. Besides, this is not particularly important information. Marco summed up the language and said, Father, above East Blue, a small island is frozen, including the sea within 10 kilometers. Listening to Marco's words, Whitebeard and the others raised their eyebrows. What did Aokiji do? This was the thought that came to their minds at the same time. Advertisement. Because at present, in the entire sea, the only one who can do all this is Marine Admiral Aokiji. He developed frozen fruit to ultimate, so he can do it all. However, under the gaze of the crowd, Marco shook his head slowly. Dad, according to our information, although I'm not sure, Aokiji should be at naval headquarters by now. Whoa, an uproar aboard the Moby Dick. Everyone looked at Marco in awe. According to Marco, it wasn't Aokiji who did all this. But at present, there are other powerhouses who can do this in the entire sea. Suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes trembled as he leaned against the ship's side. He looked at Marco and said solemnly, Dawn. As soon as Whitebeard said this, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Joes and others held their breaths. They looked up at the sacred golden list above the sky, and looked at the third-ranked name on the power list. Everyone's eyes were a little shocked. Is it, that Akatsuki, is it really going to be exposed to the eyes of the world? Whitebeard's eyes were also deeper than ever. How terrifying is a powerful force that surpasses the world's official government? Once, Whitebeard was in Rock's Pirate. At that time, the Rock's Pirate could be said to be the first pirate group. Roger is completely incomparable in front of him. However, such a powerful Rock's Pirate does not need the world's official government to take action. It was only the Marine who joined the Roger Pirates that destroyed it. But now this Xiao, Whitebeard was somewhat unimaginable. If the mysterious powerhouse in East Blue is not Aokiji, it is really a powerhouse among Akatsuki. Advertisement. Then this whole sea may really change. And Whitebeard had this speculation shortly after. Marine issued an urgent statement. The statement states that Aokiji is currently at Naval Headquarters, not East Blue at all. As soon as this statement came out, the sea shook again. Because it almost means, the mysterious powerhouse who shot this time is likely to be the character in Akatsuki. In an instant, the sea was in an uproar. Whitebeard listened to the latest information, and those hockey eyes were thinking about something. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly turned to look at Marco. Any news from Beasta and Little Oz? When Joes and others heard the words, they all turned their attention. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco sighed deeply. Dad, since 3 months ago, Beasta and Little Oz said they were going to find an island to practice, and they haven't heard from them. I sent someone to look for it, but there is no trace of these two. No news has come back until now. Listening to Marco's words, Whitebeard's eyebrows sank again. Marco shook his head helplessly. 3 months ago, Marine announced that Blackbeard had captured Ace and traded with Marine. Immediately, the Whitebeard pirates realized that this was Marine's conspiracy. As a result, the Whitebeard pirates mobilized urgently, and everyone began to prepare for the battle soon. Beasta and Little Oz also said that they wanted to find an island to practice, and left the Whitebeard pirates. But after this, they never heard back. It was as if the world had evaporated. Whitebeard's eyes were low. He always felt that there was an extremely powerful storm that was about to overturn the whole world. 12. The sea is in an uproar, and the power of dawn is beginning to appear. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Dressrosa, on the Highlands of Kings. Dover held the information he just got, and his eyes couldn't help showing strong disbelief. At least a mysterious powerhouse comparable to Aokiji. Dover took this piece of information, but he didn't have many surprises in his heart. Akatsuki's strength has surpassed that of the world government. One of the powerhouses is comparable to or even surpasses Aokiji. Is this worth it? Not worth it. Even Dover thought it was normal. He just didn't expect it. I didn't expect that Xiao, this mysterious and powerful force, would be revealed to the world for the first time so soon. Dover thought for a while, and then spoke in a deep voice. Send me to East Blue to check, and let Virgo go in person. If there is any news from Marine, I must know it as soon as possible. Listening to Dover's order, Toripal, who was dragging his big nose, hesitated. Dover, Marine has some doubts about Virgo now, and now it's Virgo's assessment period. But before he could finish speaking, Dover raised his hand to interrupt. I don't care so much anymore. Giving up Virgo's identity in Marine and getting Xiao's news is worth more than buying and selling. After Dover finished speaking, he looked at East Blue, thinking about something. And at the same time, nearly the entire sea has its sights set on East Blue. When they got the East Blue mysterious powerhouse to freeze an island, everyone naturally thought of Aokiji. But after Naval Headquarters made it clear that it wasn't Aokiji's doing, everyone also thought of it to Akatsuki. The 4 emperors each sent their own intelligence forces. Marine mobilized all of East Blue's branches to investigate the matter. There are even rumors. The world officials sent CP0, secretly rushed to East Blue to investigate. The whole world turned its attention to the seemingly calm East Blue for a while. Inside Naval Headquarters, Sengoku looked at Garp, his eyes a little low and dignified. Advertisement. Garp. Seeing Sengoku's gaze, Garp nodded. He and Sengoku are old buddies. Over the years, he and Sengoku have almost formed a unique tacit understanding. Almost both sides can understand each other's meaning with just one look. Now that Marine is about to face off against the Whitebeard pirates, it's impossible to sit back and watch Akatsuki's variable exist. At the very least, they have to figure out what's going on with East Blue. Sengoku then looked at Aokiji, who was languid aside. Garp, you took Aokiji and rushed to East Blue to investigate the matter. Even if you can find a little clue. Hearing Sengoku's words, both Garp and Aokiji nodded. The two left the marshal's office, boarded a warship, and headed to East Blue. And at this moment, Nami, who caused this sea turmoil. She has returned to the Void Night Palace. Nami came under the Void Throne and bowed his head slightly. Grown-ups. Seeing Nami's icy temperament, Chu Xia raised her eyebrows. How's it going? Nami shook his head. The private matter has been dealt with. Listening to Nami's words, Chu Xia nodded without asking more. You go back first. After Nami left, Chu Xia's mouth twitched. Now, the whole sea should think that this is Akatsuki's first shot, right? But they didn't know it. Nami is not Akatsuki's member at all. Chu Xia smiled and issued an order to his forces. From today, everyone no longer has to hide their identities. If there is something you want to do, you can do it. Hearing this news, a violent lunatic in Jingling Court rushed out. Ha 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 ha. The restrictions are lifted, the strong men on the sea, here I come. Looking at the figure rushing out in the opposite direction, everyone was a little speechless. Among Hueco Mundo, a young man quickly retracted the long knife in his hand. Advertisement. In front, there was a Manos Grande who was cut into 2 pieces and slowly turned into fly ash. Luo looked at the people who were instantly excited, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. There was even more hatred in his eyes. Doflamingo, wait for me. When I come back from Hueco Mundo, I will seek revenge on you. Your life is mine, Luo said, continuing to move deeper towards Hueco Mundo. Looking at the excited people under his command, Chu Xia also smiled slightly. In this world, you should know your own strength. East Blue. Garp and Aokiji had arrived after half a day. They should be the first among the many forces to arrive. Looking at the seniors of Nuauchi, Garp asked. Do you know who the man who saved you was? Looking at Garp, the simple villagers shook their heads. Nami saved them, how could they betray Nami? Nuo Chigao's eyes were even more firm, so that no one could see the slightest information. Seeing this, Garp shook his head slightly. Let them stay in this branch first, and then put them back after this matter subsides. Rear Admiral, Derling's branch, nodded. Garp and Aokiji leave the branch and head to Kokoja Island. On the warship, Aokiji looked at Garp and asked suspiciously. They know something, but why don't we keep asking? Hearing Aokiji's words, Garp shook his head. The old man is a righteous marine, but he disdains to do things that oppress civilians. If you want news, the old man will find it in person. Aokiji, who heard the sound, nodded. This is also his philosophy of doing things. Aokiji's eyes couldn't help being a little slack, thinking of the little girl he let go back then. Nico Robin, I don't know how you are doing now. Shaking his head, Aokiji didn't think anymore. Although Robin has no news of being caught by the world's official government. However, it should be just lingering, right? Advertisement. The speed of the warship was very fast, and it soon arrived at Kokoja Island. Looking at the completely frozen island in front of him, even Aokiji's eyes were a little shocked. He asked himself, if he used all his strength, he could do all this. But that's definitely a lot of consumption. It's definitely not going to be fast. However, Marine's intelligence agency arrived shortly after Kokoja was frozen. But no one saw the mysterious powerhouse. Does this mean there is more than one mysterious powerhouse? Or, his strength has exceeded his own? Aokiji's face sank, and he stepped onto the ice with Garp. Aokiji put his hand on the ice below him and felt it a little. Then, his expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Garp also looked serious. To avoid danger, the two left Marine and headed to the island alone. When the two came to the island of Kokoja, Nami released the land of Bankai. Aokiji's face changed again. This cold air actually made him feel a little cold. Garp's face was also dark, and he felt the same as Aokiji. The two looked at each other with a look of horror in their eyes that could not be concealed. How strong is this strong shot? Even in terms of freezing ability, it has completely surpassed Aokiji. How can that be? But at this time, behind Aokiji and Garp, suddenly there was a voice. Marine hero, Garp the Fist. Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji Kuzan. I didn't expect to meet you here. 13. Ah Jin fights Garp, the power of 8 inner gates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing the sudden sound, Garp and Aokiji turned their heads in surprise. Just now, their observation hockey is all turned on. I am afraid that there are still strong people here. But the two didn't expect it. Even though they were driving the armament hockey, they still couldn't spot the man. The two turned around. I saw a man with a calm face in a red cloud windbreaker with a black background walking slowly. The man's physique is not tall, only 1.8 meters tall. However, when they saw this man, Garp and Aokiji were already wary. In their intuition, the man in front of him in a red cloud trench coat with a black background is definitely a strong man. The two did not dare to be careless, and both assumed a fighting stance. Garp's pair of iron fists has covered the thick armament hockey. Aokiji's whole body is also cold. Who knows how strong this sudden appearance is? So the two didn't dare to be careless at all. Akin looked at the two of them and shook his head. Simply introduce myself, my name is Ajin, Xiaoji Xuanwu. Hearing Akin's words, Garp and Aokiji looked at each other. It is indeed Xiao. Garp spoke in a low voice. Your Excellency is a strong man of Xiao. I wonder if the strong man who froze this island is also someone you know. Hearing Garp's words, Arkin shook his head. That's not it. But I also know the person who froze this island. Do you want to know? Akin looked at Garp, and the fighting spirit was already burning in his heart. He has long admired the Garp name. For Garp's power, Arkin never doubted. Even for so many years, Jin has always regarded Garp as his target and opponent under Chu Xia. Now that I saw it with my own eyes, Jin couldn't hold back his inner fighting spirit. He just wanted to know if he could beat Garp now. Advertisement. When Garp heard Jin's words, his eyes shrank fiercely. He and Aokiji looked at each other, and both of them had a deep sense of wonder in their eyes. Agent is Xiaoji Xuanwu, but the person who froze this island was not Akatsuki. But this agent still knows. Aokiji, you step back first, the old man will fight him. As Garp said, his fighting spirit was also burning brightly. Aokiji nodded and stepped back quickly. For Garp's strength, he is still very confident. And he didn't quit too far, and he could support at any time. After Aokiji retreated, the two stood still. Garp's eyes were sharp, and the whole person's momentum suddenly rose. Looking at Akin, Garp laughed. Be careful, Your Excellency, in this whole sea, there are not many people who can catch this old man's iron fists. Garp said without exaggeration. He is a strong older generation. And the strength has not weakened because of old age, or even stronger. Now that Garp is at full power, Whitebeard is not sure if he is his opponent. Arkin apparently knew this too. He was not careless, and his fists were also covered with strong armament hockey. Looking at Garp, Jin did not hesitate and launched the attack first. Garp laughed. Good come. The fists collided, and the whole island was shocked. Garp's eyes changed. This Xiao organization's Xuanwu can actually take a punch that he used 50% of his force. Next moment, Jin flew upside down, as if unable to withstand the power of Garp's punch, he slammed into the distant ice layer. Listen to the sound coming from Kokoja Island. The Marines they brought with them all changed their expressions one after another. The eyes of Vice Admiral, who led the Flying Squirrel, sank. Garp Vice Admiral has met the strong. Looks like we're doing a good job. The Ghost Spider on the side also smiled. Advertisement. Yeah, Flying Squirrel, shall we go and help Garp Vice Admiral? The Flying Squirrel shook his head. No, Garp Vice Admiral is powerful, and Aokiji Admiral sits on the side. You and I are here to watch, waiting for the news from Garp Vice Admiral Guy. Having said that, the Flying Squirrel also sent the news that Garp had encountered a suspected Xiaoqiang back to naval headquarters. In the marshal's office, Sengoku was overjoyed when he heard the news from the phone bug. Akainu and Kizaru on the side also raised their eyebrows. Garp and Aokiji, have they really met Akatsuki's powerhouse? Sengoku's eyes were a little excited. In any case, Garp will definitely bring back useful information this time. At least for that Akatsuki, Marine wouldn't turn his eyes away again. And Garp's strength Sengoku can trust. There is also the Aokiji sweeping formation next to it. If you can defeat the powerhouse of Akatsuki, what information will you get from his mouth? That Marine can make a lot of money this time. They will get first-hand information. Akainu's eyes were also a little excited. Marshal Sengoku, I suggest that Garp Vice Admiral and Aokiji shoot together to take down the strong man. The threat that is out of our Marine's control is the moth in the sea. Hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku suddenly felt a little angry. Kizaru's eyes also changed, and he had a new understanding of Akainu. As everyone knows, it is the third largest force in wood expulsion. Beyond the power of the world government. But you, Akainu, threatened to take down a strong man of Akatsuki. Not to mention if you can get it. Even if one. But what if Akatsuki gets revenge? Can they Marine catch it? This is simply a fantasy. Sengoku ignored Akainu's mindless suggestion, and gave orders to the Flying Squirrel over there to just wait and see, and leave the rest to Garp to decide. Hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku waited nervously in the office. Coco Island. Ice shards splattered. Advertisement. The battle between Garp and Akin is already heating up. Garp looked at Jin, getting more and more excited as he fought. It's been a long time since I met a pure physique powerhouse like him. The ones I've encountered in the past are all demon fruit powers, so annoying. Garp is very happy to be able to fight Jin today. The two collided and then separated. Garp looked at Jin and laughed. It's really a good opponent. You can fight with the old man for so long, you are already very strong. Garp's tone has a taste of looking at the younger generation. However, Ajin on the opposite side was not angry. He frowned slightly. Garp Vice Admiral, did you only use 50% of your strength? Akin shook his head. It seems that you can't force your true strength without showing your true skills. As soon as Jin's words fell, Garp received a trace of something wrong. Aokiji on the side was also suspicious. But the next moment, Ajin stepped on the ground with both feet and said lightly. 8 inner gates, the first gate, open it, open it. Boom. A powerful wave spread out from Ajin's body and swept away towards the surroundings. Garp looked at Akin like a ghost, unbelievable. Aokiji, who was not far away, also changed his face, and he no longer dared to be careless in his heart. And Akin wasn't over yet. He knew it. Just opening one door will definitely not be able to deal with Garp, nor will it force Garp's true strength. Then, Jin did not hesitate, the blood in his body violently rushed to the next door. 8 inner gates, Hugh Gate, open. 14. Open the 7th gate and become the king guy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. During the Battle of Coco Island. There are also more and more forces that have learned of this war. New World. Cake Island. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin held the intelligence in his hand and kept putting sweets in his hand. Well. That old guy from Garp actually had a fight with someone who looks like Akatsuki in East Blue. It's really interesting. Well. Katakuri, send someone to monitor me and let me know as soon as the result comes out. Charlotte Linlin said, a strong curiosity appeared in her eyes. She was really curious about that Akatsuki. How could a force emerge out of thin air and surpass the world's official government? She really couldn't accept it. However, her suspicions will be confirmed after Garp's battle with the powerhouse of the Dawn. Charlotte Linlin laughed and waited anxiously as she ate dessert. The other side. Wano-kuni Ghost Island. Kaido got the news, and the whole person was also a little shocked and happy. Anyone who knows. Don't die, old Garp. Kaido laughed. However, he also agrees with Garp's fist. That pair of iron fists is one of the few forces that can cause him pain. Kaido smiled, Jack the Drow smirking alongside. Red Hair Pirates. Shanks and others have docked, and they are having a banquet around a bonfire. Now that he heard the news of the Battle of Kokoja Island, the red-haired mouth smiled. His eyes were full of anticipation. Advertisement. In a few hours, the world will be able to see the true face of Xiao. Redhead's eyes were full of anticipation. All the crew members beside him were also very interested in this matter. After all, it was a terrifying battle. If they weren't in the New World at the moment, they would all have to sail over and take a good look at this battle. When the sea is surging. Coco Island. Feel the powerful power that suddenly rises from Ajin. Garp's eyebrows became more serious. But he didn't wait for him to be shocked. On Akin's side, he spoke again one after another. 8 inner gates, 3rd gate, life gate, open. 8 inner gates, 4th gate, injury gate, open. 8 inner gates, 5th gate, Duman, open. Boom. The ice layer beneath Ah Jin's body cracked inch by inch, as if he couldn't bear his shocking power. Look at the state of Akin. Garp and Aokiji beside him were already dumbfounded. If the previous Arkin was just barely able to deal with Garp's attack. Even Aokiji thinks that he can take down this Akin by himself. But now, Ah Jin's aura had completely caught up with him. Aokiji was full of shock. What is that thing called 8 inner gates? Just when Aokiji was shocked and Garp was dignified. Ah Jin did not stop, and continued to speak. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, king gate, open. Hearing this sentence, Aokiji was completely shocked. Advertisement. Garp's face also changed drastically, and it was hard to see the extreme. Akin's aura has completely surpassed Aokiji's. Facing Akin. Aokiji even raised the feeling that if he fought against him, he might die. You know he is Marine Admiral. But now, the sense of danger that Ah Jin gave him did not belong to the fierce 4 emperors at sea. If you fight to the death, he Aokiji has almost a 30% chance of winning. The rest are all about the probability of death. Thinking of this, Aokiji couldn't help but be shocked. Garp's face was also extremely solemn. Ah Jin over there opened the 6th gate, with green energy surging on his body, and his whole person seemed to be a fighting existence. Arkin looked at Garp and smiled. Garp Vice Admiral, be careful. The next moment, with Akin's voice falling, its figure disappeared in place. In an instant, he came to Garp. Akin punched Garp. The punch has not yet arrived. But the ice below Garp's feet was already torn apart. Garp's face sank suddenly, but he didn't back down. After all, he has his own arrogance after galloping in the sea for so many years. The strong armament hockey is condensed on the Garp Iron Fist, and it is brave to meet it. The moment the two bombarded, the ice layer beneath Garp's feet cracked inch by inch. Fortunately, he was on the island. If he was standing on the sea, he might be directly punched into the sea by Ah Jin. Advertisement. Garp used all his strength in this punch, and at the last moment he was able to knock Ajin into the air. However, Ah Jin, who was knocked into the air, was not discouraged, but even more excited. Afterwards, a fight broke out between the two on the island. The ice shards scattered, and even the entire island roared and trembled. Aokiji looked very serious. The flying squirrels and others who were watching the battle from afar were also surprised. The ghost spider's words are full of solemnity. Flying squirrel, this level of battle is no less surprising than the battle between Garp Vice Admiral and some of the top powerhouses in the sea. Is that strong man who looks like Akatsuki really that strong? There was some disbelief in the ghost spider's words. Garp is their marine hero. If this time, even Garp can't defeat the mysterious powerhouse. So, who else can deal with this strong man? Feeling the roar of the island, Flying Squirrel frowned, and his heart was heavy. Wait a minute, trust Garp Vice Admiral. No matter how bad it is, there is still Aokiji Admiral in the lead. We can't get involved in such battlefields at all. But at the moment when the two were talking, on the island, there was a louder roar than before. Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel turned their heads in surprise. When they saw the sight in their eyes, they all froze in place. The pupils of some marine soldiers trembled to the extreme. What is that? 15. Day Tiger out. Garp. I missed seeing your 8th gate. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the island. Soaring fire flashed. Agent stood in the air and kept throwing his own punches. Those heavy punches, with the air waves generated by the frictional air, turned into fire fists and blasted towards Garp. Countless firelights converged, like a peacock opening the screen. Towards the peacock, Akin roared. Garp's face was serious, and his body was covered in dark armament hockey. Boom. There was a series of vibrations from the island. Everyone on the distant battleship was already dumbfounded. What is that blazing fire? How could it be so strong? The vibrations subsided. Although Garp was a little embarrassed, he still blocked his punch. Ah Jin saw that he couldn't even win the Garp when he opened the 6th gate. Then, without hesitation, he opened the 7th gate. Ah Jin stood still, and the green energy on his body slowly withdrew. Then, accompanied by his words, it suddenly exploded. 8 inner gates, 7th gate. Jingmun, open. With Akin's voice falling, Garp counted down in an instant. Aokiji not far away is like seeing a ghost. I saw Ah Jin standing there, with blue steam all over his body, like a powerful demon god. Advertisement. Watching this scene, Garp couldn't keep his calm any longer. You 8 inner gates, what are you? Could it be? Garp seemed to think of something, and his eyes suddenly became extremely unbelievable. 8 inner gates. It stands to reason that there should be an 8th gate. But now, Jin has only opened the 7th gate. But this 7th gate is already so terrifying. What about the 8th gate? Garp no longer dared to think about it, he raised his head in shock and looked at Akin in disbelief. Seeing this, Aokiji on the side can no longer watch the play. Because now it's in his feelings. Akin was already terrified to the extreme. If you let Garp fight it alone, that marine hero might even die here. Then, Aokiji flashed and came to Garp's side. Feeling the arrival of Aokiji, Garp shook his head and laughed wildly. Aokiji, the old man is not as old as you think. It's okay, the old man will explode with all his strength today, and fight against this Xuanwu of Xiaoji. Even if he dies in battle, Marine will not avenge the old man. Because this is the choice of the old man, Garp the Fist. Aokiji looked hesitant, but looking at Garp's determined look, Aokiji finally nodded. Arkin was steaming blue steam all over and looked at Garp with some admiration. Worthy of a marine hero, and of someone I've always regarded as a target. Don't worry, I won't let you die, I just want to fight you, and I don't have any deep hatred with you. However, Garp shook his head when he heard Akin's words. Boy, who do you look down on? Advertisement. I Garp the Fist, but I'm going to kill you. Akin was startled, then smiled. Garp, this is telling him not to keep it. 2. The strong fight is hard to desire. It is even more difficult to find a strong person who matches with him. Agent turned slightly positive. It is good. Subsequently, Agent's figure flickered again and again, and a battle broke out with Garp in the center of the island. Distance. On the marine warship, looking at the blue steam rising from the island, everyone's eyes widened. They were all unbelievable. Flying squirrels and ghost spiders are even more incomprehensible. Especially flying squirrels. He has followed Garp for so many years, and he has seen Garp really make a move. But Garp's full-strength shot was never shown in this way. Then the answer comes out. That terrifying blue steam is definitely the powerhouse of the Xiao organization. A group of marine soldiers watched in shock. At this time, on the island, the roaring sound also reached an extreme. Agent stood in midair, with blue steam all over his body, as if the Emperor guy was coming. Akin looked at Garp and thought of the person who inherited this ability. Thinking of Guy's majesty, Agent shook his head. Garp Vice Admiral, even though I admire you. But, I can't put the 8 inner gates to shame either. Sorry, Garp Vice Admiral. Infinite energy swept out, surrounding Ajin's entire body. Advertisement. The energy turned into a white tiger. Arkin looked at Garp and shot directly without hesitation. Day Tiger. Boom. Under Aokiji's unbelievable look. Akin's blow hit Garp hard. Garp was blasted 100 meters away and hit the ice. Aokiji's expression changed, and he quickly rushed to Garp's side. I saw that the surrounding ice was knocked out by Garp into a dense pit. While Garp was lying in the middle of the pit, his breath was weak. The blue steam on Arkin disappeared and came to Garp. Aokiji's eyes were wary. If Ajin was going to kill Garp, he would have to fight with Ajin. Even if Aokiji was certain that he was by no means his opponent. But he wouldn't just sit and watch Garp die here. Their marine heroes should not have died in this little East Blue. And Akin looked at Garp, but he didn't mean to take another shot. Garp had the last breath left and looked at Ajindao. I didn't have the chance to see your 8th gate. I hope to see your 8th gate once in my lifetime. Ajin, who heard the sound, nodded and turned to leave. After Akin left, Aokiji urgently sent Garp back to the warship for treatment. At the same time, the news of Garp's defeat on Kokosha Island also spread quickly. 16. What kind of power is the mysterious and powerful Akatsuki? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku and the others are anxiously waiting for news from East Blue. Akainu was serious, Kizaru was very casual. He had little thought for the outcome of the battle. After all, Garp is their marine hero. But the Garp the Fist who used to chase Roger all over the world. If he loses, he will lose to an ordinary member of Akatsuki. Then, their marines are too trashy, right? Sengoku sat in his office chair, and when he saw Kizaru's fishy appearance, he was furious. Pelusalino, are you going a little too far? It's still business hours, and Garp is still fighting Akatsuki's people in East Blue. You don't say rush to support, at least give me a more serious attitude, right? Sengoku looked at Kizaru and reprimanded. Look at Akainu on the side. How well they did, the face was gloomy, and the eyes were waiting anxiously. However, Kizaru ignored Sengoku's words at all, and clucked his ears instead. Marshal Sengoku, are there any doubts about this battle? If Garp Vice Admiral loses, then we Marine will hardly be able to find anyone who can deal with that Don. This time Garp Vice Admiral should not meet the leader Chu Xia, so if Garp Vice Admiral loses. Advertisement. Then we Marines are a bunch of trash, so let's disband. Seeing Sengoku's face turning blue, Kizaru hurriedly stopped his words. However, he was rude. After all, if Garp loses, it's a bit of proof that they're out of the Marines. Even Akainu on the side agrees with this. Besides, there is still Aokiji over there, so basically there will be no problems. Also at this time, the phone bug on Sengoku's desk rang. He glared at Kizaru, clearly meaning to clean up you later. Picking up the phone bug, Sengoku listened to Aokiji's voice over there, his eyes gradually widened, and his figure froze in place. Seeing this scene, Akainu stood up abruptly. Kizaru also felt something wrong, and stood up with Akainu. Sengoku Nane hangs up the phone bug. Crane Vice Admiral asked eagerly. Sengoku, how about Garp? Several people are strong, listening can be said to be very good. Plus they have something like observation hockey. So, everyone heard something. It seems that the caller is not Garp. Kizaru's heart was filled with bad intentions. He looked at Sengoku, his eyes starting to look suspicious. Next moment, Sengoku looked at Kizaru, pointed to his nose and said angrily. Advertisement. Look at your crow's mouth. We Marines are a bunch of trash, let's disband. Sengoku slapped the desk, and the heavy desk in front of him was directly smashed by him. Looking at Sengoku's appearance, everyone knew that things were beyond imagination. Kizaru didn't dare to refute anymore. Sengoku rarely gets angry. But when Sengoku gets angry, something terrifying has happened. The kind that shakes the sea. Akainu glanced at Kizaru pitifully. Let this guy owe his mouth, that's it. Sengoku took a few deep breaths before slowing down a bit. He looked around, and slowly said a sad news. Garp lost the match against that Akatsuki member. Garp is now seriously injured and in a coma, and is on his way back to the headquarters. Aokiji is closely guarding him. Sengoku said, and looked at Kizaru with a gloomy face. When several people in the marshal's office heard the news, they froze in place. Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't look at him as the leader of the Hawks. However, Akainu agrees with Garp's strength. He doesn't consider himself a Garp opponent. But today, what did he hear? Garp the Fist, Marine hero, lost. Kizaru on the side was even more astonished. Advertisement. He couldn't even react for a while. After a moment, Kizaru felt Sengoku's gaze that seemed to kill him. Kizaru's heart suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly said. Marshal Sengoku, I'm going to pick up Garp Vice Admiral and Aokiji, so that nothing is dangerous. Kizaru's voice fell. Before Sengoku could agree, he turned into a golden light and flew out of the window quickly. Watching Kizaru leave, Sengoku's anger subsided a little. Everyone in the marshal's office could no longer sit down. Everyone anxiously awaits the return of Aokiji and Garp. Garp is Marine's hero, Marine's spiritual pillar. He can't be okay. If Garp is lost, Marine's cohesion will almost drop by 30 to 40%. That's why Garp's son is a dragon and his grandson is Luffy. But he's still sitting firmly in the Marine Vice Admiral's seat, and no one dares to question why. The five elders didn't dare to move Garp either. That would be too much of a loss for Marine. And at the same time, the news of Garp's defeat also spread throughout the sea. 17. What is the existence of the second place beyond Akatsuki? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As Garp's warship rushed back to the headquarters, even more shocking news came out. This time, the code name is Xiaoji Xuanwu. For a time, the name of Xiaoji Xuanwu resounded across the sea. Everyone knows it. Akatsuki, Xuanwu, is a terrifying powerhouse who can defeat Garp the Fist. Dressrosa, King's Heights. Dover still brings a group of family members to discuss business together here. Now the sea is surging. Almost every decision he makes determines the final fate of the Don Quixote family. But now, everyone is silent. Because the news they just got was shocking. Everyone can't believe this fact. Including Dover, it is a little unbelievable. With Aokiji on the side, the Xuanwu of Akatsuki. After being able to beat Garp alive and seriously injured. Then leave calmly. This is so shocking. Garp has had few failures since his rise to fame. Even in several of Whitebeard's fights, Garp has never been at a disadvantage. But now, he was suddenly defeated by Xiaoji Xuanwu. This is really surprising. After accepting it for a while, Dover calmed down. Diamante and the others all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Toripal's long snot was sucked back. Advertisement. Dover, then, that Akatsuki is a little too scary, isn't it? A random strong man defeated Garp the Fist. Toripal was halfway through speaking, and he could no longer speak. At this time, an untimely voice sounded. Little Lolita Sugar, who was holding a basket of grapes, asked innocently. Dover, is Garp strong? Can I not be turned into a toy? In my opinion, that Akatsuki is just average. Listening to Sha Tang's words, not only did everyone not relax at all, but they became more nervous. Dover looked serious. Sugar, our whole family can't see enough in front of Garp. Even, all of us help you and create opportunities for you, and you have no chance of turning him into a toy. And this Garp was defeated by the Xuanwu of the Dawn. When Dover said this, he couldn't go on at all. Because, he thought of a more important question. Dover raised his eyes to look at the sacred golden list, and his face changed suddenly. We seem to have overlooked a problem. Toripal and the others all raised their heads in confusion, a little unclear. There was no emotion in Dover's words, only mechanical shock. This kind of powerful Xiao is only the third in the power list. That, Dover said this. Everyone was stunned on the spot, and looked up in amazement. 4 Emperor's Realm, Cake Island. The news of Garp's defeat makes Charlotte Linlin gobble up her dessert. Afterwards, she took the information very calmly and looked at it carefully. Advertisement. Katakuri and the others did not dare to make any sound, they could only watch silently. And Charlotte Linlin, laughing gradually. This old guy Garp is getting weaker and weaker. But, Charlotte Linlin said. In those words, some are not only arrogant. More, is a touch of deep fear. And her words are honest. Katakuri, send the order. If you meet someone wearing a red cloud windbreaker on a black background, you can simply give up all tasks. It is important to save your life. Wanokuni, Kaido on Onishima did the same. He laughed at first. Xuanwu of Xiaoji, can you kill Laozi? Ha 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 ha. Laozi is the strongest creature in the world, can you kill Laozi? After laughing, Kaido looked at the 3 disasters beside him. You guys, if you meet someone wearing a red cloud windbreaker with a black background, don't be a rival. Apart from Laozi, you are all going to die. Blazing Ember and Plague Quinn nodded in succession. Only Jack was thoughtful. Seeing this, Jin couldn't help but help his forehead. Their little brother really has some problems with their brains. No doubt, if Jack encounters it, he will definitely go up first. ... Red Hair Pirates. The atmosphere of the banquet suddenly fell silent. The red hair looked at the news on the paper, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Red cloud windbreaker with black background, is Xiaoji Xuanwu. It's really powerful. Advertisement. At the same time. The red hair couldn't help but look at the sacred golden list above the sky. Xiao is already so strong. But he was only third. On top of that, there is a second place, and a first place. How strong are the forces of the second and first places? Redhead is a bit unimaginable. On the Moby Dick. The atmosphere is also thoughtfully silent. Marco looked at the crowd with a serious face. In the future, if you meet someone wearing a red cloud windbreaker on a black background, run away as soon as possible. Do you understand? All the crew members nodded. But at this moment, Whitebeard looked at the golden list in the sky in a trance. It's not just this Akatsuki who should be worried. Hearing this, Marco turned his head in surprise. Joes and others also raised their heads, and their expressions were a little dull. Because, right under their gaze, the sacred golden list seems to be about to release the second place in the power list. The whole sea is now aware of this. Akatsuki, the third in the power list, is already so heaven-defying. So what is the second place in the power list? Percent. 18. The second place in the power list, Jingling Court, leader, Chu Xia. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just as the whole sea had just slowed down the news of Garp's defeat. The sacred gold list of that day, released again. The eyes of countless powerhouses shrank, and they didn't even dare to take a breath. Everyone was watching intently. Xiaodu had already proved their power in the first battle. Although that is only the tip of the iceberg of Akatsuki's strength. But according to speculation, one of them, who was not a regular member of the leader, had already defeated Garp. This Akatsuki is definitely strong. As ranked by the golden list, it is not impossible to surpass the official government of the world. And now, they look forward to it and want to know. That power beyond Akatsuki, what kind of existence would it be? In the spotlight, the golden list in the sky trembled. The trembling sound seemed to sound in everyone's heart and mind. Next, several golden characters are formed. Second place in the power list. Jingling Court, leader, Chu Xia. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. A supremely sharp knife, 2 Logia devil fruits, and 2 Eudemon's devil fruits. Close black lens bracket. Almost the instant this second place was released. Everyone accepted the message. They didn't even look at the reward. Everyone in the entire world focused their attention on that name. Second place in the power list. Jingling, leader Chu Xia. Sengoku muttered the news, and the whole person was stunned on the spot. Advertisement. Not far from naval headquarters, a warship was speeding. Garp remains in a coma and is being cared for by the team's ship doctor. Aokiji and Kizaru, the two admirals standing on the plywood, were also looking at the golden list above the sky. And when the two saw the second place on the power list, the two of them looked at me in an instant, and I looked at you, stunned. Why is it still that Chu Xia? Who is this Chu Xia? Kizaru asked in shock. And this Jingling Court, why is it another force we haven't heard of? Aokiji listened to Kizaru's words, but couldn't give any explanation. It is really. This second place, and the third place Akatsuki, were equally shocking when they were released. This is a little too shocking. Moreover, this Jingling Court is also a force they have never heard of. Like Akatsuki, he has never even appeared on the ocean. Moreover, the leaders of these two forces turned out to be the same person. The two stood on the warship, stunned for a long time. And countless people on the sea saw that the second place in the power list was Jingling Court, and almost everyone was stunned. But when they saw that the leader was still Chu Xia, shocking horror rose from all over the world. Countless people looked at each other in dismay, unable to accept what they saw. Chu Xia, who holds the third position on the power list, is already shocking. After all, Chu Xia is not any of the powerful men who have become famous in the sea. But now, Chu Xia is not only Akatsuki's leader. Advertisement. He is also the leader of the second Jingling Court in the power list. In an instant, everyone became curious about Chu Xia's identity. Such a person, sitting on the existence of two superpowers, they have never heard of it. Holy Land Mariajoy. The five elders looked at the second forces released on the gold list and looked at each other in dismay. Everyone, has anyone heard of Jingling and the Chu Xia? The goatee old man asked. He is in charge of history in the five elders. He has almost heard of all the major forces that have appeared in history. But no matter what he thought, he had never heard of the two forces, Xiao and Jingling. The others shook their heads one after another. They are the five elders, the clear masterminds of the world's government. Even the 100-year blank history of the establishment of the world's main government, the five people are all aware of it. But, they had never heard of this Xiao and Jingling. Not to mention Chu Xia. The goatee old man looked at the blonde five elders and asked. Any news from East Blue? The blonde five elders nodded. There are some villagers who escaped from Kokoja Island on Marine's side, and our people asked around. The mysterious powerhouse who shot was probably called Nami. Nami. The others frowned. Several people took over Nami's information, and their brows became more and more frowning. So clean, no doubt about it. Advertisement. Apart from. One of the five elders asked. Disappeared 5 years ago. The blonde old man returned in a deep voice. Yes, this is also suspicious. This time, he appears to be dressed in white clothes, with a long knife, and his freezing ability is comparable to that of Aokiji. Listening to the words of the blonde five elders, several people could not see the essence of this matter more and more. As if everything exists in the fog. During the conversation among the five, one of them suddenly spoke. Everyone, you say, will this Xiaohe Jingling Court be the forces of 800 years ago? As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Many five elders, you look at me, I look at you, all dare not say more. The old man with the mustache showed a look of astonishment in his eyes. If that's the case, this is not something we can handle. Several people nodded. After all, there is an IM on their heads. If this matter really reaches that level, it's really not their turn to think about it. And deep among the flowers, chewing on the names of Jingling and Chu Xia. I am also lost in thought. 6%. 19. Kizaru asking for a raise. Marine Admiral is so dangerous. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jingling Court was announced as the second in the power list. The whole sea was set off by another round of shock. But, Akatsuki, who is third in the power list, still can't figure it out. This seemingly more mysterious Jingling Court, they have no clue. Within naval headquarters. 3 days later, Garp woke up Yo-Yo. Sengoku and the others surrounded Garp with concern in their eyes. Garp forced a smile. Hiroka, who received a Kin's all-out blow, almost shattered the entire rib on Garp's chest. There are more fractures on the body. If it weren't for his super physical fitness, Garp would have died a long time ago. But while lying on the hospital bed, Garp looked at Sengoku with a wicked smile on his lips. Seeing Garp's wicked smile, Sengoku instantly became annoyed. This old guy, what kind of calculation he was playing was directly seen by Sengoku. Nothing more than the serious injury of Garp. At least have to rest for a month. As a result, Garp won't be able to keep up with the upcoming summit war. Garp doesn't have to face the difficult choice of saving his grandson or sticking to justice. Thinking of this, Sengoku gasped. Did you think it would only be the execution of Ace in the fight against the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku's voice was full of solemnity. Advertisement. The crane on the side also sank. Garp, no matter what, Marine can't live without you. We have also seen the strength of that Akatsuki. Even you were defeated by that Xuanwu. If Xiaojun has any thoughts about this sea, then we Marines must be on the alert. Your combat power is absolutely indispensable. Hearing Crane's words, Garp frowned. He also realized the seriousness of the matter. Right now, it's not just about the execution of Ace, but against the Whitebeard pirates. According to Akatsuki's style, he beat him with a high profile just after he was born. So will Akatsuki be absent from the next summit war? Sengoku also thought about these things, and his eyebrows were full of sadness. Original. Take on the Whitebeard pirates, a big battle Marine can control. But now, the more Sengoku felt, the more and more the battle to the top would soon be out of his control. Even if the world's official government intervenes in person, it will send strong men to stabilize the situation. But even then, Sengoku can't guarantee where the war will go. Marine, almost pushed to the cusp, the center of the storm. Thinking of this, Garp nodded helplessly. He thought he could rest for a long time with this serious injury. But now it seems that his little abacus is probably in vain. You take a good rest and recover as soon as possible. He and I will leave first. Garp nodded and smiled. You two don't have to worry about me, I'm worried about you old guy Sengoku. Don't let me recover yet, you'll be mad at the group of disobedient boys under your command. Thinking of Akainu and the others who were disobedient to discipline, Garp couldn't hold back again. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Amid Garp's laughter, Sengoku left with a gloomy face and Suru returned to the marshal's office. Sengoku looked at the three admiral, lost in thought. Aokiji, I remember you said that among Akatsuki's people, the person who froze Kokoja Island was not Akatsuki, but he knew him. Aokiji nodded. That man did say so. Hearing the sound, Sengoku fell into deep thought. He couldn't help turning his head and looked at the sacred golden list. Look at the two forces of Jingling and Xiao. Sengoku was lost in thought. What are they related to? And the mysterious ice and snow powerhouse. This sea is surging. While Sengoku pondered, Kizaru took a sip of tea and pouted. Your Excellency Marshal, I think I have to give me a raise. This is just Akatsuki, who is third in the power list, and Jingling, who is second. In case that first place also appears in the sea. My danger to Marine Admiral is skyrocketing. When Garp faced Na Xiao's people, he was directly beaten and seriously injured. If he was right, wouldn't he explain directly there? Kizaru thought about this and looked at Sengoku's face with determination. As if Sengoku didn't give him a raise, he could quit today. And Sengoku listened to Kizaru's words, and almost lost a mouthful of old blood. Sengoku slapped the table. Kizaru, is this the time to discuss this? He almost didn't get mad at Kizaru's words. Advertisement. Aokiji and Akainu's faces were also a little embarrassed. They are ashamed to be Marine Admiral with this Kizaru. So embarrassing. But, it's not that everyone didn't catch useful information from Kizaru's words. That is, third on the power list, Xiao. The second place on the power list is Jingling Court. So, what about the more terrifying power list? Akatsuki's people are already so terrifying. So what kind of existence does the power that wants to be number one exist? Everyone, you look at me, and I look at you, all realize this problem. Previously, perhaps they had no intention of ignoring. Or they deliberately don't think about it themselves. But now, the first exposure of the power list is imminent. They had to think about it. At the same time, almost all the people in the sea raised their heads at the same time. For that most mysterious and most powerful force list first. They are both curious and a little scared. I hope to know soon, and I am afraid to know. With this complicated mood, everyone looked at the sacred golden list without blinking. 20. Mutation. The Kendo list was announced first, and everyone was eager to try it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Under the gaze of countless people across the sea. The golden list rumbled. Many people looked forward to it. After waiting for 3 days, the Jinbang finally began to mutate again. This is not meant. Then they are most looking forward to the first power list, to be released. Everyone wants to see it. Can surpass the world's official government, can surpass Akatsuki and Jingling Court. Therefore, what kind of terrifying existence is the force that wants to be the first? But, there are also many strong ones. There was hesitation in their eyes. Knowing the mysterious first force, this is probably not a good thing for them. But they are still very curious about what the first force is. Just under everyone's nervous anticipation. Jinbang banged. Almost all the people in the whole sea have golden eyes. Coming. However, a shocking scene appeared. The 9 names on the power list that were originally on the sacred golden list suddenly became lighter. Subsequently, the vacant first position moved to the side with the power list. Next moment, in the middle of the sacred gold list, 3 words slowly emerged. Kendo list. Seeing this scene, the whole sea was in an uproar. Advertisement. Countless people were uproarious. They looked at the fact that the number 1 power list had not been released. A new Kendo list appeared, as if it were about to be released. Everyone was stunned. Hey, What's going on? Who can explain to me why the first place in the power list is not released? The second and third are released, why is the first not released? Yeah, what the hell is going on here? I waited for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, and the dark circles under my eyes are almost bigger than my eyes, but now it's not released. Who is playing? The whole sea was buzzing. Everyone was very surprised by Jinbang's move. But there are some people. They were a little nervous about the release of the first place on the power list. They were both excited and a little scared. Now that the first place in the power list has not been released for the time being, everyone is relieved. Naval headquarters, in the marshal's office. Sengoku and the others, with their eyes blazing, stared intently at the sacred golden list, waiting for the first place to be released. But now the golden list has come out like this. Kizaru stepped back and sat back on the sofa. He pouted. What? Is it appetizing? Why isn't the first in the power list released? Don't look at what Kizaru said. There was a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Who can know, just now, if he really learned about the world's #1 force? What terrifying pressure will hang over them? Advertisement. It's like, Kizaru used to be the Marine Admiral, standing on top of the entire sea. But now someone is telling you. Marine Admiral is just average, in this sea, it is also in the middle. Who can bear this? Kizaru's strength, which he had spent half his life developing, was directly knocked down, and no one could accept it. And not just Kizaru. Almost the whole sea is a little lingering. Who knows? If the first place in the power list is really announced, how many people can bear it? Dressrosa, on the Highlands of Kings. Doflamingo stopped shaking and sat back on the throne. As if relieved, he breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of Dover's mouth twitched, and his cynical smile returned. And there are some people. They seem to have guessed the intention of the Jinbang not to directly announce the first place in the power list. This may be Jinbang in order to maintain the stability of the entire sea today. After all, in their eyes, the world government was the first force in the sea. But now Jinglingting and Xiao are above the world's official government. Although Jinglingting has yet to prove himself, Akatsuki's action has already been told to the world. Jinbang absolutely did not lie to everyone. The horror of Xiao and Jinglingting is absolutely unimaginable for everyone. After a long delay, many people turned their attention to the newly appeared Kendo ranking. As if they had forgotten the tension just now. Moby Dick. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates breathed a sigh of relief. The first place on the power list has not yet been announced. When they saw this result, there was a sense of relief in their hearts. Advertisement. It's weird, but it's true. Even Whitebeard's tense and dignified eyes were relieved, as if relieved. At this time, Joes looked at the upcoming Kendo list, and his eyes gradually brightened. Everyone, the Kendo list is released, do you think Beasta will be on this? Hearing Jaws's words, everyone raised their eyebrows. Beasta and Little Oz are now missing, and they can't get in touch at all. Even the guidance of the life card disappeared completely. Although the life card is still intact, there is no sign of burning. This is a high probability that the two have not had an accident. But first there is Xiao, and then Jinglingting appears in the eyes of the world. Who can be sure that this life card is really useful now? When the other captains heard it, their eyes could not help but light up. Even the dead fish eye Marco was a little excited. With Beasta's strength and Kendo. Not to mention the top 5. But in the top 10, Beasta has absolutely no problem. And this ranking has been shown to everyone before. Leaderboards don't rank dead beings. The fact that the Rocks and Roger pirates are not on the list is the most important proof. Therefore, if Beasta is still alive, he will definitely be able to enter the Kendo list. As long as they can be sure that Beasta is still alive, they can rest assured. Everyone's eyes were full of hope, and they raised their heads slightly. 7%. 21. 10th on the Kendo list, Dover laughed and mocked. Luo can also be on the Kendo list. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Feeling that the Kendo list is about to be released. Countless strong men on the sea are eager to try. And the one that is recognized by almost everyone is also the one that everyone thinks is most likely to win the first place. That's Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mahawk. And Hawkeye himself. He is drinking red wine lightly in his noble castle. Watching the Kendo list is about to be released. Rao's eagle eye is a little excited. But what excites him is not that he can be on the Kendo list, and he may be rewarded by the gold list. It is not because he is the world's largest swordsman, but a favorable competitor for the first place in the Kendo list. Instead, Hawkeye hopes that there will be a strong swordsman above him. Although standing in the position of the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye has never been proud. On the contrary, he has been humbly moving forward. Take one step at a time on Kendo, and study Kendo down to earth. And after so many years, since he became the world's largest swordsman, in the entire sea, there is almost no one who can simply beat him in Kendo. So after so many years, Hawkeye didn't know how lonely it was. So much so that his swordsmanship was almost stagnant. It's getting harder and harder to get stronger. Now the Kendo list is released. Hawkeye especially wanted to know, and at the same time, he also expected to have a stronger Kendo than himself. That way he can challenge. In this way, you can sharpen your kendo faster and become stronger. Thinking of this, Hawkeye's eyes could not help but be filled with interest. Perona floated in midair, screaming constantly. Advertisement. Hey, why aren't you excited at all? The kendo list, you are almost number 1, right? How rich the rewards will be, don't you look forward to it? Perona said, looking at Hawkeye with a calm face and couldn't help but help her forehead. Does this thing have a what head? At this time, in naval headquarters. One was wearing a pink shirt and a pair of short hot pants. A pair of slender and straight long legs should be almost 2 meters long. The woman with the cloak of justice behind her looked at the kendo list, and she couldn't help showing desire in her eyes. The ugly-looking plus key flattered. Gion, this kendo list is released. Even if there are only 10 places, you will definitely be ranked. Even I don't think it's a problem to enter the top 5 with your swordsmanship. These 2 are Marines 2 Admiral alternates. The woman is, of course, Momosuke. The ugly, flattering person is the T-Dolphin. He has admired Momosuke for a long time, although he has failed to confess 100 times. But Kaido didn't get discouraged and stayed by Momosuke's side all day. Momosuke shook his head slightly when he heard the words of the Count. There are countless powerful swordsmen in this sea. If I can be in the top 10, then I'm pretty content. After saying that, the figure of the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye, appeared in Momosuke's eyes. The direction she has been working towards is Hawkeye. This is not unusual. Now this whole sea, except for those old guys. Almost all the new generation of swordsmen take Eagle Eye as the goal of their efforts. Momosuke is no exception. She is looking forward to it. As the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye will rank. Advertisement. Floating island. A man who exuded contempt for the world stood indifferently. The long blonde hair and the rudder on his head showed his identity. One of the 3 legendary pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki. In fact, he has been standing here for a long time. Since the release of the gold list, he has been standing here, waiting for the name of his Flying Sky Pirates to appear on the power list. But, Golden Lion waited until the end, but couldn't wait for the name of his Flying Sky Pirates to appear on it. This almost went wrong with Golden Lion's mentality. However, now that he saw the release of the kendo list, he still slowed down a bit. Because of the kendo list, he is bound to win. Although he has no legs now, he replaced his legs with 2 swords, causing his kendo to drop significantly. However, the Golden Lion is still a great swordsman. He is very confident and thinks that he will definitely be on the kendo list. Golden Lion laughed. Jia ha ha ha, staring at the sacred gold list without blinking. Shortly after, the golden list seems to be finished. Just like when the power list was released. The kendo list trembled slightly, and the first name began to appear on it. The 10th of the kendo list. Kora Falgaro, Zanpakuto, Shinso. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. 10 years of kendo insight. Close black lens bracket. Watching Luo's name appear 10th on the kendo list. Almost everyone in the whole world was stunned. The most surprising of them all. It was Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family. Torapal and the others looked at Luo's name with suspicion in their eyes. Are they right? That Luo, actually ranked 10th on the kendo list. Maybe others are not familiar with it. Advertisement. But the members of the Don Quixote family were very familiar with Luo. Isn't this the kid Rocinante tried so hard to protect? In the end, Rocinante also died because of this. He also foolishly fed Luo the op-op fruit. Although Luo is now well known in the ocean, he is one of the pirate supernovas. However, this Luo can be ranked 10th in the kendo list. Are you kidding me? Everyone's eyes were filled with suspicion. Even more so was Dover, who sat on the throne. He frowned at first, then the corners of his mouth cracked, and then he laughed. Luo, he can also be on the kendo list. Fu. It's really funny to me, Jinbang is really confused, anyone can be on the kendo ranking. Fu. Doflamingo was merciless, laughing and sneering. Because in his eyes, Luo is a weak chicken who can no longer be weak. If Luo can be on the kendo list, then he can rank first without a sword. Listen to Dover's sarcasm. Torapal and the others also smiled. They agreed with Dover. Luo, what? Did Jin Bang make a mistake? 22. The 13th Division of the Guardian, the captain of the 3rd Division, Luo can come on. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Among Haweko Mundo. A Luo dressed in white Captain Yori with a 3 sign behind him walked out slowly. He's done training. He came back from Haweko Mundo, and now his strength has improved again. Luo looked up at his name on the kendo list and couldn't help but smile. It seems that I still need to work hard, is it only 10th in the kendo list? But Luo didn't care and stepped forward. This is not the most important purpose of his going out this time. Jinbang or something, he doesn't care. Hatred flashed in Luo's eyes. Rocinante, I have come to avenge you. Luo just took a few steps forward when someone stopped him. A buggy, dressed in the same white Captain Howry, with a captain's hat and a red nose on the tip of his nose, looked at Luo and asked. Luo, do you know where that guy went? Luo frowned, not feeling good about this buggy. Red nose, didn't your lord let you look at that guy? How? After the restriction was lifted, the guy ran away, didn't you see it? Buggy was caught off guard by Luo. Looking at Buggy's appearance, Luo's mouth twitched. It seems that I was right. Go out and find that lunatic. If there is any big trouble, the adults will not spare you. Hearing Luo's words, Buggy was about to cry. Luo, if you get news about that lunatic, you must tell me. I'm going out to find him first. After all, Buggy walked faster than Luo. Advertisement. He really didn't know, if he didn't watch for a while, what horrible things the madman who inherited the Kenpachi template was going to do. If you go to the Holy Land Mariajoy, you will be finished. Seeing the figure of Buggy leaving in a hurry, Luo didn't panic. Carrying Zanpakuto around his waist, Luo got out of Hueco Mundo and walked towards Dressrosa step by step. And at the moment Dressrosa, Dover was completely unaware of the impending catastrophe. He was still laughing, mocking how Luo qualified for the Kendo ranking. At the same time, almost the entire sea was stunned. Inside naval headquarters, Sengoku, Akainu and the others frowned when they saw the names on the Kendo list. Luo. They seemed to have heard this name. But this Luo should just be a pirate supernova. Also analyzed by Sengoku et al. If you want to be on this Kendo list, you must at least be a great swordsman. Under the great swordsman, there is no possibility of being on this Kendo list at all. Because there are many famous Kendo experts in the sea nowadays. Not to mention a few old guys. For example Pluton Rayleigh. He is also a strong man known for his swordsmanship. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to get on the Kendo list with only 10 places. But why did Luo's name appear there? The messenger sent Luo's information. Sengoku took it, frowning and watching. Advertisement. However, when he saw that the Heart Pirates disappeared 3 years ago, Sengoku's eyes narrowed suddenly. He keenly captured an important message. Luo, 3 years ago, disappeared. The Heart Pirates completely disappeared into the sea, and so far there is no trace. Akainu and others also have information about Luo in their hands. But they didn't see why. Everyone looked at Sengoku, a little puzzled. Why did Sengoku show this expression again? And this time? Sengoku muttered. The information given to me by the 5 elders, the strong man who froze Kokoja Island should be named Nami. And this Nami, 5 years ago, disappeared above the sea. When everyone heard the words, they looked again at Luo's information in front of them. Subsequently, the 3 froze in place. They also all saw the piece of information that Rona disappeared 3 years ago. When they connect the 2 lines together, Kizaru's face became visibly bitter. He knew that things were in trouble. This Luo's identity is probably not ordinary. It is likely to be linked to Xiao or Jingling. Sengoku stood there frowning in thought. He suddenly raised his eyebrows, thinking of his dead adopted son, Rocinante. Sengoku's heart moved. Luo seems to be the child that Rocinante saved back then. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sengoku called the courier. Let Momoshiki and Shadow go out to sea now and go to Dressrosa. Remember, just watch from the edge and stay out of anything that happens on Dressrosa. Sengoku reiterated it twice before the courier was let go by him. On the other hand, Akainu, Suru and the others were completely at a loss. Sengoku, what is this with? Feeling everyone's gaze, Sengoku murmured. This Luo is likely to seek revenge on Doflamingo. Let Momoshiki and Shadow go, we can get first-hand information. Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone is still a little confused. Kizaru changed the subject. Hey, I don't know if you noticed. What is that Zanpakuto? Kizaru said this, and Aokiji and the others all shook their heads. Akainu doesn't care. Maybe it's the saber he used, nothing to worry about. At the same time, the whole sea was also full of disdain for Luo. Because they don't know the little guy, Luo, at all. Luo, who was dressed as the captain of the 3rd Division, Haori, had already stepped on Dressrosa. 8%. 23. Dover was shocked and slapped his face. Why is Luo so strong? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Walking on Dressrosa's port, Luo looked at everything around him and couldn't help but miss it. Rocinante took him and escaped from here. In the end, Rocinante fed him the op-op fruit, only to be brutally killed by Doflamingo. This hatred once supported Luo to live. And now, it's time for his revenge. Luo walked forward step by step. Some of the Don Quixote family officials didn't care when they saw it. After all, not everyone knows Luo. It's just that they looked at Luo's strange clothes and the unique temperament on him. At the moment on the high ground of the king, Doflamingo was still laughing and mocking Luo. He was 10,000 dissatisfied with Luo Neng being on the list. Speaking of Luo, it is still uncertain whether there is Diamante next to him. Although Diamante's strength is mostly in the fruit ability. However, he is also a swordsman. In Doflamingo's eyes, Diamante is many times stronger than Luo. The high ground of Wangji was filled with laughter from a group of senior cadres. Hearing the harsh sarcasm, Luo was not angry. He stepped into the air step by step and walked to the king's heights. Seeing a white shadow coming from afar, Dover frowned. Who? Hearing Dover's vigilant words, the cadres around him also looked up. Pika's distinctive high-pitched voice sounded. Who asked you to come up? Do you understand the rules? Get out of here quickly. Pika said, taking 2 steps forward with her feet. The guards around here are managed by him. Advertisement. Now there's an unruly guy breaking in. Although Dover has a good relationship with him, he will not reprimand him for this trivial matter. However, Pika was still reluctant to make such a low-level work blunder. However, the rash boy in the family he mentioned did not stop because of his words, and continued to move forward in a flat manner. He didn't even say anything about his words. Just ignore it. Watch this scene. Everyone was a little interested. Sha Tang took 2 steps forward with his fruit basket in his arms, and walked towards Luo with a smile. But before he could take 2 steps, Dover stopped him. And, Dover stood up and said solemnly, "Why did your excellency come to my Don Quixote family? What are you doing?" Hearing Dover's softened voice, Torpal and the others were a little surprised. When did Dover have such a good face with a rude fellow? However, they thought so. Doflamingo's heart was full of vigilance. Because his observation haki is already fully open. But Dover couldn't feel the strength of the figure in white in front of him. There is only one explanation for this situation. That is, what kind of special demon fruit power is the figure in white in front of him? Or, observation haki is way ahead of him. That's why he didn't feel the slightest strength. This made Dover nervous. But when the man walked in slowly, everyone was stunned. Dover froze in place first, his eyes widening under his sunglasses. Pika and the others were also very surprised. Advertisement. Looking at the man's face, they were all a little surprised. After a moment, several people laughed. Pika's sharp voice resounded. Who am I talking about? So it's you, stinking bastard. You dare to break into the hinterland of my Don Quixote family, you are afraid that you want to die. Return 10th on the Kendo list. Today, I will take a look at Pika, whether your 10th in the Kendo list is worthy of the name. Pika said. Without hesitation, she rushed out. One of his right fists is covered in thick armament haki. Pika's speed was very fast, and it didn't take a while to come to Luo's front. The fist whistled towards Luo. Dover, who watched this scene, also felt relieved. Who did he think he was? It was that kid Luo. If it was someone else, Dover was still nervous. But Roma, you don't have to. After all, Luo was just a stinky brat in his eyes. Pika can be easily resolved. As for why observation haki couldn't detect Luo's strength, that must also be because of Luo's op fruit. Op fruit is mysterious and involves some space power. It is not unusual for Dover to be able to do this. Then, everyone in the Don Quixote family sneered as Pika shot. Seeing that Pika was about to deal with Luo with one punch. Advertisement. And Dover made a decision in his heart. Before, he wanted Luo to go to the sea to experience training so as to improve his strength. After all, Luo couldn't use the true ability of op fruit before, so he couldn't perform surgery on him. But now, Dover has changed his mind. He wants to imprison Luo. Throw Luo into the arena to train every day and quickly improve his strength. Dover sneered, as if he had foreseen Luo's fall. But, in the eyes of everyone, Luo was still walking forward in a calm manner. As for Pika's punch, Luo didn't resist at all, and didn't even look directly at Pika. The long knife around his waist was lightly unsheathed. Gently chop off at Pika. Do it all. Luo's footsteps were not disturbed in the slightest, and he still walked lightly towards Dover and the others. And Pika. His figure maintained the trend of impact and hit the ground directly. But, just when Pika hit the ground, his whole body suddenly burst into blood. Pika's figure was cut in two, and the one who had already died could no longer die. The whole place fell silent. 24. All the members of the Don Quixote family who were killed in seconds, all the cadres were wiped out. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Look at the scene in front of you. Everyone in the Don Quixote family was stunned. Even Dover's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could Pika be killed instantly when facing Luo? How can that be? Doflamingo just thought what he saw was fake. I felt more like my face was being slapped. He was still joking just now. How could Luo possibly be ranked 10th in the Kendo list? This is simply a fantasy. But the scene in front of him kept impacting Dover's cognition. Keep telling him, Luo, that stinky boy he could bully at will in the past. It's completely different now. Pika as a senior cadre of the Don Quixote family. His strength is comparable to that of the General Headquarters Vice Admiral. Even if Dover wanted to solve Pika, it wasn't something that could be done in an instant. At least a few tricks. But what did he see in front of him? Pika was in front of Luo. Even if Devil Fruit's ability could not be used, it was directly cut into two pieces by Luo, and he couldn't die any longer. Dover was horrified. But now was not the time for him to be shocked. Pika, his brother-in-law, is dead. Pika, who he regarded as a writer, was killed by Luo. Boom. On the King's Heights, Dover's face was gloomy, and powerful conquerors' haki erupted around him. Advertisement. Dover's conquerors crashed towards Luo with a bang. His face was even more gloomy. Trafalgar, Luo. Dover spoke almost word for word. Anyone who knows him knows it. Dover was really angry. Don't look at him still standing calmly in place, not rushing out directly. But Dover was furious at the moment. Even Conqueror's haki was a little out of control and released towards the surrounding family members. Torapal hurriedly shielded the sugar behind him. It would be over if Sugar was stunned by Dover. The order of the entire Dressrosa is maintained by Sugar's childlike fruit ability. Without her to turn those who are disobedient or resisting into toys. Dressrosa is not as stable as it is now. But, right in this raging Conqueror's haki in Dover, there was one person who was completely unaffected and still walked forward lightly. It is Luo. His white Captain Howry was blown up and kept flying. Dover's furious Conqueror's haki continued for a moment, then dissipated. Because he saw it too. Luo is not at all affected by his Conqueror's haki. Dover is not a fool, and naturally he will not continue to use Conquerors to deal with Luo. But, just when Dover took back Conquerors, Luo's mouth twitched. Doflamingo, a formal introduction. Trafalgar, Luo. Advertisement. The 13th Division of the Guardian, the captain of the 3rd Division. With Luo's voice falling on its body, a powerful Reiatsu of the vast captain level suddenly erupted. Luo did not hesitate. He didn't care about Dressrosa's stability. His only purpose here is to kill Doflamingo. Next moment. Rona's vastness Reiatsu suddenly swept down. The sugar that was protected by Torapal was also unavoidable. Sugar couldn't bear this powerful Reiatsu, and he closed his eyes and fainted. Torapal's face changed. Granulated sugar. At the same time. Dressrosa everywhere. All the people who were turned into toys by sugar were all turned back into human form. Those who had forgotten their relatives and friends also rang them in an instant. After a while, the entire Dressrosa caused a sensation. Countless people were uproarious, wanting to come to the wise king they used to be. And the king's high ground. Dover, who felt this scene, had an ugly expression on his face. Luo, do you know what you are doing? Dover thought about Luo's self-introduction. But he had never heard of the 13th Division of the Gote. It is not Akatsuki, nor is it a person from Jingling Court. Then he doesn't need to worry at all. Luo looked at Dover and smiled lightly. Doflamingo, it looks like you're still unaware of your situation. Then I'll clear your mind. Advertisement. Luo said, raised Zanpakuto Shinso in his hand and aimed it at Diamante. Diamante watched Luo aim the tip of his knife at himself, and couldn't help but have doubts in his eyes. But he didn't wait for him to think about it. Luo's voice was full of indifference. Shoot him, Shinso. Brush. In an instant, the Shinso in Luo's hand stretched out rapidly, and stabbed Diamante abruptly. After Diamante just ironed his body and covered it with a layer of armament haki. Shinso suddenly came to him. Diamante's body was pierced, and the Shinso knife was bleeding, staring Diamante on the wall behind. Ah 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 ah. Diamante's screams sounded. When the voice fell, the whole person was dead. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. However, Luo did not give them time to think this time. For the two unknown liquids thrown by Torapal, Luo raised his palm and said with some disgust. The 4th of Hado, by Lei. The terrifying Reiatsu swept out, turned into a dazzling thunder, and hit Torapal. In this way, Luo was like chopping melons and vegetables, dealing with everyone in the Don Quixote family one by one. Even, Doflamingo didn't even have time to stop. In front of his eyes. Luo Shengsheng dealt with all the senior cadres beside him. Percent. 25. The arrogant Luo, don't give the 5 elders any face. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Doflamingo's face was extremely gloomy, and his whole person was approaching madness. He looked at Luo who was so inexplicably powerful, and couldn't understand in his heart. The identity of hunter and prey is reversed. In particular, he is still a proud hunter in the past. This made the arrogant Dover almost unbearable. Feeling the blood of the family members around him, Dover was almost on the verge of madness. And Luo ruthlessly carried out the killing. For this group of people, he is not soft at all. Doflamingo and Don Quixote family, there has been a lot of harm done to the sea over the years. The name of the underground world, Joker, is the best proof. Doflamingo does not do the world any good. Instead, it's a moth. Marine fears Dover's identity. The world official thinks he is still useful. But Luo K will not be soft-hearted. Doflamingo, both for him. Or for that existence, it is of no use. So, Doflamingo must die here today. No one can save him. Uranus Lousy can't even come. With strong confidence, Luo stood less than half a meter from Dover. The two looked at each other like that. The expression on Dover's face also disappeared completely, replaced by an icy coldness. His brows are getting tighter and tighter, and the whole person is on the verge of eruption. Luo looked at Dover and chuckled. In those days, when Mr. Rocinante was mercilessly killed by your big brother, how desperate he would be. Doflamingo, today, I want to give you a good taste of this despair. Advertisement. Use all your means. Hearing that Rona looked down on him completely, Dover was about to explode with anger. Feel the riots throughout Dressrosa. Dover's heart was even more gloomy. Today, he not only lost all his family, it even lost his status as King Dressrosa. Even if Sugar wakes up, Dover turns the disobedient people into toys. But that's simply not possible. Once the events of today are exposed, he Doflamingo, and even loses his place in the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government will not give him all the convenience anymore. In addition, he lost Dressrosa, and he no longer provided Kaido with the ability to create an artificial devil fruit. After all, he was almost in a desperate situation. He looked at Luo, and the whole person was approaching madness. Fu. Luo, do you think you are strong? Then today, let's be buried here together. Dover said, but Luo was not nervous at all. Instead, he looked at Dover with a smile. That expression, like a hunter playing with his prey. Dover felt even more depressed. But he didn't hesitate. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the line clone that had been prepared in advance suddenly appeared. The line clone quickly split and hit the sky. Within a quarter of an hour, the entire Dressrosa was shrouded in a huge birdcage. Even, once Doflamingo shot, he didn't plan to let all the civilians go. Birdcage shrinks rapidly. Advertisement. In a short period of time, it is unknown how many innocent civilians have died as a result. Not far from Dressrosa, on a large warship, Momoshiki and Chato stand on the plywood. After getting news from Sengoku, they rushed to New World several times. As soon as I got here, I saw the birdcage shrinking rapidly over Dressrosa. T-Dolphin hurriedly took out the phone bug and dialed Sengoku. Inside the marshal's office at Naval Headquarters. Sengoku listened to the message sent back over there, his face turned ugly. Akainu's face was gloomy, and he punched the coffee table in front of him. The 7 warlords of the sea system shouldn't exist. Doflamingo. Akainu spoke word by word. He can't wait to rush now and smash Doflamingo to ashes. Suru and Aokiji listened, but they were thinking about how to rescue the civilians. Sengoku looked at Kizaru who was fishing by the side. This made Kizaru's heart tighten, and his face was a little unnatural. No, is it alive again? Why do some old people look at me? Kizaru wanted to cry but had no tears, and his heart kept beating. But before Sengoku spoke, over there, the very shocking words of the T-Dolphin came slowly. Battle. Marshal Sengoku. Then, that birdcage was transferred to the sea. Rao as a T-Dolphin is an admiral candidate. But looking at the scene in front of him now, he couldn't keep his composure at all. Momoshiki was also wide-eyed, his eyes filled with disbelief. In front of the 2. Advertisement. The huge birdcage that originally enveloped Dressrosa. In just a moment, it flew to the distant sea. The gigantic birdcage crashed down and even caused a small tsunami. Everyone in the marshal's office listened to the words of the T-Dolphin. Also, one by one, they all froze in place. Doflamingo's birdcage, they've heard of it. But, birdcage turned out to be transferred. How can that be? That is a terrifying ability that can cover a large island. And the king's high ground. Dover looked at birdcage disappearing above his head, and the whole person was also affected by an unparalleled impact. As soon as birdcage opened, it was impossible for him to force his way out. But now, Doflamingo panicked. He quickly took out the special phone bug that communicated with the 5 elders and made an emergency call. The voice of the 5 elders was soon heard over there. They are discussing the matter of Jingling Court. But Dover made a phone call that directly interrupted their discussion. On the King's Heights, Luo Fei did not stop Dover from making a call. Instead, he opened his mouth at this time. Are the 5 elders? Doflamingo, who will die in Dressrosa today, no one can save him. Percent. 26. The 5 elders shook, the 13th division of the Guardian, guarding the Jingling Court. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Listen to Rona's arrogant voice. Either Dover, or the 5 elders from Mariajoy. Both sides were stunned. Are the 5 elders? Doflamingo, who will die in Dressrosa today, no one can save him. These 2 words echoed in the air, making the air silent. And the world is in the palace. 5 elders, you look at me, I look at you. The bald-headed 5 elders suddenly became violent. Arrogant child, do you know what you're talking about? Doflamingo is the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. By killing him, you are fighting against the world government. The whole sea, you will be wanted to death. The simple long sword in the hands of the bald-headed 5 elders kept stabbing, obviously very angry. King's Heights. Dover also changed his face. Rao is that he hates celestial dragons, hates the world's government. But he never dared to speak to the 5 elders like that. And, the whole sea. People who dare to talk to the 5 elders don't exist, do they? Even some outlaws talking to the 5 elders can't help but feel the pressure, right? But this Luo, he dared to provoke the 5 elders. Dover suddenly lost his temper. Luo dared to challenge the 5 elders, he was sure. Tomorrow, Luo's body will be floating somewhere in the sea. And there it is. The blonde 5 elders who were in charge of CP have ordered. Advertisement. Several CP-0s near Dressrosa have rushed over. The goal is not to save Doflamingo. Instead, kill this arrogant kid. Their 5 elders, the majesty of the world's government cannot be challenged. But, also at this time, on the phone bug in front of the five elders, the original Doflamingo's face changed. It turned into Luo's indifferent and calm face. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Trafalgar Law. The 13th Division of the Guardian, the captain of the 3rd Division. Today, Dover will die here, I said. If your world government wants to protect him, you can come and try. After Luo finished speaking, he quietly looked at the phone bug in Dover's hand. His mood was calm, and the calmness of Ichimaru Jin were vividly interpreted. Today, he is going to destroy everything in Doflamingo. Beat it hard in any field where Dover is confident. Only in this way, Dover will despair and realize the pain of Rocinante. And Luo's voice fell. Dover in front of him could not help frowning. This Luo actually introduced himself again. Guardian Division 13, Captain of Division 3. What is this? He hadn't heard of it at all. But, listening to Luo's words, the 5 elders over there were silent. The 5 of them are tall all the year round, and they are very sensitive to any actions of others. So, when Luo opened his mouth and said that he was the captain of the 3rd Division of the 13th Division of the Guardian. Advertisement. The 5 people keenly captured the important information. A 5 elders will call the worm Shizune. Then, the 5 of them took a deep breath. Guardian 13th Division. What is he saying? The bald 5 elders spoke angrily. He couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. However, the old man with the mustache suddenly spoke. The 13th Division of the Guardian, this is a force we have never heard of. And recently, there are 2 forces that we have never heard of, and they are also ranked in the top 3 of the power list. As soon as the old man with the mustache said these words, the audience fell silent again. The anger in the bald old man's heart completely dissipated. The 5 people thought about the seriousness of this matter at the same time. Guardian 13th Division. Jingling Court. I don't know who, murmured these words. The other people's eyes trembled at the same time. Knowing first, they showed the world the tip of the iceberg of their strength. And now, there is another strong man suspected of Jingling Court. Several people, you look at me, I look at you. I think we have to be careful about this. It doesn't matter whether this Guardian Division 13 has anything to do with Jingling or Xiao, but this Luo, don't provoke lightly. A Doflamingo, give up and give up. We can no longer provoke any great enemies for the world's official government. The 5 elders fell silent. The other people nodded in succession. Seconded. Even the bald old man put away his anger. Advertisement. Now is not the time for him to be angry. ... Afterwards, everyone turned on Shizune of the phone bug. The 5 elders said solemnly, I don't know what is the relationship between your excellency and Jingling Court. Hearing the voices of the 5 elders over there again, Dover felt a little relieved. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the content of the words of the 5 elders directly shocked Dover. After recalling Luo's strength, Dover suddenly trembled. His eyes also looked at Luo in disbelief, and he couldn't say a word. Hearing the voice of the 5 elders over there, Luo smiled slightly. As expected of the 5 elders. Hear Luo. The 5 elders were silent again. After a while, the sound came out again. We can drop Doflamingo at your disposal. Hearing this, Luo smiled and nodded, looking at Doflamingo with a playful look. And Dover. He was completely stunned in place. He listened to the 5 elders with disbelief. Yourself, was abandoned. Thinking of this, Dover's face turned blue and purple for a while. Doflamingo didn't recover until the 5 elders hung up the phone. 27. According to Sengoku's analysis, the mysterious powerhouse shot by Orange Village may not be Akatsuki at all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 5 elders here. After hanging up the phone bug, several people calmed down for a while. After telling IM the shocking news, the crowd called the phone bug to Sengoku. Poor. Here and the T-Dolphin are still in communication. But on the table, the 5 elders' communication phone worm rang. Sengoku frowned. Akainu and others were also a little surprised. At this time, what did the 5 elders call the worm? However, it should be accepted. Sengoku picks up the phone bug. Then, he heard a news that was about to shake the whole sea. What, Your Excellency 5 elders, you actually said that Luo who went to Dressrosa was from Jingling Court. Sengoku's tone was raised several degrees. The 3 of Akainu on the sofa were directly startled. Guardian 13th Division, the captain of the 3rd Division. Give up Doflamingo. Yes, I get it. Sengoku hung up the phone bug in frustration. Akainu 3 people and Suru Vice Admiral were already in a hurry. They looked at Sengoku with fiery eyes, waiting for Sengoku to speak. And Sengoku, after a long pause, he also calmed down slightly and was shocked. The message the 5 elders just got. Advertisement. Dressrosa, the strong man who is fighting Dover is from Jingling Court. He calls himself the captain of the 13th Division of the Guardian, the captain of the 3rd Division. Also, the 5 elders want us to drop Doflamingo and go to the end after the war. What? Hear Sengoku's words. Akainu froze in place. Even Aokiji and Kizaru, who had never cared much about the world's government, were full of horror. What did they hear? 5 elders compromised. And let Marine do the finishing touches after the war. This is not an ordinary compromise, it is almost flattering. But that's also their Marine's job. It's just that I didn't know about Dressrosa before. The darkness of Dressrosa is now discovered. If they don't care anymore. The word justice is really just a joke. But this time. Even more shocking. It was the news that Luo was identified as a strong man in Jingling Court. This is so shocking. And Sengoku also stood there, mumbling constantly. East Blue, Orange Village, Akatsuki, Jingling Court. Gradually, Sengoku's eyes lit up. He looked at the crane and slapped his thigh. I understand. Everyone was a little suspicious. How could Sengoku, who used to be calm and wise in the past, be so rude today? Everyone looked at Sengoku, and their eyes became more and more puzzled. Advertisement. And Sengoku said at this time. The one who shot on Kokoja Island, the strong man named Nami. He is not someone from Xiao at all, but the mysterious powerhouse of Jingling Court. Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone was slightly taken aback. Subsequently, the clues in the mind are connected together. Sengoku also continued to speak. This is also the Xuanwu of Xiaoji, why he said that the ice and snow powerhouse is not a person of Xiao, but he knows it. The leaders of Xiao and Jingling are both Chu Xia. The relationship between these two forces must be unusual. It's normal for their members to know each other. Sengoku said all the analysis in his mind at once. Subsequently, there was silence in the marshal's office. Kizaru swallowed deeply and said, Mr. Sengoku, as you say. Then Jingling and Xiao are a little too scary, right? Guardian 13th Division, 3rd Division Captain. Kizaru spoke halfway and couldn't speak any longer. Sengoku and others also understood what he meant. Akainu frowned tightly. Do you have 13 Admiral-level powerhouses, even surpassing the Admiral level, in the 13th Division of the Guardian? Akainu's voice fell. Kizaru and Aokiji's eyes became extremely horrified. Sengoku was also shocked. Look at the whole sea. How many powerhouses are standing at the Admiral level? Among the Marines, 3 are Admiral, Garp, and Sengoku. Above the sea, 4 Sea Emperors. Advertisement. Even their lieutenants, and the group of 7 warlords of the sea, have few true Admiral-level powerhouses. But, there are at least 13 Admiral-level powerhouses in a Jingling Court now. I got a big weed. Kizaru spread his hands and fell backwards. Mr. Sengoku, the old man wants to apply for retirement. Kizaru only feels now, the position of Marine Admiral is too dangerous. If one day let him meet a captain of the 13th Division of Gote. Then he is not going to explain this. Besides, what I just said. Still not counting Akatsuki. As the third force beyond the world's main government, Akatsuki, how many powerhouses are there? And these two forces are still owned by the mysterious Chu Xia. How terrifying the two add up. Kizaru felt like his brain had shut down. He couldn't think any longer. It's so terrifying. And Sengoku also looked complicated and didn't know what to say to comfort people. Just when the atmosphere was quiet. From Dressrosa, the surprised voice of the T-Dolphin came. Percent. 28. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. Doflamingo pinned to the King's Heights. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Next to Dressrosa. Following Sengoku's orders, Chibuta and Momosugi watched everything on the island closely. But this moment, the eyes of the two changed. Because, above Dressrosa. Especially on the high Wangji Heights, a white light resounded through the sky. And the two have extraordinary eyesight. It can already be seen that many buildings on the island seem to come alive. They turned into broad white lines, as if converging in the center. However, this is not the most shocking point for the two of them. It really shocked the two of them. It is above Dressrosa. There is a figure in a white robe. He was holding a short sword in his hand, and the short sword was aiming down at the moment, as if it was aiming at someone. The white-robed figure spoke calmly. Subsequently, that short sword quickly stretched out. In an instant, it turned into a white light and hit Dressrosa. Momosugi and Chigu only heard a roar. And Dressrosa on. Luo floated in the air, looking down at Doflamingo below like a god. Now, Dover didn't have any injuries though. But he has been pushed to the limit by Luo. Wearing a flamboyant pink feather coat. Dover covered his forehead with his right hand, looking up to the sky and laughing wildly. Foo 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 foo. Advertisement. Foo 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 foo. The official government of the world gave up on me. Do you think you can kill me at will? Luo, I'll show you the true power of my Doflamingo today. Dover's voice fell. A strange wave thought to spread around. The buildings turned into white lines in an instant. Those white lines converged beside Dover, and the power was overwhelming. However, Luo, who was watching this scene in midair, still looked calm. As Devil Fruit awakened, perhaps, Marine Admiral will have to work hard to get you. But, Luo did not finish his words. But his eyes suddenly sharpened. Doflamingo, take what you deserve. Rocinante's death, you must pay the price. Next moment, Luo faintly raised the short sword in his hand and aimed it at Doflamingo. Dover's heart was also tight. He knew that Luo in front of him was very strong. Strong as a monster. Therefore, Dover was not at all careless. The white lines beside him continued to converge, condensing his strongest blow. 16 Holy Murder Bullets God Punishment. Dover roared loudly, and pointed both hands to Luo Iji in the air. The world government abandoned him. Family members were broken up by Luo. He Doflamingo now, only the last fight. Dover used his own armament haki. Even Conqueror's haki stirred up and rolled away from the surroundings. Advertisement. If the Admiral of Headquarters was here, he might have to deal with Dover's blow with all his strength. But, facing him was Luo, who inherited the Ichimaru Jin template. Luo looked at Dover, his voice ultimate indifferent. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. Brush. A dazzling white light lifted off into the sky. All over the place. This moment, there is silence between heaven and earth. Everything seemed to stop in place. Dover's 16-shot slaughter stopped in midair. Dover's body also suddenly stopped in place. Even the entire Dressrosa Island was shaking. Subsequently, Dover bowed his head in amazement. I saw that his waist and abdomen were suddenly cut open. The 16 shots he used to kill the gods were frozen in midair. At this time, countless white lines were scattered, as if they were directly destroyed by someone. Doflamingo's body is broken in two. The last consciousness does not know what to think. And all the Marines watching the battle from afar were all staring. T-Dolphin and Momosuge looked at each other in shock. Inside the naval headquarters, the shocking voice of the T-Dolphin also sounded. Marshal Sengoku, Doflamingo just used his strongest blow. However, his strongest blow was directly destroyed by the figure in white. 7 warlords of the sea, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo. Should be dead by now. T-Dolphin said, swallowing his saliva. Advertisement. And in the marshal's office. The air was deadly silent. Sengoku's eyes widened. Even Akainu has a huge stature. How long has it been? All in all, it's less than half an hour, right? Half an hour to settle Doflamingo. Akainu is arrogant though. But he admits that he can't do it. Although he is completely sure to take Doflamingo. But even if he did his best, he couldn't take it down so quickly. Not to mention, to defeat and to kill, this is a matter of two concepts. To beat Dover, Kaido can do it with a mace. But that's because Dover fears Kaido. If the two fight to the death, with his devil fruit, Dover can also last for a while. There will never be a possibility of a spike. But that Luo. In the marshal's office, the atmosphere was extremely dignified. At this time, there was the somewhat frightened voice of the T-Dolphin again. Marshal Sengoku, the figure in white, is coming towards us. 10%. 29. T-Dolphin. I am also an admiral candidate, in your eyes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the warship next to Dressrosa. Luo's figure fell steadily on the deck. He looked at the group of Marines and wrote lightly. Please help me clean up the mess, thank you. When Luo spoke, all the Marine soldiers swallowed their saliva. Who knows what terrifying pressure they are under. At this moment, a rear admiral spoke boldly. He didn't know what Luo's secret was. The first time he saw Luo, he recognized Luo as the pirate supernova known as the Surgeon of Death. Then, the rear admiral's eyes were solemn, and he said boldly. Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law. Dare to come swagger on the Marine warship, do you want to be a guest at Impel Down? Hearing this rear admiral's words, Cha Dolphin's eyes suddenly froze. At the marshal's office, Sengoku and the others were breathing heavily. What is this Marine talking about? Does he know who is standing in front of him? Don't let Sengoku lose 2 admiral candidates. Thinking of this, Sengoku was about to speak and negotiate with Luo. However, Luo did not pay attention to the words of this rear admiral, but smiled lightly. I'm afraid I'm going to be taken to Impel Down, you can't do it. At the very least, 3 admirals must come together, and be prepared to lose 1 or 2. Luo said lightly. Listening to his words, Rear Admiral's eyes sank again, and he said deathly. Advertisement. Insanity. I'll take you pirate into Impel Down right now. However, he did not wait for him to continue. The T-Dolphin suddenly glared at him. His eyes were full of seriousness. He doesn't want to die. The person in front of him can say this, that's because he really has that confidence. At this time, Momosuge looked at Luo and spoke in a wary tone. What is the purpose of your coming to our marine warship? If we want to fight, we marine will not lose momentum. Even if Momosuge dies today, I will protect the justice in my heart. Momosuge lightly pressed one hand on the kimpira at his waist. Listening to Momosuge's words, Luo also looked at her with some interest. This glance made Luo's heart move slightly. Look at Momosuge's heaven-defying long legs and delicate face. Moreover, this Momosuge is also an admiral candidate of marine, and his strength and qualifications are not low. If you take this back to the adults. Luo thought of this, looked at Momosuge, and said. Do you want to be stronger? Hearing Luo's abrupt words, Momosuge frowned. Who doesn't want to be strong? In this sea, who doesn't want to become stronger? Especially for someone as strong as her. Who doesn't want to be stronger? Feeling Momosuge's gaze, Luo nodded. Subsequently, Luo looked at Momosuge and stretched out a hand lightly. Advertisement. Room. A blue protective shield-like thing unfolded. Then, Momosegi's figure suddenly disappeared. The T-Dolphin's face changed. Why is Momosegi gone? Thinking of this, T-Dolphin can't care about anything else, so he will do something to Luo. Momosegi, this is his goddess. Goddess, don't take it away, the T-Dolphin can't stand it at all. But when he was about to do it, Luo, who was in front of him, had long since disappeared. I saw a white shadow left in the distant sky, and the three characters behind it were very conspicuous. The T-Dolphin's complexion changed, and he said in the middle of the phone. Marshal Sengoku, Momosegi was captured. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku's face changed suddenly. What? Momosegi was caught. The crane's face suddenly turned ugly. Momosegi, this is her sister. Hearing about Momosegi's accident, Suru immediately became nervous. Sengoku took a few deep breaths before barely calming down. Did that person say anything when he took Momosegi? The T-Dolphin thought for a while, and repeated everything he had just now. Marshal Sengoku, we have to bring Momosegi back. T-Dolphin said in a hurry. Sengoku nodded. You do the finishing work for Dressrosa first, and leave it to me for Momosegi. Hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku looked at the few people in the room with a very solemn expression. Advertisement. Crane looked worried, but didn't say anything to trouble Sengoku. And Sengoku thought for a while and looked at the crane soothingly. When the man left, he asked Momosegi if he wanted to become stronger. Should we think better? Are they going to bring Momosegi back to train? Akainu and the others changed their expressions. However, what Sengoku said is true. Crane also thought about it. They marine, and now there is nothing they can do about the Jingling Court. Jingling Court is so powerful, are they going to fight it? Whether they can fight or not, they have to find each other's position first. Now the other party is too mysterious. They marine are simply black-eyed. Crane sighed deeply. Hope Momosegi will be okay. If the person from Jingling Court wants to be detrimental to Momosegi, he will do it directly. We marine, let's start the battle with Whitebeard first. Crane shook his head helplessly. There was some guilt in Sengoku's eyes. He knew that it was the crane making sacrifices. Rather than a day, the news that Doflamingo was nailed to the King's Heights spread across the sea. 10%. 30. The sea shakes, that Luo is so strong. Redhead 9th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World. Inside Cake Island Castle, as the Big Mom pirates with the largest intelligence network in the Four Emperors. Aunt Charlotte Linlin got the news of Dressrosa's battle at the first time. With the information in hand, Charlotte Linlin laughed. Mama. The children on the side were a little curious. Smoothie wondered. Mom, what's the news again? Perospero was also a little curious. Mom, what happened at the sea again? Listening to the children's questions, even Charlotte Linlin was a little shocked. Doflamingo, in Dressrosa, was beheaded by that Luo. And, that Luo, is suspected of being a strong man in Jingling Court. Hearing this, the people around were suddenly shocked. The most stable Katakuri's expression changed. For Jinglingting, he was very cautious. Because Akatsuki had just fought Garp in East Blue, and seriously injured Garp's horrible guy. Jingling Court, which is more powerful than Xiao, is really too mysterious. But now it is unexpected. The people from Jingling Court also took action. The first shot destroyed a 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo, who is not weak among the 7 warlords of the sea. Katakuri has the observation haki, which can briefly predict the future. Even in the more distant future, he can feel a hint of danger. Advertisement. He always felt that something would happen to Cake Island soon. However, because that event is too far away, or the people involved are too strong. The danger that Katakuri can feel is also very limited. So he's just more vigilant in his mind, but he doesn't tell Charlotte Linlin. Wanokuni. On the spooky ghost island. Kaido sits with the 3 disasters. Hearing the information from his subordinates, Kaido's face became extremely gloomy. Doflamingo, dead. This may be for others, only to laugh at the show and sigh the power of Jingling Court. But, for Kaido, Dover is dead, and his source of artificial devil fruit is gone. And, Dressrosa has his largest devil fruit manufacturing facility. Now, because of the destruction of the Don Quixote family, his supply chain has collapsed in an instant. And now Dressrosa has been controlled by Marine. Kaido's face was extremely gloomy. Quinn, check it out for me. Lousy needs to know where the Jingling Court is located. Destroy Lousy's devil fruit factory, Lousy will hit their hometown and rub their leader Chu Xia on the ground. Hearing Kaido's words, Quinn and Jin looked at each other. Both of them were a little helpless. It was written in the information sent back. The Luo who killed Doflamingo called himself the captain of the 13th Division of Gote. And, in front of Admiral Candidate Chato, that Luo captured another Admiral Candidate Momosegi. Advertisement. This level of combat power is only a captain of the 13th Division of the Guardian. Hear the name. What's the difference with the squad leaders on the Whitebeard ship? In other words, these are just Chu Xia's guards. A bodyguard has such a powerful strength that it has almost surpassed their group of emperors, and is on par with the 4 emperors. If Kaido goes, I'm afraid it wasn't that he pressed Chu Xia to the ground and rubbed it. Instead, they were pressed and rubbed on the ground by the many strong men of Jingling Court, right? Kaido didn't feel what Jin and Quinn were thinking, and was still laughing. The two of them looked at their silly big brother, and the iron-headed boy Jack, who was constantly agreeing with him, full of helplessness. And at the same time, the whole sea was also shocked by this Jingling Court's first shot. But soon, the impact of this matter began to diminish. After all, only a Doflamingo died, and it did not cause long-term shaking of the entire sea. Everyone began to turn their attention to the sacred golden list again. Again after a period of brewing. The Kendo list seems to be releasing its rankings again. Red Force. The red hair was not too shocked by the news of Jingling Court. Although curious, I was also surprised by Luo's strength. However, Jingling Court is the second force recognized by Jinbang after all. Among them, there is such a strong person, and the red hair is not too unusual. So are other strong men in the sea. All they can say is some sympathy for Dover for what happened to Dressrosa. Who told him to provoke Luo? Just karma. Advertisement. And everyone began to turn their attention back to the Kendo list. Looking at the upcoming 9th place, many people are eager to try. Redhead is one of them. He is a man who can fight Hawkeye with Kendo alone. I don't know if there is a place for him in this Kendo list. At this time, there was a group of crew members laughing around. Captain Idiot, do you want to be on the Kendo list too? We see, it's almost impossible. Ha 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 ha. But the next moment, the 9th place on the Kendo list was released. The 9th place in the Kendo list. Red-haired Shanks, Saber, Griffin. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. 10 years of Kendo insight. Close black lens bracket. Looking at this scene, the crew on the red-haired ship was silent. But after a while, a louder laughter sounded. Ha 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 ha. Captain Idiot, you're only 9th, ha 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 ha. Looking at this scene, the red hair couldn't help but secretly support his forehead. These idiot crew. 10%. 31. Stunned. Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman, only ranks 7th on the Kendo list. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. There was a commotion on the redhead ship. But that's the vibe at Red Hair Pirates. His captain has no air. In normal times, these ordinary crew members can joke with him casually. But when something happens, these crew members will rally around the redhead and respect any decision the redhead makes. The red hair stood quietly on the deck, accepting the reward given by the gold list. 10 years of Kendo perception. This reward is already very generous. For a great swordsman like him, what he needs most is time accumulation. Holding the griffin by his waist, the redhead's temperament changed instantly. The whole person is more hidden, and the momentum of Daijinhao is not released. But no one doubted. As long as Hong sends out a sword, his aura will instantly overwhelm everything. The redhead looked happy. The 10 years of Kendo perception have greatly improved him. It even increased his strength by more than 30%. 30%, this is an exaggeration for his 4 emperors. Ben Beckman and others all smiled happily. They are also very happy that red hair can improve their strength. After receiving the insight, the red hair couldn't help but look at the Kendo list. He wanted to see what position Hawkeye was in. His red hair is only 9th. So eagle eye, it seems that it will never be high. The redhead began to look forward to the later rankings more and more. Maybe, on this Kendo list, he can see some hidden peerless powerhouses. Inside the noble castle, advertisement. Hawkeye saw that the red hair was ranked 9th in the Kendo ranking, and a smile flashed on his face. Perona looked a little shocked. Hey, aren't you shocked? Red-haired Shanks, 4 emperors. He is someone who can fight you in Kendo, but he is only ranked 9th. Doesn't that mean? Before Perona finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hawkeye. So what? I would have wished even more that I was just at the bottom of the line. In that way, there will be more swordsmen who are stronger than me, and I will have a clearer path to work hard. Hawkeye said. Perona's expression became more and more surprised. You lunatic. With a sigh, Perona turned into a soul and flew away. Floating island tip. Hockey's golden lion was still standing. Golden Lion frowned when he saw Shank's name. The red-haired kid on Roger's ship. Rank 9th. Not bad. Gia ha 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 ha. Lousy Golden Lion, must be the number 1 in that Kendo list. On the Whitebeard ship, the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Marco's face was a little bad. There is no hope. There is no hope. Marco shook his head. Joes couldn't believe it. Marco, the redhead is ranked 9th. Then, that Beasta. Joes, the strong man, hesitated. Advertisement. Because. They've analyzed it before. If Beasta can be on this Kendo list, then Beasta must be alive. But now, the redhead came in 9th. No matter how strong Beasta's Kendo is, it's not as strong as redhead. Just when everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was feeling down. The Kendo list continues to be released. The 8th place on the Kendo list. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. 10 years of Kendo insights. Close black lens bracket. Watch Rayleigh's name appear. Marco narrowed his pupils and shook his head. Maybe some young pirates don't know this name. But they are the Whitebeard pirates. They who have fought the Roger pirates countless times know it. Pluten Rayleigh, deputy captain of the Roger pirates. He is also a master swordsman. However, everyone was worried about Beasta and Oz. They weren't too shocked by Rayleigh's name. Popularity fell again. Rayleigh came in 8th. It is almost impossible for Beasta to get in the line again. However, Whitebeard, who was leaning on the side of the boat, was not too worried. Although he is also worried about the safety of Beasta and Little Oz. But Whitebeard has been across the sea for so many years and has seen too many winds and waves. At this time, seeing Rayleigh's in 8th place, Whitebeard burst out laughing. Cool la la la, cool la la la, Rayleigh, what a long lost name. Advertisement. I don't know what happened to the old guy. Whitebeard said, the picture of the fight with Roger and the others appeared in his eyes. On Sabayati Archipelago, inside Shaki's ripping bar. Some drinkers saw the name Pluten Rayleigh and couldn't help but wonder. They had never heard of the name at all. Hey, who is this Rayleigh? Yes, Pluten Rayleigh. No, why am I a little familiar? Listening to the quarrel of the group, Shaki stood behind the bar and looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with a smile in his eyes. You said, what would happen to them if I said your name? Rayleigh's eyes suddenly froze. That's not possible, I still want to spend a few days of clean life. Shaki shook his head. Then, from now on, the sweeping of the tavern will be left to you. Rayleigh's heart tensed. He felt as if he was being calculated. But it's just the two of them who are joking. On the Kendo list, the next name was announced. 7th in the Kendo list. Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk, Saber, Black Blade Knight. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. 10 years of Kendo insights. Close black lens bracket. Seeing Hawkeye's name appear. The whole pirate world is boiling. 11%. 32. 5 elders on the list. Regret for everyone in the white group, Beasta seems to be dead. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Inside the noble castle. Perona has just returned to her house. At this time, she saw Hawkeye's name on the Kendo ranking. 7th in the Kendo list. Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk, Saber, Black Blade Knight. Close black lens bracket. Looking at these lines, Perona froze in place for a long time. After a while, inside the noble castle, Perona's terrifying shout resounded. Perona's spirit body floated in midair, hurriedly passed through the walls, and returned to the main hall. I saw it in the main hall at the moment. Hawkeye sat in the main seat calmly, quietly sipping red wine. For his own, the world's largest swordsman, only ranked 7th, Hawkeye didn't seem to have the slightest mood swing. You bastard. You are the greatest swordsman in the world. But you're only ranked 7th in the Kendo list, aren't you surprised by this guy? Perona looked at Hawkeye and kept floating in the air, her tone full of surprise. As for Perona's words, Hawkeye smiled. Perona. Do you know, what can move a swordsman is never the honor he has won. Kendo, go forward bravely, there is no turning back. Hawkeye raised his head and looked at the sacred golden list. He seemed to have found his purpose in life. Once upon a time, he was the world's greatest swordsman, and all swordsmen's expressions changed when they heard it. Basically, no one can match him in Kendo. Even if the redhead surpassed him in hard power. Advertisement. But the red hair does not use hockey and other strengths, and if only relying on swordsmanship, he is still not his opponent. Hawkeye has been lonely in this position for a long, long time. Now that he is only ranked 7th in the Kendo list, how could Hawkeye be disappointed? On the contrary, his heart that had been calm for a long time began to tremble, as if the fighting spirit was rekindled. Looking at Hawkeye's appearance, Perona shook her head deeply. You guy, I'm afraid your brain is broken. Perona really couldn't understand what Hawkeye was thinking. And now above the sea. Stormy waves all over the world. The reason for all this is because of Hawkeye's ranking. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye, only ranks 7th on the Kendo list. This makes them somewhat unacceptable. This is simply, so shocking. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Seeing that Hawkeye was only ranked 7th in the Kendo list, Sengoku and the others all looked solemn. Really. In fact, they had already expected this result. Even, they think that the name of Kendo Wood Expulsion, Hawkeye, is actually a bit high. Because of Luo's appearance, the tip of the iceberg of Jingling's strength was exposed. And the time when Ajin shot, also exposed part of Akatsuki's strength. So, in the heart of Sengoku, in Xiao and Jingling Court, there are definitely not many strong swordsmen. As the first and second forces, there is no doubt that the strong swordsman in Xiaohei Jingling Court will definitely be on the list of swordsmen. Read this. Sengoku's eyes were burning, and he looked at the holy gold with anticipation. Advertisement. He is looking forward to what kind of existences Jingling and Xiao's other powerhouses will be. At the same time, on Red Force, the red-haired and the crew also froze in place one after another. The redhead laughed loudly at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that Guy Mahawk was ranked 7th. Ha 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 ha. The world's greatest swordsman, seeing him again, I have something to mock him. The redhead laughed and seemed very happy. For the redhead's joy, Ben Beckman and others still rolled their eyes. Captain Idiot. Floating Island. Hockey's Golden Lion still stands on the tip of the island. Looking at Hawkeye's ranking, Golden Lion couldn't help laughing. Gia ha 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 ha. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye is the 7th, Gia ha 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 ha. However, Golden Lion smiled and doubted his confidence in being on the list. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was his true thoughts. Hawkeye, the young generation in the sea. He has heard. Although never fought, but at the time of Golden Lion, his swordsmanship was extremely powerful, and he was not called the world's greatest swordsman by the entire sea. Therefore, Golden Lion still recognizes Hawkeye very much. At least, Hawkeye's strength is recognized by the entire sea. But now, Hawkeye is only ranked 7th. Advertisement. This made Golden Lion a little flustered. Wouldn't he really fail to make it to this Kendo list? Golden Lion shook his head at the thought of this. Lousy as a Golden Lion, how could he not be on this broken list? This sea, wait for the lousy Golden Lion's name to hang on the first place. Gia ha 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 ha. Golden Lion laughed, regaining his confidence. At this time, just when the whole sea was surging, he was shocked that Hawkeye was only ranked 7th in the Kendo ranking. The Kendo list continues to be released. 6th in the Kendo list, Tianyue. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. 10 years of Kendo insights. Close black lens bracket. See this name. Countless people in the whole sea were stunned. Tianyue. Who is this? But see this. On the Moby Dick. Whitebeard sighed deeply. Beasta, it seems that. Whitebeard said this, shaking his head. 11%. 33. Shocked by Tuan. What the hell? 5th on the Beasta Kendo list. Make fun of me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the Moby Dick. When Marco and the others heard Whitebeard's words, their expressions changed. Joes looked at Whitebeard and spoke in disbelief. Dad, why? Why can't Beasta get some chance to improve the swordsmanship? Why do you think of Beasta when you see Tianyue's name? When the tough guy Diamond Yoja said this, tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. Beasta and he are very good friends on weekdays. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates are also fraternal brothers. Marco and others were also a little surprised and puzzled. Just now, when they saw the red-haired name appear, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. When I saw Pluton Rayleigh, and the world's largest swordsman Hawkeye. The bad premonition of all of them has almost reached its limit. Because, this almost means that there is a high probability that something has happened to Beasta and Little Oz. Because Beasta used to be a great swordsman. But his kendo can't even match his red hair. Even in such a short period of time, Beasta's swordsmanship has improved. But he will never surpass Hawkeye. But everyone still has one last glimmer of hope. They still want to see Beasta's name on top of the kendo list. That was their two brothers after all. But now. When Whitebeard saw Tianyue's name, he decided that Beasta would never make it to the list. They really don't understand. Just under the suspicious eyes of everyone. Advertisement. Whitebeard shook his head lightly. Tianyue, you may not be familiar with this name. But, I say another name, you must know. The official residence of the world, 5 elders. Listening to Whitebeard's words, the huge deck fell silent. There were no tears in Jaws's eyes. Instead, there was intense shock. Even Marco, who was usually very calm, could no longer remain calm. What did they hear? Silence lasted for a moment. There was an uproar on the Moby Dick. Father, how is this possible? You mean, that Tianyue is one of the 5 elders? Tianyue. Thinking of the name made Whitebeard ponder. Inside the Whitebeard pirates, the atmosphere was full of silence. They are all clear. Beasta, it's really possible that he's dead. Because existences like the 5 elders are already on the list. No matter how strong Beasta is, it is no longer possible for him to be on the list. They will never get the slightest news from Beasta. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Seeing Tianyue's name on the list, Sengoku also shrank his eyes suddenly. Akainu and the others all frowned, somewhat unclear. Kizaru's face became serious and he muttered. This Tianyue, is it the people of Xiao and Jinglingting? Who will he be? Advertisement. Beyond Hawkeye's kendo, how strong will this person be? Kizaru said, his eyes couldn't help showing a look of horror. Because even Hawkeye, as Marine Admiral, needs to be very cautious. If one is not careful, he will be slashed by a sword with armament hockey. Then even if they are Logia, they may be cut open directly and die. Akainu and Aokiji on the side also had solemn expressions, and deeply remembered the name Tianyue in their hearts. However, the crane on the side looked at Sengoku with a frown. She always wondered where she had heard this name before. Sengoku, do you know who this Tianyue is? Hearing Suru's words, everyone turned their attention to Sengoku. And a moment later, I saw Sengoku nodded solemnly. Akainu and the others' eyes lit up. Kizaru became interested and sat up straighter. Tien Yue, he is one of the current 5 elders. What? As soon as this word comes out. Akainu 3 look at me, I look at you, eyes full of disbelief. The crane on the side nodded as if confirming something. After that, Sengoku's serious voice continued to sound. Maybe you haven't heard of it. But the former Marshal Marine, including the former Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, is His Excellency Tianyue. Afterwards, one of the 5 elders fell, and he took his place. A few people around listened with thoughtful eyes. World government. Inside the 5 elders' office. The other 5 elders in suits looked at the bald-headed 5 elders holding a sword. Advertisement. Congratulations. Seeing her name appear on the Kendo list, Tianyu smiled. I didn't expect my old bones to be on the list. Several 5 elders all smiled and didn't care. Stand in their position. Not only strength, but also many other factors are needed. And just when the sea was shaking and guessing who this Tianyue was. Enter the Whitebeard pirates. Marco Joes and others still lowered their heads and were in a low mood. They worry about Beasta. Unexpectedly, there is no news from Ace. Beasta's side was also the first to have an accident. Whitebeard looked up at the sky, his eyes full of melancholy. A troubled autumn. Whitebeard sighed. However, at this time, a crew member raised his eyes full of shock. Beasta. Everyone raised their heads when they heard the sound, and then their expressions changed. I saw that on the magnificent Kendo list. 5th in the Kendo list. Beasta. Close black lens bracket. 11%. 34. The 4th Kendo list was announced, and Kaido was stunned. Can my son Yamato also be on the list? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the Moby Dick. This is even more shocking than seeing Tianyue's name just now. Everyone was silent, their eyes widened. Looking at the 5th place on the Kendo list, the name of Beasta is hanging. Not to mention how shocked all of them were. Even the Sea Lord Whitebeard, who has always been calm, his eyes widened at this moment. 5th in the Kendo list. Beasta. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. 20 years of Kendo insights. Close black lens bracket. Watching this scene, the entire Baituan was silent, and everyone was stunned on the spot. And seeing Beasta's name ranked 5th in the Kendo list, the whole world is also boiling. Tianyue just now, most people may not know. Except for the older generation like Whitebeard, few people have heard of Tianyue's name. However, when they saw Beasta's name at this time, many people recognized it. The captain of the 5th division of the Whitebeard pirates, they are like thunder. Even because of the recent actions of naval headquarters, as well as some gossip. Almost many people have some speculation that the Whitebeard pirates are about to fight Marine. So, they are no strangers to Beasta. But I can see that Beasta's name is ranked 5th in the Kendo list. Everyone was full of disbelief, and there was a stir everywhere. Hey, is this Golden Wood expulsion wrong? 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks, 9th in the Kendo list. The Legend of the Last Era, Pluten Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, the 8th in the Kendo list. The number 1 swordsman in the world, Mahawk, the number 7 swordsman in the world. I don't know that Tianyue. However, you actually told me, captain of the 5th division of the Whitebeard Pirates, foil Beasta, 5th in Kendo. Advertisement. What are you kidding? Nearly the entire sea was in uproar. Everyone looked in disbelief. Can Beasta's Kendo surpass Hawkeye? Nobody believed it. Inside the noble castle, even Hawkeye is a little stunned. If the 5th place is Jingling or Akatsuki, then he was not shocked at all. But Beasta, he knew this, and even fought. But between Beasta and him, the difference is far, far away. How is it possible to be ranked 5th in the Kendo list? Rao is an eagle eye, and now he has some doubts about the fairness of the golden list. Could it be that Beasta has recharged on red force? The red-haired crew members saw this, and after a slight glimpse, they turned their heads to look at the red-haired. Ha 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 ha, idiot captain. Now you can't even compare to Hawkeye. You can't even compare to the foil Beasta of the Whitebeard pirates, ha 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 ha. The crew laughed wildly, not caring that the redhead was their captain. And the red-haired face was also pitch black. He is also wondering now, are Beasta and Jinbang a little tricky? Otherwise, how could this be 5th on the Kendo list? Just kidding. Tianyue he also knew, one of the 5 elders. Advertisement. You told me that Beasta surpassed the 5 elders and was 5th in the Kendo list. In the future, Marine and Whitebeard will not fight. Beasta and Whitebeard were able to rescue Ace almost on a rampage. What level of combat power the 5 elders are, the redhead knows best. He shook his head, his eyes full of disbelief. Maybe Jinbang made a mistake. At this time, the most shocking thing in the whole sea is the Whitebeard pirates. There was silence on the Moby Dick for a moment. Then, there was a huge uproar. Hey, did I really read it right? Captain Beasta, 5th in the Kendo list. A member of the 5th division spoke up. Although he was happy, Beasta can be on the Kendo list, which proves that Beasta's life should not be in danger. But, as a member of the 5th division, he knows the strength of his own captain. Strong. However, it is definitely not so outrageous. Beyond the eagle eye, beyond the 5 elders, and the 5th in the Kendo list. This is simply not possible. Listen to him. Marco and Joes are also you look at me and I look at you. As Beasta's brother, They have a lot of discussions with Beasta on weekdays. Beasta is so strong, why don't they both know? Advertisement. This is absolutely impossible, not just them. At this time, even Whitebeard was a little messy. They have given up hope that they can see Beasta's name on this Kendo list. But just when they were most desperate and were about to give up. Beasta's name, Crush Redhead, Crush Rayleigh, Crush Hawkeye. Even more than 5 elders. Ranked 5th on the Kendo list. Baituan began to be messy at this moment. Although I don't know if this is a mistake by Jinbang. But all of them laughed happily. After all, Vista's name can be seen. This proves that he should still be alive. As long as he was all right, they were relieved. It's been a long time. Just after the whole sea just digested the news that Beasta was on the list. Kendo list number 4 released. 4th in the Kendo list. Yamato, Zanpakuto, Zangetsu. Close black lens bracket. On the ghost island of Wanokuni, Kaido's extremely surprised voice came. My son Yamato is also on the list. 12%. 35. Yamato. Asshole father, I'm back to challenge you. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ghost Island. Kaido's surprised voice resounded all over the island. The dark clouds on Lingui Island were dispelled. The 3 disasters next to Kaido are also you look at me, I look at you, I don't know why. Yamato. How could he possibly be on the Kendo list? Fangkai. Everyone is still laughing at the fact that Beasta is ranked 5th in the Kendo list, thinking that this is a mistake by the Golden List. Especially the Fire Embers. He also uses a sword and considers himself a good swordsman. Moreover, he is the head of the 3 disasters, and his strength is extremely powerful. But he didn't even make it to the Kendo list. Can a Beasta be on the Kendo list? Of course he disagreed. And now, seeing that Yamato was on the list and ranked 4th in the Kendo list, Jin thought that this was even more unreal. How can that be? Kaido's daughter Yamato. All these years, except for Kaido. They also often fight with Yamato and train Yamato. But Yamato has a few pounds and 2 tails, and they are very clear in their hearts. At most, it's a draw with Jack and Quinn. As soon as the flames came out, Yamato would definitely kneel. Not to mention Kaido. Advertisement. And it is such Yamato, who is ranked 4th in the Kendo list. How can that be? At this moment, even Kaido, who was beside him, was desperately scratching his head. He remembered that his stupid son was fighting with a mace, just like him. But now, how did this Yamato get on the Kendo list? While somewhat happy that his son was on the list, Kaido said it would be a lie to not be proud. That was his Kaido's son after all. But why exactly is Yamato on the list? Is Jinbang really wrong? Kaido, however, is skeptical. The gold list has been released for so long. Although the list is on the list, most of the Cs are not recognized today. However, whether it is that Akatsuki or Jingling, they have all shown their strength. The 2nd and 3rd forces are absolutely well deserved. Although Kaido is reckless, he is not stupid. For the golden list, Kaido can't help but be convinced. So, for Yamato to be 4th in the Kendo list, Kaido is happy and thinking. Yamato, how did you get on the Kendo list? At this time, Jin, who was beside him, thought of something and said. Master Kaido, do you remember that Yamato disappeared on the Ghost Island 3 years ago? Kaido heard the words and couldn't help but think in his eyes. 3 years ago, he and Yamato had a big fight, and the 2 ended up fighting. After Yamato was defeated by him, the whole person disappeared. Kaido searched the entire Ghost Island at that time, but could not find Yamato. Even the body, he did not find. Advertisement. This made Kaido upset at the time. Yamato originally carried handcuffs that would explode when he left Onishima. However, that time Yamato disappeared, the handcuffs didn't explode at all. At that time, it became a supernatural event on the Ghost Island. However, just when several people recalled the incident 3 years ago, the phone bug in Quinn's arms rang. Over there was the sound of Fei Liapo's big Pejuan screaming. Lord Quinn, please inform Lord Kaido that Master Yamato is back. She is now in front of the Ghost Island, facing us. However, Pejuan had not finished speaking. Their voices stopped immediately. Then, the face on the phone bug changed, and it became Yamato's pretty face that didn't go with Kaido at all. Bastard father, I'm back to challenge you. Kaido heard the words and grabbed the phone bug in Quinn's hand. Silly son, how dare you come back? Kaido said, the whole person has been extremely angry. He pulled out the mace pin to his back and strode away. Seeing this, 3 calamities quickly followed behind Kaido. Walk aside. Kaido looked at Jin. Lousy must teach this silly son a lesson this time, and bring the whole island together for me. Jin nodded. But he was a little palpitated. Kaido is so cruel that he even beat his own son. Gotta take Yamato to the whole beast's pirates. However, Jin did not dare to disobey the order, and quickly notified the entire beast's pirates. Advertisement. On the square. At this moment, Yamato has been surrounded by Fei Liapao. Yamato is wearing a Black Death Tyrant outfit inside to defeat the Captain Houri. A long white hair that faded to blue-green was casually scattered behind him. With a long black knife slung around his waist, Yamato looked forward calmly. She can finally come out and teach this bastard father a lesson. At this time, Kaido came with 3 plagues in stride. Almost the entire group of beasts also surrounded it, preparing to watch the battle under Kaido's order. Kaido looked at Yamato gloomily. Yamato, how dare you come back? Leaving the Ghost Island privately, do you know what the crime is? Kaido looked at Yamato and growled angrily. Yamato slapped his waist and laughed. Bastard father, don't talk about those useless things. If you have the guts, come and fight with me. If you lose, how about leaving Wano-kuni with your beasts pirates? Hearing Yamato's words, Kaido suddenly became annoyed. Why is this son born by me so different from me? Kaido was full of anger. He looked around at the people in the circle of beasts, silently clenched the mace, and the darkness of my armament hockey condensed. Thunder 8 trigrams. 36. Bankai appeared in front of the world. Tensa Zangetsu, the crescent moon is rising. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters. Inside the marshal's office, a unique phone bug rings on Sengoku's desk. Sengoku frowned. It was a call from his dark son buried in the beast's pirates. Looking around, there were no outsiders, and Sengoku picked it up directly. Akainu and the others all moved in their hearts and looked over. That phone bug they knew. It's Sengoku's phone bug that specifically communicates with the dark son of the beast's pirates. At this time, I heard someone say over there. Marshal Sengoku, Kaido's son Yamato has returned to Onishima and is now about to fight Kaido. Hearing the words on the other side, Sengoku's heart moved. They probably hadn't noticed Kaido's son before. But now, Sengoku doesn't want to pay attention. That Yamato, after all, is the 4th existence on the Kendo list. Thinking of this, Sengoku said solemnly. Can you turn on the video? Waited there for a while. Then, an image was projected from the phone bug on the table, hitting the white wall beside it. Akainu and the others looked over curiously. At this glance, Kizaru's eyes trembled. Marshal Sengoku, am I right? Kizaru's words sounded, but no one answered. Because they saw it too. Advertisement. On the square, standing opposite Kaido, was a long-haired girl with gradient color. On his body, he was wearing the white Captain Haori. And, behind Yamato, there is a big word. And the T-Dolphin had already told them when he came back. That Luo, the captain of the 3rd division of the 13th division of Gote, is wearing such clothes. Maybe the outside world doesn't know it yet, but several of the Marine Gaozang have already understood this. How can several people not be shocked when they see this dress again at this moment? This means that the 13th division of the Guardian, the force belonging to the Jingling Court, has once again appeared on the sea. And their target this time is still one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Sengoku's expression changed and he said solemnly. Protect yourself and protect the phone bug. It's very important to let us see the picture of the battle. You are Marine's hero. Sengoku spoke heavily. On the other hand, the undercover agent didn't have so many ideas. Marshal Sengoku, it's okay. Their attention is now on Yamato and Kaido, and basically nobody notices me. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief and nodded deeply. Several people in the marshal's office held their breaths and fixed their eyes on the screen in front of them. Maybe Kaido still doesn't know who Yamato is in front of him. But Sengoku and the others have already begun to look forward to the next battle between Kaido and Yamato. This is the first time they have seen Jingling Court powerhouse take action with their own eyes. Cake Island. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help laughing with the information in her hand. That guy Kaido really gave birth to a good daughter. If this Yamato is my daughter, I will eat his soul without hesitation. As Charlotte Linlin said, all the children around her were silent. Show me the video and I'll see how Kaido teaches his daughter. Charlotte Linlin gave the order with a laugh. Over there, Charlotte Linlin hurried to do so. Same as in Naval Headquarters. Images of Ghost Island appear before Charlotte Linlin. It's just a little blurry, but it still allows people to see the picture over there. Katakuri and the others all watched intently. Perospero looked at Charlotte Linlin with a smile on his face. Mom, that Yamato rebelled against Kaido, and will be easily defeated. Just like us, no one dares to rebel against Mom. Perospero kept flattering. Cracker and others are all slanders. They don't have a good opinion of their big brother at all. Except for Marine and Big Mom. There are many other forces that don't have the strength to put undercover in Beast's pirates. But when they learned that Kaido's son Yamato was going to challenge him, they all laughed and laughed at Kaido. On Ghost Island Plaza, Yamato smiled as Kaido attacked his dark mace. Advertisement. Father, bastard, I'm not that stinky boy who will be beaten at will by you. Yamato said, and Zangetsu lifted up in his hand, blocking it in the air. Next moment, with a thunderous 8 trigrams from Kaido, Yamato was knocked into the air, knocking down buildings. Many of the beast's pirates burst out laughing. Kaido even leaned on his mace, clutching his waist and laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, silly son, have you cultivated this strength in the past 3 years? Ha ha ha, with this level of strength, are you still looking to challenge me? However, before Kaido finished speaking, Yamato emerged from the rubble. There was a black line on her face. Yamato looked at Kaido and shook his head. Sure enough, the bastard dad is still quite strong. Then let you see my true strength. Yamato said, and suddenly a powerful Reiatsu erupted from his body. Bankai, Tensa Zanjetsu, Yamato said loudly, and the violent Reiatsu on his body also rose up. 12%. 37. Shocking the audience, is this the strength of the captain of the 13th Division of the Gote? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The mighty Reiatsu in the air attacked the surroundings. The Beast's Pirates' ordinary crew are all reaching out to cover their faces. The furious Reiatsu blew so much that they could barely keep their heads up. Even Fei Liaopao like Runti and Pejiwan couldn't open their eyes. Jin and the three of them could barely see the scene in front of them. And seeing everything in front of them, they couldn't help showing surprise in their eyes. Yamato, when did you become so strong? In their eyes at this time, Yamato seemed to be unfathomable in an instant. Even Kaido's laughter stopped and he became more serious. Sengoku and others in naval headquarters are even more solemn. After receiving the order from Sengoku, the T-Dolphin who came to ask the question was wide-eyed. He pointed to the influence in front of him and said loudly. It's this Bankai. It's this Bankai. Shibuta's observation haki is powerful. On that day, he saw Luo's Bankai Kamisini no Yari. The attack that was so powerful that it destroyed everything in an instant was still fresh in his memory. After that, he also took people to the King's Heights to see it. Doflamingo was pinned to the ground, broken in two. But that's not the most shocking thing. The most shocking. It was the ground under Doflamingo, which had been cut with an extremely neat cut. That incision spreads deep, deep. Even the sight of the T-Dolphin is beyond the limit of detection. And now, Cha Dolphin sees someone using Bankai once again. Sengoku and the others all frowned. Advertisement. They also heard. This Bankai seems to be a full blow from the group of Jingling Court powerhouses. However, does Yamato use all his strength to come up? Just when everyone was shocked. The sandstorm subsided slowly. Yamato, who was originally wearing the white Captain Haori, was transformed. Instead, it was a Black Death Tyrant outfit on a red background. The long sword in Yamato's hand that was originally a bit wide has also turned into a long and thin long sword. Yamato exudes an incomparably powerful Reiatsu. He looked at Kaido, the corners of his mouth twitching. Bastard father, I'm in. Yamato's voice didn't fall completely. She just rushed out. Boom. In the nick of time. Kaido predicted the attack in advance based on his knowledge. Thus raised his mace in front of him. But, the huge Kaido was still knocked into the air by Yamato's powerful force. As if the scene just now was repeated. Kaido was hacked out by Yamato and smashed into the building complex, destroying countless buildings. Looking at this scene, the three disasters are a little stunned. Yamato, when did you become so strong? Among the ruins. Kaido walked out slowly with a gloomy face. In front of his subordinates, he was beaten up by his own son. Where would he put the four emperors' face? Advertisement. However, Kaido was also a little happy in his heart. Yamato's ability to be so strong was something he didn't expect at all. And to see his son so strong, Kaido is still very gratified. However, on the surface, Kaido didn't show it, instead he sneered. Silly son. It's not enough to have this power. Even compared to the Kazuki Oden you admire, it's completely underwhelming. Not to mention, I defeated Kazuki Oden, ha 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 ha. Kaido laughed. But over there, Yamato also smiled. Bastard father, forgot to tell you. The person I admire now is no longer Kazuki Oden. Hearing Yamato's words, Kaido was taken aback. Immediately, my heart was filled with joy. Once, Yamato worshipped Kazuki Oden, and he didn't know how many times he taught him a lesson. But this Yamato seems to be as tough as Jack. No matter how hard you fight, you can't get back. Kaido is relieved to hear that Yamato no longer admires Kazuki Oden. But, over there Yamato continued to speak. Right now, I adore that lord. You, Kaido of the beasts, are nothing compared to that lord. As soon as these words came out, the entire group of beasts fell silent. Inside naval headquarters, Kizaru also spit out a sip of tea. Cake Island Castle, Charlotte Linlin also laughed. Mama. Advertisement. For Kaido to have such a filial son, she is very willing to see it. On site, when Kaido heard Yamato's words, he was almost furious. However, Yamato looked at Kaido and continued. Just to introduce you to your bastard father. I, Yamato, the captain of the 13th Division of Gote, the 2nd Division. Inspirational to become the strongest Shinigami under adults. Listen to Yamato introduce himself. Kaido, Senka, and the others all narrowed their eyes. They are not unfamiliar with the Gote 13th Division. On Dressrosa, isn't the person who killed the Don Quixote family the strongest of the Gote 13th Division? However, they did not know the characteristics of the Gote 13th Division. All I know is that this is the second person in the Jingling Court on the power list. Kaido's eyes sank as he felt more and more happy for his son. Being able to join that force means that Yamato's strength must have been qualitatively improved. Kaido laughed. Silly son, then let me see your current strength. Kaido laughed, also wanting to test Yamato's current strength. The two fought again. And what happened next shocked everyone. Because Kaido was almost unable to fight back, he was pressed and beaten by Yamato after Bankai. 38. Half Hollow. Kaido who was almost killed by his own son. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yamato turned into a black and red afterimage, waving Zanpakuto in his hand. She continued to use the crescent moon to skyrocket, suppressing Kaido and unable to lift his head. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the battle was stunned. The first is the Beast's Pirates crowd. They were on the battlefield and could feel Yamato's mighty Reiatsu intuitively. Even the three disasters are frequently looking sideways. Jack, the iron-headed boy, looked at Yamato, who had become so powerful, and couldn't help but be shocked. Because even he can feel a terrifying fact. That is now Yamato, who has completely surpassed him in strength. Even the big brother of the three disasters, Yan Jinjin, is not an opponent at all. Didn't you see Kaido was beaten by Yamato? Jack feels. If you go up by yourself, you may not be able to hold on for a quarter of an hour under Yamato. Even Yan Jia's eyes were extremely solemn. Immersive. He could feel how strong Yamato's kendo really was. It was like an instinctive swing. Every time he swings his sword, it brings terror Reiatsu. Although Jin couldn't see what it was. But he could feel that it seemed to be a more powerful force than armament haki. Almost equal to Conqueror's haki. Thinking of this, Jin's expression changed again. Yamato can always cover his long knife with that substance. So that is to say, it's the equivalent of a constant battle with Conquerors. Inside Beast's Pirates, no one can do Conqueror's twist except Kaido. That is what the top experts in the sea can master. Advertisement. And even if Conquerors is entangled, that consumption of Kaido is not small. But, this sea top trick, for Yamato, it was like fighting instinct. How terrifying this is. In Jin's heart, he didn't know what to think. However, he also understood. How powerful is the second force of the sea, Jingling Court. Luo Neng beheaded Doflamingo desperately, destroying the Don Quixote family. And today, Yamato challenged Kaido, and it is not impossible to win. Jin thought to himself. But the Plague Quinn and Jack the Drow beside him are full of confidence in Kaido. Kaido is their captain after all, the terrifying four emperors who are known as the strongest creatures on land, sea and air. Even if Kaido is inferior to Yamato in attack power, he is not that easy to defeat. Because Kaido's resilience is terrifying. And naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Although Sengoku and the others were not able to come to the battlefield in person, they could not feel the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. But, judging from the battle scene between the two, this Yamato is absolutely as strong as pervert. And can press Kaido to fight. How terrifying strength is required to do this. Kizaru's eyes were about to pop out. They fought no less than 10 battles at naval headquarters and Kaido. Kizaru was also involved in the attrition war against Kaido. But to suppress Kaido, at least 2 admiral need to burst into full force. Only the 3 of them admiral together, plus Garp's support, can stabilize Kaido and prevent him from destroying naval headquarters. But now, what did he see? Advertisement. That Yamato, Kaido's son. There was actually one person, pressing Kaido to fight in one place. Kaido couldn't even move. This is too scary. There is also a movement technique that is several times faster than shaving. Yamato can move hundreds of meters in an instant almost as soon as he steps on the air. Such a terrifying speed. Kizaru couldn't help taking a deep breath. And Cake Island. See Yamato versus Kaido fight. Charlotte Linlin's laughter also slowly fell silent. Gradually, Charlotte Linlin looked at the children in front of her and couldn't help cursing. Look at Kaido's son, and look at you. A bunch of trash. If you guys are half as strong as this Yamato, I don't need to worry so much all day, mother. Charlotte Linlin growled angrily. Kaido is jealous that he has such a powerful son. And right now, Yamato and Kaido in the battle, both sides couldn't help listening to it. Yamato gasped lightly, looking at Kaido with an ugly face. Although she is powerful after Bankai, her strength has increased more than 5 times. But if she wants to really hurt Kaido, she still can't use her strength now. What's more, Kaido hadn't really done his best. Thinking of this, Yamato's face sank. No matter what she does today, she has to defeat her bastard father. Kaido on the opposite side laughed. As expected of Laozi's silly son, ha 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 ha. Is this all your strength? Advertisement. If that's all you need, you can't beat Laozi. Kaido said, and raised the mace in his hand. On top of that, the thick armament haki and Conqueror's haki covered it. Since the battle, Kaido used Conqueror's coil for the first time. This also means that Kaido is really going to do his best. For his stupid son Yamato can force himself to do his best. Instead of being angry, Kaido was filled with relief. And Yamato's face sank again when he heard his words. Looking at Kaido, Yamato's face was stubborn. Subsequently, pieces of debris gradually emerged in the void. Those casually converged on half of Yamato's face and slowly covered it to form a half-skull mask. This moment, Yamato's whole body changed. Become extremely indifferent, become fierce and powerful. The expressions of everyone around them changed. And at this time, a black and red crescent moon was cut out by Yamato, and it was a cut at Kaido's chest. Kaido didn't have time to react, and was slashed by Yamato's sword. And when Kaido fell to the ground, it started to dust. An extremely shocking scene appeared. I saw the wound on Kaido's chest, deep bones. 39. The world is shocked, what is that bull head shape? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval headquarters, in the marshal's office. Everyone's face changed. Look at Yamato's temperament, look at that mighty power. Kizaru's eyes were full of astonishment. This level of power, this level of power. It's terrifying, it's terrifying. Kizaru wasn't kidding at all. He can't even joke. The power that Yamato is showing right now is simply too strong. The dust on the Ghost Island dissipated. The scene that appeared in front of everyone shocked everyone. Kizaru's eyes widened, exclaiming, "My god, are you kidding the old man? That Yamato cut off Kaido's body with one knife. How can that be?" Looking at the bone-deep scar in front of Kaido, Aokiji muttered. "Yeah, how is that possible?" Even the proud Akainu fell silent. He had to admit that Yamato's fighting power was too strong. As an existence that participated in the Great War Kaido. No one knows better than them how intimidating Kaido's defense and resilience are. Akainu almost used all his strength, and he was able to inflict a short recovery on Kaido. But now, look at the vertical wound in front of Kaido. Looking at the wound, some granulation kept growing and was torn apart by the power left in the wound. Everyone was shocked. Advertisement. Cake Island Castle. The Charlotte family was silent. Katakori's eyes widened. It wasn't that they didn't fight Kaido before. Kaido also went to their Cake Island alone. At that time, although Charlotte Linlin was the main force. But he also helped fight on the side. Therefore, Katakori understands very well how hard it was to inflict scars on Kaido. He had used all of his skills before, but none of them could harm Kaido in the slightest. The whole Big Mom pirate group, I am afraid that Charlotte Linlin shot, can cause a little injury to Kaido. But today, what did they see? Yamato beat Kaido like this. And the wound is still spreading. Even Kaido's resilience can't keep up at all. Boom. Everyone in the castle was silent. Even the previously angry Charlotte Linlin kept her voice down. On the Ghost Island, the atmosphere is even weirder. All Beasts Pirates members look at Kaido as he falls to the ground. All you look at me, I look at you. Jin and Jack were already stunned. Fei Liapo's eyes widened, and his heart was full of disbelief. And the wound in front of Kaido. In just a short while, it continued to get worse. It's just Yamato's remaining strength in Kaido's wound that Kaido's resilience alone cannot recover, and there are signs of deterioration. This is too scary. A silence on Ghost Island. Advertisement. Even Kaido was shocked. But, feeling the tearing pain in front of him, Kaido grinned and laughed. As expected of Laozi's son. Ha 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 ha. Silly son is so strong, Laozi can't be underestimated by you. Kaido said, his whole body changed. Roaring for a lifetime, suddenly remembered on the Ghost Island. Many Beasts Pirates members had fear in their eyes. Kaido-sama. Kaido-sama is going to use that form. Watching Kaido incarnate as a dragon, Yamato was not surprised at all. After a moment, illusory beasts, fish, fruits, and green dragons appeared in front of everyone. Kaido roared and lifted off. Kaido stared at Yamato with murderous eyes, then spoke. Silly son, you and I are going to fight up there. After listening to Kaido's words, Jin and Quinn on the side were relieved. Fortunately, Kaido didn't forget that Ghost Island is his own home. Otherwise, as long as he breathes heat, he will be able to bake the Ghost Island directly. Kaido was the first to lift off, with a dark cloud in his head, and his momentum was extremely powerful. And Yamato didn't say no. She is Shinigami. Shinigami wants to fly, is it difficult? Yamato floated upwards. The eyes of everyone watching this scene shrank again. Yamato has nothing that can fly out of thin air. Her dog, fruit, and phantom beast species, the true god form of Dako, has no such ability at all. Now in the entire sea, only the golden lion can do this. Advertisement. However, Yamato didn't use moonwalk and just floated like that. People can't help but guess. Is this the ability called Shinigami? In the previous battle, they had heard Yamato say it. To become an adult under the command of the drunk strong Shinigami. Many people have already memorized the word Shinigami in their hearts. Countless people looked up, watching the battle between Kaido and Yamato. And even if Kaido incarnates in dragon form, he can't beat Yamato in Arankar form. The two roared one after another in midair, shaking the Ghost Island one after another. Even the surrounding sea caused a small tsunami. After fighting for a long time, Kaido saw that he couldn't take Yamato, and he was ready to use his full strength. That is half beastization. This is Zone's drunken power form. Run, lay, 8, hang up. Kaido made a big move and smashed Yamato mercilessly. He believed that his son would not die like this. And before Kaido hits Yamato, Yamato has changed again. The original demon horns on its head grew longer and were replaced by another pair of horns in an instant. Yamato's whole person's temperament also became more fearful. Just feel the breath. Everyone on the ghost island turned wild. The eyes of Sand Disaster, Fei Lu Pao and others were like seeing a ghost. 40. Zoro, who is regarded as dessert, will suffer the Cake Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Evil mask overlay. Yamato's long ombre hair began to stretch. The long hair slowly crossed her waist. Yamato's entire body also began to be covered by the bone material emerging from the void, and the whole person was full of ferocity and ominousness. Now, even Kaido, who was fighting Yamato, felt the sense of danger coming from Yamato. Kaido's heart was full of astonishment. How can that be? He is Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature in the world. Marine had executed him more than 40 times without success. He is almost immortal. But now, Kaido felt a terrifying death threat from his son Yamato. It seems that the other party can obliterate him at any time. Yes, it is obliteration. This is Kaido's most intuitive feeling. Although he didn't believe it at all. But that's the message Kaido's body is sending him. Ghost Island. Jin and the others couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, unable to say a word. At this time, in their minds, there is only one idea. That is, what exactly is that bullhead shape? Inside Cake Island Castle, Katakuri's eyes widened to the extreme. Despite the screen, but he almost had difficulty breathing. As if he was the one who faced the bullheaded terror at this time. He will be wiped out immediately. Advertisement. This is true of the Katakuri, known as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Some ordinary family members were even more sweaty. Cracker stepped out of his hiding cookie armor. His cold sweat had soaked the entire armor. Some young or weak family members are even more unbearable. Under the terrifying pressure of the bull's head, they almost trembled to the extreme. And Rao is Charlotte Linlin in the main role. She is holding her breath completely now. As the strong, Charlotte Linlin can feel the horror of that bull's head even more. Charlotte Linlin is even skeptical now. Kaido, in front of that monster, can it be called a monster? Simply, it's terrifying. Naval headquarters, in the marshal's office. Even if there are no weak people present here. The weakest is the existence of Crane Vice Admiral, who is used to wind and waves. But, there was still silence in the marshal's office. For them who felt such terrifying power for the first time, the impact was too great. After a long time, Kizaru muttered. Kaido, will he die? Listening to Kizaru's words in normal times, it's like a fantasy. Will Kaido die? How could he possibly die? But now. Kizaru asked this sentence, but it did not violate the harmony at all. On the contrary, everyone felt that Kizaru's question was a bit conservative. They could feel it in that terrifying being. If it starts to go crazy, maybe the world can stop it. Advertisement. However, just when everyone held their breaths and their backs were chilled. Yamato's bull head form hasn't fully come out yet, and it seems that for some reason, it has gradually shrunk back. And the long-term outbreak of war are desperately suppressing Kaido. Yamato almost overdrawn his Reiatsu. The mask drifted away in the wind, Yamato returned to his original appearance, and fainted when he closed his eyes. In midair, Yamato fell just like that. Seeing this, Kaido's expression changed. He hurriedly received his attack. Kaido was not unaware of his son's terrifying form just now, even very clear. And Kaido said that he is very fond of Yamato. Kaido hurried forward and carefully caught Yamato. Boom. Kaido's figure fell on the ghost island. After instructing the three disasters to take care of Yamato, he also fell to the side. The wound in front of his body is still deeply visible. If you don't concentrate on recovery, even Kaido will be a little troublesome. The Battle of Onishima came to an end slowly. But no one recovered from it. Especially the existence of the bull's head, what kind of horror is it? But people are also a little regretful. This time, I couldn't see the bull's head being shot. Just looking at its momentum, it has completely crushed all the powerhouses in the sea today. Even Kaido in front of him can no longer be regarded as a monster by the city. Cake Island. Even if 3 days have passed. But the battle on the Ghost Island still brought a very unimaginable impact to the Charlotte family. Inside Cake Island Castle, Charlotte Linlin looked at Katakuri and murmured. Katakuri, you said, if that terrifying existence were shot that day, would Kaido die? Advertisement. It's hard to imagine that this sentence would be asked in Charlotte Linlin's mouth. However, Katakuri was not surprised, but nodded heavily. Mother. In my perception, the existence of the bull's head is too terrifying. Now in the sea, no one may be able to stop it. I finally understand why he is number 4 on the Kendo list. Charlotte Linlin also nodded in disappointment. At this time, the eldest son Perospero walked in with a huge gift box. The gift box is 3 or 4 meters high. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up. Her special dessert has arrived. Perospero flattered. Mom, it took me more than 3 months to find skilled dessert masters from all over the world. There's even a top chef who makes desserts for celestial dragons. This dessert will definitely satisfy my mother. Charlotte Linlin nodded, a little impatient. But. Just when Perospero opened the oversized gift box with a smile on his face. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed dramatically. I saw that there was no dessert in the gift box at all. but the residue of a bunch of desserts. On the pedestal that should have served dessert. There was only a green algae-headed man who was sleeping soundly. 14%. 41. No. 3 on the Kendo list, Roronoa Zoro, Zanpakuto, Nozarashi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World. On the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates are basking in the joy of having a party. Because Whitebeard had been able to anticipate it. In the near future, the Whitebeard pirates, and even the entire sea, will face a terrible storm. And even if it doesn't affect the sea, but the Whitebeard pirates, will also experience a Uzumaki that is extremely difficult to escape. A battle with Marine is already brewing. Marine has caught Ace though it hasn't been officially announced yet. But Blackbeard becomes the 7 warlords of the sea, which proves a lot. Ace, maybe something really happened. So, no matter what the whole sea is, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely undergo great changes in the next period of time. Whitebeard wanted to give these sons one more chance to relax before the big change. Because once this great change comes, I don't know how many of them will be buried in this war. Even his Whitebeard, one of the 3 legendary pirates, was not at all sure about this battle. Even Whitebeard was ready to die at naval headquarters. In short, no matter what, he will definitely rescue Ace. Seeing the delighted smiles of the sons, Whitebeard's hockey eyes trembled. These sons are the only thing he wants to protect. But now, someone wants to touch his son. He Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, would never agree. If the whole sea were to stop him from protecting his family. Advertisement. Then he, Whitebeard, must use his body to finally show his power to the world. At this time, the banquet was in a warm atmosphere. Marco came to Whitebeard with a piece of information. Dad, there's news from the Beast's pirates. Kaido of the Beasts, a battle with Yamato, the 4th-ranked Kendo leader. The strength of the 2 sides is amazing. Even, Kaido's son Yamato, nearly killed Kaido himself. Listen to Marco. Rao is Whitebeard, the overlord eyes trembling. After a while, however, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Cool la la la, cool la la la, the son of that kid Kaido is really good. It's really better than Blue. We old guys are about to be surpassed by the new generation. Whitebeard said, his tone couldn't help being a little melancholy. But Marco said solemnly again. Dad, that Yamato has been confirmed to be the captain of the 13th Division and the 2nd Division of Gote. Hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard's pupils shrank suddenly. Cool la la la, that's right, I said how the Kaido guy could have raised such a strong son. Gote 13. Then it all makes sense. After Marco left, there was concern in Whitebeard's eyes. The golden list came into the world, and the sea changed dramatically. Advertisement. Is this good or bad for his Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard doesn't have the same idea of stabilizing the sea as the redhead. He was just a father who wanted to protect his family. And on Red Force, the red hair also took the information from the beast domain and fell into contemplation. Look back to Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin happily opens the special dessert. But what appeared in front of her was a swordsman with a green algae head. With 3 long swords pinned to his waist, he was lying on the dessert slag and sleeping soundly. Seeing this scene, Charlotte Linlin's mind rushed straight to the sky. She turned her head to look at Perospero, whose face was embarrassed, her tone was extremely gloomy. Perospero, can you explain to my mother what's going on? Mother's special dessert, Charlotte Linlin yelled suddenly. Katakuri and the others on the side also looked ugly. They have no interest at all. Because, once Charlotte Linlin gets angry, especially because of dessert, that would cause Charlotte Linlin's eczema. And when she suffers from eating disorder, it will be a disaster for the entire Cake Island. Thinking of this, Cracker and the others couldn't help but curse Perospero inwardly. Their big brother. In terms of strength, it is not as good as Katakuri. In terms of ability, not even any of their 4 generals can compare. And he doesn't have any self-awareness at all. Advertisement. He will only rely on his big brother status all day long to be flattering around Charlotte Linlin. The eyes of Cracker and others all turned bad. If this caused my mother's cravings today. They can't spare Perospero. At this time, I felt the bad eyes of Charlotte Linlin and the people around me. Perospero also sank in his heart. He immediately walked towards Zoro and pulled him by the hair. Hey, who are you? Why are you here, and where is mom's cake? Perospero yelled, punching and kicking Zoro. However, his punches and kicks did not give the sleeping Zoro the slightest sign of Su Xing. Charlotte Linlin's eyes are getting worse and worse, and even the eyes have a tendency to turn red. That was the manifestation of her esophagus. Perospero felt even more nervous in his heart. Who the hell are you? However, right now. The sacred Kendo list trembled slightly. After 3 days, the 3rd place on the Kendo list was released slowly. The 3rd in the Kendo list. Roronoa Zoro, Zanpakuto, Nozarashi. Close black lens bracket. 42. Zoro of Su Xing. I am Kenpachi, the 1st generation of Kenpachi in this world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It seems that the release of the gold list has made Charlotte Linlin sober. At the same time, everyone in the Charlotte family also looked at the sacred golden list in the sky. I saw the name of the third place on the big Kendo list. The third place on the Kendo list. Roronoa Zoro, Zanpakuto, Nozarashi. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward, 30 years of Kendo insights. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this name they had never heard before, everyone was stunned. Doubt flashed in Katakori's eyes. Roronoa Zoro. He looked at the brothers and sisters beside him and asked. Everyone, have you heard of this Roronoa Zoro? Everyone shook their heads. Katakori understood in his heart. It seems that this Roronoa Zoro should be the powerhouse of the mysterious force Akatsuki, or the Void Knight Palace. Thinking of this, Katakori could not help but notice the Zanpakuto column. Combined with so long understanding, it seems that in the Jingling Garden, there is a Zanpakuto among the strong men of the 13th Division of the Guardian. That might also be their saber. Luo's is Shinso. According to the information returned, Katakori was able to analyze it. That Shinso's ability seems to be able to quickly stretch out to kill opponents in seconds. And that Yamato's Zanpakuto, named Zangetsu. Yamato's ability Katakori has seen with his own eyes. Although his ability has little to do with Zangetsu's name, at least Katakori can't analyze it now. But one thing is for sure. Either Luo or Yamato. As long as the people from the 13th Division of the Guardian are extremely strong. Well, this Zoro also has a Zanpakuto. Advertisement. Does it mean that he is also a strong man of the 13th Division of the Guardian? Katakori was thoughtful, and he is not only a wise man in the sea. Naval Headquarters, in the Marshal's office. As the resourceful general, Sengoku is also keenly aware of the three words Zanpakuto. This was not previously thought to be important information. But now it seems, Zanpakuto is likely to be the representative of the strong in Jingling Court. They all use Zanpakuto to fight. This may involve another power system. For example, Devil Fruit. Sengoku's eyes widened, and he already had an analysis. And this time the Grand Line. A pirate ship sailing towards the Sabayati archipelago. Luffy was seated in the bow, with Deputy Captain Sanji standing beside him. This world, because of the arrival of Chu Xia, has fanned the wings of butterflies. As a result, the Straw Hat Pirates have also undergone a lot of changes. That is, Zoro, Nami, and Robin who were supposed to be on the ship were all gone. Now on the entire Straw Hat group, only Captain Luffy, Co-Captain and Chef Sanji, Sniper Usopp, Ship Dr. Chopper, Shipman Frankie and finally Brook. In total, there are only 6 people. And this time, watching Roronoa's Zoro is third in Kendo. Luffy's eyes widened with yearning. It would be great if we could have a swordsman on board. Luffy sighed, and at the same time he really wanted to be on the leaderboard. And the Cake Island at the moment. The situation has become a mess. Advertisement. Perospero was still holding Zoro with one hand and punching and kicking Zoro. But, at this time, Zoro seems to have accepted the reward of the leaderboard. 30 years of Kendo insights into the body, so that the sleeping Zoro is also awake leisurely. Perospero's hand was about to drop again, giving Zoro a big slap. However, one of Zoro's hands stretched out and directly grabbed the hand of Perospero. Subsequently, when no one responded, Zoro flicked his hand and threw the little ant he was holding onto himself. Perospero smashed the walls of the castle and flew to nowhere. Zoro landed on his feet and stretched comfortably. It's really comfortable to eat and sleep enough. Zoro sighed. And all around, all eyes looked at him, all full of daze. Hey, you stinky brat, don't you know where this place is? A sudden voice came from around. Someone couldn't stand it anymore, so he questioned Zoro. However, listening to his words, Zoro didn't care. With a corner of his mouth, Zoro looked at the man with one eye. Where is this? The man was speechless, covering his forehead. Here is our 4 emperors Big Mom pirates, in Mom's castle. You trespassed into the territory of the 4 emperors, do you think you have lived too long? Listen to him. Zoro is far from nervous. Instead, when I heard that this is the territory of the 4 emperors Big Mom pirates. Zoro's right eye lit up suddenly. What is he out for? Advertisement. Isn't it just looking for this group of strong men on the sea to fight? But he had just left Hueco Mundo when he was completely lost. After smelling the aroma, I entered a building and ate and drank. Tired, he just lay down and fell asleep. Unexpectedly, I woke up to the Big Mom pirates. And such a good thing. Zoro's eyes immediately became hot. He looked not far away at Charlotte Linlin, a tall figure in a pink dress. You are one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin's face was so gloomy that she didn't answer. I am going to kill you. Breaking into my mother's castle, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Perospero screamed and returned to the castle. I saw that his body was full of mucus, and I don't know where he was thrown by Zoro with a flick of his hand. But Zoro completely ignored Perospero. He looked at Charlotte Linlin, his eyes wild. He did not expect that the place he first came to was the 4 emperors' domain. This is very lucky too. Zoro looked at Charlotte Linlin, the corners of his mouth split open. I am Kenpachi, the first Kenpachi in this world. Come and fight. 43. Come and fight. 4 generals lost, Charlotte Linlin furious. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The castle of Cake Island is full of silence. Everyone looked at the green algae-headed swordsman in front of them, and all of them were stunned. They have seen them who rushed into the territory of the four emperors. However, none of those people knew that this was the four emperors' domain. Just terrified. The most exaggerated one was scared to death by Charlotte Linlin on the spot. But now, what's so special about this? In front of this green algae head. Not only was he not afraid. What the hell is that excitement? Katakuri and others suspected that they were wrong. And Charlotte Linlin's complexion has been gloomy to the extreme. She looked at Zoro, her eyes turning red again. Kenpachi. Kill him for me, Charlotte Linlin ordered. Perospero strikes again. However, in the face of Perospero's attack, Zoro didn't raise his right eye. His beast-like eyes were still fixed on Charlotte Linlin. 3 long knives were unsheathed around his waist. Zoro laughed and stood still. As for Perospero's attack. When came to Zoro body Wednesday meters. Candy fry. It seems that Perospero's attack is in front of Zoro, just like a child playing a house, and it is not enough to watch. Watching Perospero keep jumping, Zoro finally ran out of patience. He just wants to fight against the strong. As for the weak, he was too lazy to even use a sword. Advertisement. Having inherited the Kenpachi template, he has already completely inherited that crazy arrogance. However, if someone keeps making noises in front of him, then Zoro would not hesitate at all. Brush. Facing Perospero. The long knife in Zoro's hand waved lightly. Armament Haki and Reiatsu automatically attach themselves. Feeling this sword, Katakuri's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward, because he has seen the vision of the future in the sight. It was a picture of Perospero being cut in half with a knife. Although I usually do not deal with Perospero. But at the critical moment, Katakuri would not watch him die. Katakuri stood in front of Perospero with a trident attached to the thick armament Haki. Boom. Katakuri's complexion changed, and a powerful force came from the trident in his hand. Katakuri's figure made 2 marks on the ground. The faces of everyone who saw this scene turned to one side. It was just a random blow from the green algae head in front of him. However, their second brother. Dessert is the first of the 4 stars. Katakuri, known as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, was repelled by more than 10 meters. This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? They were still ridiculed in their hearts. It is a mockery of the fact that there are 3 swordsmen on the sea. Is he joking? But this moment, everyone closed their mouths and dared not have such thoughts in their hearts. Even Perospero stepped aside. Looking at Katakuri who took a random blow from him, Zoro showed interest in his eyes. Good. When the voice fell. Advertisement. Zoro hits the ground with 1 foot. The ground sank instantly, but it didn't wait for the sound to come out. Zoro's figure came to Katakuri. The long knife in his hand suddenly slashed at Katakuri. Boom. This time, Katakuri is not as simple as plowing 2 traces on the ground again. Instead, it was suddenly blasted away. When Katakuri landed, the sound of Zoro stepping on the ground with 1 foot exploded. Another roar. The entire Cake Island castle was shocked. Since Zoro made his move, he didn't stop at all. A stormy attack hit Katakuri. A shocking scene appeared. Cracker and the others stared wide-eyed. Only in front of them. Their Katakuri big brother, the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Dessert is the first of the 4 stars. Katakuri was attacked frantically by Zoro and was powerless to fight back. Even if Katakuri can predict the future. But his body couldn't keep up with observation Haki's reaction. It is often Zoro's 10 swords. Katakuri can predict it all. But he can dodge 3 or 4, even 5 or 6. But Katakuri couldn't stop the next few knives. In just a short while, Zoro had already made several openings in him. Even if he is a person with special paramecia glutinous rice fruit ability. Even if he can elementize his body like Logia. But Zoro seemed to be able to see where his body was. 1 knife at a time, Katakuri was about to be forced into a corner. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but be shocked. Advertisement. But, the 3 crackers looked at each other. They can no longer watch the play. They can't do it while Katakuri loses. The rest of Cracker, Smoothie, and Snug rushed out and joined the fray. But even the 3 of them joined. It only made Zoro a little more serious. Ha 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 ha. It's really good, it's really good. There are so many strong men in the sea. When I solve you, I will challenge that 4 emperors. I believe he will not disappoint me. Zoro laughed. Rather than a quarter of an hour. The 4 generals were all knocked out by Zoro. The trident in Katakuri's hand is broken. Cracker was knocked out of the cookie troopers. Although his biscuit soldiers are inexhaustible as long as they are physically fit. But in front of Zoro, his biscuit soldiers were almost a knife, or even 10. How to fight this? So did Smoothie and Snag, who were completely crushed by Zoro with absolute strength. Watching the scene of the 4 generals flying upside down and losing. Charlotte Linlin rose from her seat. Her eyes gradually turned red. Trash, it's a bunch of trash. It's up to the old lady to do it herself, what's the use of asking you sons and daughters? Charlotte Linlin roars, Conqueror's Haki swept out of her body. 44. 3 ordinary long knives are really not worthy to fight against the top powerhouses in the sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 4 katakuri who were knocked down by Zoro smiled bitterly. Perhaps, Charlotte Linlin was right. They are really trash. However, several people were also shocked. Only after fighting the monster in front of you will you know just how powerful he is. It was simply too powerful to despair. In front of him, your proud devil fruit ability was almost completely crushed. Such as Cracker, such as Katakuri, such as Smoothie. Zoro hardly gives them the chance to use devil fruit. Even if used, face Zoro's sword. At that moment, they were destroyed. Although Snag was a little weaker, the first one was severely wounded by Zoro. However, the remaining 3 of them are not weak. Katakuri and the other 3 shot, even Kaido would be held back for a while. Even if Charlotte Linlin wants to outrun the 3 of them, it's going to be difficult. But that's Zoro. The 3 looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. Too strong to make people desperate. As the 4 Emperor's pirates. They were called lunatics, monsters. But today, in their eyes, the green algae-headed swordsman in front of him is a lunatic, a real monster. Almost equivalent to that Yamato. Advertisement. That madness is exactly the same. Even Yamato doesn't have to be in a bull's head form, he's not as crazy as the madman in front of him. Thinking of this, the eyes of several people looking at Charlotte Linlin could not help but be filled with worry. Moreover, Katakuri also had a hint of speculation in his heart. He looked up at the golden list above. The line of sight is tightly locked on the Kendo list. Look at that second name. Katakuri looked at Zoro like a lunatic in front of him. He always felt that there seemed to be some connection between the two. However, watching 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin is about to take a shot. The 4 also rekindled their confidence. After all, the person in front of him is not that Yamato, and he does not have such a terrifying bull-headed form. Beating Charlotte Linlin by beating all 4 of them alone is somewhat unlikely. The 4 of them stared at the battlefield between Charlotte Linlin and Zoro. And this time, Zoro looks at Charlotte Linlin like he's looking at prey. Charlotte Linlin's eyes are red. Raise your hand. A cloud of fire and a cloud of thunder appeared beside Charlotte Linlin. These are the powerful glutinous rice cakes she creates from the Paramecia soul fruit. Firecloud Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus surround Charlotte Linlin, both sneering constantly. Mom, kill him and take his soul. The captain's hat on Charlotte Linlin's head also quivered. When Charlotte Linlin stretched out her hand, Captain Mao turned into a long knife Napoleon and appeared in her hand. Little devil, today I will show you the power of the old lady. Charlotte Linlin's mouth was drooling with disgust. She swung a knife at Zoro suddenly. Advertisement. The gun of Elbaf, the mighty country. Charlotte Linlin growled. A sword chi that shook the castle of Cake Island formed and slashed towards Zoro. Zoro's eyes also showed a fanatical fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha, this is the fight I want, ha 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 ha. Then, under the stunned eyes of everyone around him, Zoro didn't dodge at all. Even, he didn't use a long knife to block it. Instead, she bares her chest. Zoro looked at this powerful sword energy without any fear in his eyes. Instead, try the strength of this sword chi. Boom. Chi chi. Charlotte Linlin's sword energy suddenly hit Zoro. Powerful Elbaf's spear, the mighty country directly pushed Zoro's figure back. Zoro's feet were motionless, and he cut 2 deep scars on the ground. But, the dust slowly dissipated. Everyone in the Charlotte family couldn't help but shrink. Because of Zoro in their eyes. There was not the slightest wound on his chest. If you have to say yes. It was just a white mark on his chest. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. I took a knife from my mother, but it left a trace. Are you kidding me? Advertisement. Yeah, it's impossible for Marine Admiral to take the knife easily. Even Kaido will be cut with scars. But this monster. Is he also a monster of the same level as his mother? Unbelievable, how strong is he? Just when the surrounding is full of surprised dissent. Zoro rushed out. At Charlotte Linlin, Zoro cracks the corners of his mouth and laughs. Come and fight. Zoro slashed Charlotte Linlin with 3 long knives. The huge Cake Island castle is rocked. Then, Charlotte Linlin's massive body was pushed down by Zoro. Charlotte Linlin's heart also sank. She had no idea that Zoro would be so strong. But, just when the two were fighting, Zoro's 3 long knives made a clicking sound. The long knife shattered suddenly, unable to withstand his powerful strength. Charlotte Linlin took her chance and slashed Zoro out again. Zoro bares his upper body, and his whole body is full of violent aura. Holding the 3 broken long knives in his hand, Zoro shook his head regretfully. Sure enough, 3 ordinary long knives are really not worthy of fighting against the top powerhouses in the sea. 45. Fanatical slaughter. Devour it. Nozarashi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, the frenzy in Zoro's eyes grew stronger. And listening to his words, everyone in the Charlotte family is a little unclear. However, when they saw Zoro's 3 broken long knives, everyone was stunned. Then, a shocking uproar resurfaced. Why are you kidding me? Am I wrong? That's just 3 ordinary long knives. How is this possible? 3 ordinary long knives, can he use such power? If he is holding a famous knife, then mother just now. The man said half of his words and could no longer speak. And right now, Katakuri, who was lying on the ground recovering, suddenly trembled. His expression instantly became like a ghost. Katakuri turned to Charlotte Linlin. Mother. However, he couldn't say a word. Because of Zoro over there. Under the watchful eyes of all, Zoro looked at Charlotte Linlin and smiled. Let's fight together, Nozarashi. Zoro said, throwing away the 3 broken long knives in his hand. Then, in his hand, another long knife slowly emerged. That long knife is very slender. But shocking. But above the long blade, there are as many serrated gaps. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. That's right, am I right? What happened to that long knife in his hands? Katakuri's face sank. Cracker looked like he had seen a ghost. If I guessed correctly, the long knife should have been intact, right? That is to say, he took that long sword and went through countless battles before he beat that long sword into what it is now. Cracker's eyes widened in disbelief. Can anyone really do this? And stand opposite Charlotte Linlin. Zoro put the long knife on his shoulder and looked at Charlotte Linlin frantically, as if he was looking at a unique meal. Yes, in his eyes, the battle with Charlotte Linlin is a unique meal. Exists as an inherited Kenpachi template. Zoro has long since become the same person as Kenpachi. Fight for a living, fight for food. And while Zoro was holding Nozarashi, there was a change in him. The most obvious. On Zoro, the Captain Haori, which was gathered by Reiatsu, appeared. Behind him, there is an 11, which shows Zoro's identity. Seeing this scene, Katakuri narrowed his eyes. He quickly looked up at the name on the gold list. Katakuri's eyes widened, and an extremely impossible thought emerged in his heart. The people around also realized that Zoro's identity was unusual. Many people's eyes widened, looking at Zoro's white Captain Haori. Advertisement. Everyone was shocked, isn't it? Guardian 13th Division. Everyone is familiar with this dress. Also watched Yamato vs Kaido fight the other day. No one knows better than them how strong the members of the 13th Division of the Guardian are. In front of them, they may have encountered one. Everyone was shocked, and Charlotte Linlin is also relieved from the state of rage. She looked at Zoro with seriousness in her eyes. Boy, are you also a member of the 13th Division of the Guardian? Zoro nodded generously. Roronoa Zoro, but I'd rather be called Kenpachi. That powerful figure appeared in Zoro's heart. That is his belief. Charlotte Linlin nodded, although I know in my heart that things may no longer be in my control. But Charlotte Linlin is also 4 emperors. She couldn't be defeated in front of her children. Do you still need face? Then, Charlotte Linlin holds Napoleon tightly. Feeling the rising momentum on the two of them, everyone's expressions changed. Does their mother really want to fight this monster? If these two start a fight, wouldn't the Cake Island be destroyed directly? Katakuri et al. Would love to remind Charlotte Linlin. Roronoa Zoro. Advertisement. This is now the 3rd Kendo list. But a monster even scarier than that Yamato. Yamato almost killed Kaido. In front of this Zoro who calls himself Kenpachi, he will definitely be stronger. However, looking at the red-eyed Charlotte Linlin, they couldn't speak. At this time to stop Charlotte Linlin, it is very likely that Charlotte Linlin will be directly hacked. The war between the two is completely unstoppable. Zoro looked at Charlotte Linlin, and seriousness gradually appeared in his eyes. Nice opponent. I will fight you with all my strength. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Boy, who needs you to keep your hands? Zoro nodded. Then, his left eye slowly opened. An aura like a ghost in hell suddenly emerged. On Zoro, a violent golden Reiatsu rose to the sky. Zoro's mouth splits at the sight of Charlotte Linlin. Feeling the battle of Zanpakuto in his hands, Zoro really excited Kailai. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, Zoro snarled. Swallow it, Nozarashi. 46. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, whose arm was cut off, shocked the sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The golden Reiatsu rose into the sky, and then gathered on the long knife in Zoro's hand. The long knife also changed at this moment. The originally slender blade suddenly turned into a large knife like a kitchen knife. The expressions of everyone around him changed drastically. Katakuri's eyes couldn't get any bigger. Cracker's eyes were full of shock. Just kidding. This kind of breath. Cracker's voice froze. But everyone could understand what he meant. 3 days ago. On the ghost island of Wanokuni, there was a great battle. It was a battle between Kaido and his son Yamato. During that battle, all of them in the Charlotte family saw it with their own eyes. In that battle, Yamato almost used a bull's head pattern. The bull's head shape gave each of them the feeling that they could instantly kill them all. And in front of this Zoro who calls himself Kenpachi. After his Zanpakuto Shikai, that fierce and powerful aura almost completely did not belong to that bull's head. How could it be so scary? Everyone in the Charlotte family stared. Perospero hid in the corner, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. He was afraid that he would be targeted by this lunatic because of his previous grudge with Zoro. If Zoro is on target, Charlotte Linlin can hardly save him. Thinking of this, Perospero ducked back again, crazily reducing his sense of existence. But Zoro didn't pay him any attention at all. Advertisement. In his eyes, now only Charlotte Linlin. Only the strong can make him excited. The time of the Cake Island battle. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Poor. Watching the phone bug ringing on the table, Sengoku frowned. This is the Dark Sun near the Four Emperors Big Mom realm. The Big Mom pirates have a very strong intelligence network. At the same time, the Big Mom pirate group was formed with the children of the ant as the core. So Sengoku barely managed to place Anko in the Big Mom pirates. So he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and set up some undercover agents on the outskirts of Wangwo. Although you can't get every moment of what's happening on Cake Island. But you can also master some Cake Island trends after something big happens on the Cake Island. Sengoku picks up the phone bug. There came a voice. Marshal Sengoku, Cake Island, there seems to be a big battle going on. Although the distance is very far, I can't get accurate information. But it's almost certain that there were trespassers at Cake Island. Sengoku nodded. I see, you protect yourself, and report back to me if there is anything. Answered over there, and then hung up the phone bug. On the other hand, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh after hanging up the phone bug. It's been an eventful time. There was also an inexplicable battle on Cake Island. I don't know who it is, who dares to break into the world. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin, that crazy woman. Sengoku shook his head as he spoke. When Kizaru and the others heard it, they were also somewhat clear. Kizaru raised his eyebrows at this time. Marshal Sengoku, you said that on Cake Island, there can't be strong men from the Gote 13th Division, right? Could it be that there is someone over there who is fighting the Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin? Hearing Kizaru's voice, Sengoku shook his head. You thought the people from the 13th Division of the Gote would be so easy to meet. The second force in the sea, they are too mysterious. Sengoku said with a look of melancholy in his eyes. Kizaru sat on the sofa and couldn't help but spread his hands. And Cake Island. The atmosphere has been dignified to the extreme. Zoro was holding the big sword, and Reiatsu was terrified. Charlotte Linlin holds Napoleon. The sun glutinous rice has long been integrated, and Napoleon has turned into a burning flame of the Emperor's sword. Armament hockey is wrapped around the Emperor's sword to the extreme. It also has Charlotte Linlin's stunning conquerors wrapped around it. Charlotte Linlin is ready to use all her strength as soon as she makes the shot. And Zoro over there, his eyes are also very serious. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed and collided suddenly. The whole Cake Island was shocked. All the children of the Charlotte family shrank. However, the aftermath of the battle between the two was too strong, and they couldn't open their eyes at all. Advertisement. After a while, Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin, body blasted by Zoro. Zoro's knife also turned into a shocking sword energy. The sword chi raged on the Cake Island, almost cutting off the entire Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin's massive body smashes onto the Cake Island. Known as a steel balloon, she fell to the ground with blood spraying from her mouth. Charlotte Linlin, lose. Then, the dust dissipated. I saw Charlotte Linlin lying on the ground. Her left arm is separated from her body. One of the Four Emperors of the Sea, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. His arm was cut off today. Katakuri and the others stared. The children of the Charlotte family are also completely silent. Zoro stood in front of the crowd and dispersed Shikai. With a long knife on his shoulder, Zoro looked at Charlotte Linlin and laughed. Sure enough, it is a formidable opponent. You deserve to be recognized by me. I look forward to you becoming stronger, and I will come to fight with you again. Zoro said, turning around. On the Cake Island torn apart, Zoro's back in midair was left. 47. Are the 13th Division of the Guardian, all such terrifying powerhouses. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at Zoro's figure drifting away in midair, no one on the Cake Island moved. They all stared blankly at Zoro, then turned to look at Charlotte Linlin, who was seriously injured in a coma. Everyone's heart is full of shock. Just today, their perceptions have been turned upside down. Once upon a time in their minds, Charlotte Linlin did not say the sea was invincible. But that is also the top of the sea. It's almost impossible for Charlotte Linlin to lose in front of anyone. Whether facing Kaido, or Whitebeard, or the three Admiral Redhead and Marine. Charlotte Linlin has a disadvantage even against some people. But there is absolutely no way she could lose so exaggeratedly. Even if the two sides fought to the death, she could not be defeated so quickly. Not to mention serious injuries. That is simply a fantasy, an impossible thing. But today, right in front of the sons and daughters of their Charlotte family. A man who calls himself Kenpachi. Roronoa Zoro. In front of them, beat Charlotte Linlin forcibly. Abruptly, Charlotte Linlin was seriously injured and her arm was cut off. In today's entire sea, almost no one can do it. They used to tell them that their mom, Charlotte Linlin, would fail so badly when faced with a person. No one will believe it. Even Katakuri would never believe it. But today, their cognition was overturned. Charlotte Linlin, lost. Advertisement. After a long silence, only some people responded. Katakuri suddenly shouted, "Quick, save mommy." When everyone heard the words, they reacted. Everyone runs to a comatose Charlotte Linlin. The exclusive doctor rushed forward to check Charlotte Linlin's condition. After the examination, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Mom's life is not in danger. With my mother's physique, as long as she recovers well, she will be back to her peak in 7 days. But this arm, I'm afraid there is no way. When Katakuri and the others heard it, their eyes shrank. In this world, there are many strange devil fruit abilities, which can be described as strange. The broken arm of the strong man, with the help of these devil fruits, it can be completely restored. But now Charlotte Linlin's broken arm is another story. Zoro's Reiatsu had cut off the soul of that arm. That is to say, Charlotte Linlin's soul lost her left arm. Even if she forcibly connected that arm, it is absolutely impossible to use it again. Because the soul has been cut off. Of course the doctor couldn't see that. But he can also be sure that Charlotte Linlin's arm will never recover. Because the amount of violence at the wound was too frightening. Unless there is some heaven-defying devil fruit ability, this arm is useless. Katakuri's face sank. But Charlotte Linlin's life is not in danger, which is a blessing in a misfortune. This is also thanks to the strong man, who didn't really have the intention to kill their mother. Otherwise. Advertisement. Today, Cake Island is afraid that the blood will flow into the river, and it will not be able to stop the killing of that person. Katakuri sighed. Send mom to rest. Let's go and fix what can be repaired everywhere on Cake Island. Cracker and others nodded. However, Zoro's powerful figure still echoed in their eyes. And among naval headquarters, after a lapse of 10 minutes, Sengoku once again received the news that he was undercover in Wonguo. Listen to the information from the phone bug. The huge marshal's office fell silent again. After a moment, what? Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, that mad woman, was beaten and severely injured, and her arm was cut off. That's the crazy woman, Charlotte Linlin of the steel balloon. Yeah, how is this possible? Several people's faces were full of disbelief. Sengoku also looked surprised. However, after hearing that this time, it was the powerhouse of the 13th Division of the Guardian. The marshal's office fell silent again. Sengoku turned to look at Crane and swallowed deeply. Then, Sengoku looked at Kizaru again. And Kizaru was relieved from the shocking news at this time. Kizaru's pupils shuddered. He was right. Akainu and Aokiji also looked at him. Kizaru waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't him. Several people turned their heads, and there was still a shock in their hearts that could not be calmed down for a long time. This is so incomprehensible. Advertisement. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin had her arm severed and severely injured. The man left calmly, without the slightest injury. How strong is that Zoro? Several people were shocked and questioned. At this time, Kizaru's eyes were a little frightened. Mr. Sengoku. First Dressrosa, then Wanokuni, and now Cake Island. You said, will it be our naval headquarters Marineford next? Kizaru analyst, I can't help but shudder at the thought of myself. The eyes of Sengoku and the others turned to him again. Pelusilino. Mr. Sengoku, I am here. Kizaru raised his eyebrows and raised his head. Then he will see you. Sengoku's face was gloomy, and then he growled. Kizaru, why did you shut your crow's mouth for me? Roll. Akainu and Aokiji's eyes were sympathetic. This Kizaru really can't speak. And naval headquarters got the news at the same time. In the sea, there was also news that Charlotte Linlin was beaten and seriously injured. The sea is shocking. 48. Marine officially announced that the Fire Fist Ace will be executed 7 days later. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the endless sea. There is a green algae-headed man wearing a white Captain Howry flying slowly. Flying to a place, he couldn't help scratching his head. Where are the other 4 Emperor's forces? Yes, he got lost again and didn't know where he had come. He was lost on the ground, but now he has changed to fly, and he is still lost. And it's even more terrifying. In the endless sea, I just don't know where to go. And this time, not far away, Buggy saw Zoro, his face changed. He hurried to Zoro's side. Zoro nodded when he saw Buggy coming. Red Nose, are you here? When Buggy heard this, he was furious. He looked at Zoro and said angrily. Who let you run away? My lord let me take good care of you. My lord said, now is not the time. If you meet the world's official government, your lord will ask me. But Zoro didn't care about his words. Oh, got it, Red Nose. Buggy looked angry. Don't call me Red Nose. He was almost pissed. Buggy has been looking for Zoro since Hueco Mundo came out. But it has never been found, not even the slightest news. Just now, he also learned about Zoro's fight with Big Mom on Cake Island. Advertisement. So he came quickly. Fortunately, I dared to find Zoro before he left. If this is lost again, I don't know what kind of moth Zoro will cause. Buggy looked at Zoro. You must go back to Hueco Mundo with me first. Buggy really didn't dare to let Zoro roam outside anymore. Zoro shook his head when he heard that. But Buggy had expected. He smiled slightly, then spoke. That one is about to leave. Don't you want to fight him and be ashamed? As Buggy said, Zoro's eyes moved, staring at him. In Gote 13 Division, Zoro is very strong. But there is one person who he has never defeated. Hearing the man's news, Zoro was immediately excited. He nodded. I'll go back with you. Buggy nodded, relieved. Fortunately, to deal with this lunatic, this trick works. The two turned their heads and went back to Hueco Mundo. And at this time, Moby Dick. Whitebeard took the news of Charlotte Linlin's defeat with a serious look in his eyes. Marco and the others were also silent. The news that came today is a bit too shocking. Charlotte Linlin, known as a steel balloon, had her arm cut off. It's kind of incredible. However, when everyone learned that this time it was Jingling Court's strong shot. They had no accident. It's just a little surprised that the strong Jingling Court battles with Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. Whitebeard looked at the sacred golden list, and felt more and more that the undercurrent of the entire sea was about to reach its limit. Next, it is likely to be turbulent and stormy. On Red Force. The red-haired people who got the news were also shocked. Lajalu looked at the information that came, and couldn't help but stop eating chicken legs. Is this news true? That crazy woman, her arm was cut off and severely injured. The rest of the red-haired captain were also full of disbelief. Yeah, how is this possible? That crazy woman's defense is even scarier than Kaido. Although the resilience is far inferior, but someone cut off an arm. Just when everyone was shocked. The redhead spoke solemnly. Guardian 13th Division. Listening to the redhead's word, everyone's eyes were shocked again, and then they fell silent. If, this time, it is still the powerhouse of the 13th Division of the Guardian. So, this news should be true. However, this is too shocking, right? Are the 13th Division of the Gote all such powerful monsters? But also at this time. Captain Idiot, you won't be alone in the four emperors in the future, right? With red hair and black lines on his face, he looked speechless at his broken arm. These idiot crew. Wanokuni Ghost Island. After 3 days of recovery, Kaido has Su Xing. He was bandaged all over his body, laughing at the information in his hand. Ahahaha. Crazy woman, you will have your arm cut off one day, ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Jin and Jack listened in shock. Kaido's laughter stopped. He looked at Zoro's name on it, and his eyes became somewhat fiery. Anyone with the same power as Yamato. I really want to see what kind of people this Jingling Court is. And their leader, Chu Xia. Kaido said, his eyes blazing with fighting intent. And not long after, just when Big Mom was defeated, the sword died down. On the whole sea, a shocking news broke out again. Marine is officially released. About 7 days later, at Naval Headquarters, the Fire Fist Ace will be executed. As soon as this news came out, the sea shook again. The red hair held the latest information, and his eyes could not help showing solemnity. Then look up at the sacred golden list. Redhead suddenly felt. Even he could not predict the direction of this war at all. At this juncture, Marine is going to fight the Whitebeard pirates. There are simply too many variables. Dawn. Jingling Court. Even the first place in the power list that has not yet been released. 49. Second place on the Kendo list. Sabo, Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Medical Interior. When Garp heard from Crane that Ace was about to be executed in 7 days. He still couldn't hold back. Ignoring his obstruction, Garp put on his righteous cloak and strode toward the marshal's office. The men in the marshal's office were shoved away by Garp. But Sengoku was talking to someone on the phone. Garp suppressed his anger and sat down on the sofa beside him. And Sengoku sees Garp coming, and his anger also rises. Sengoku growled at the phone bug. What is the crux of the matter now? You asked me to send Admiral to rescue a pirate. I tell you, it's impossible. Sengoku hung up the phone bug and looked at Garp sharply. Garp came to Sengoku, 2 big hands clapped on the desk. Sengoku, the old man will ask you today. The old man has worked hard for Marine for so many years, but now you are going to publicly execute the grandson of the old man. Marine, is this the justice that the old man insists on? Garp has long known that Sengoku will do this. But he still couldn't hold back. Ace, that's the kid he's watched grow up after all. However, Sengoku looked at the angry Garp, and a fire went up in his mind. Garp, do you know what you're talking about? Ace's identity, you know better than me. Nowadays, the world government is no longer the #1 force in the sea. We want to use Ace to prove the majesty of our Marine. Do you know who called that phone bug just now? Advertisement. A powerhouse suspected of jingling or Xiao appeared in the Golden City and captured Tezzolo. Celestial dragons, let me send Admiral to the rescue, what a joke. Save a pirate, let me send Admiral, let them go to hell. Sengoku said, his chest heaving in anger. And Garp calmed down. However, he still felt bad in his heart. Garp had to change the subject, forcing himself not to think about Ace. Sengoku, what are the people of Jingling and Akatsuki doing with Tezzolo? Sengoku shook his head. How could I know? This group of celestial dragons is actually controlled by a pirate. What a bunch of trash. When Garp heard Sengoku's words, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Sengoku, who used to be obedient to celestial dragons in the past, has changed his temper today. But this is also Sengoku forced to do nothing. Marine's situation right now is too bad. The second and third forces of the sea have just appeared in front of the world, and they have already shown the strength of crushing Marine. This is not to mention the mysterious first force. Sengoku really doesn't know how Marine will stand and protect justice after that. So now Marine must need a war. It needs a war that can make a name for itself. At the same time attract the strong on the sea to join Marine. Sengoku already has an idea. He had planned to take a back seat after the war. But now, Sengoku thinks otherwise. He is going to take Marine and start a world conscription. To increase the strength of Marine. Only in this way can the situation of the sea be stabilized and justice be protected. There was silence in the marshal's office. Advertisement. Garp is also aware of the arrogant Jingling and Akatsuki now. Involuntarily, Garp picked up the information that the courier had just sent. On the Golden City, sakura flowers were flying all over the sky, and Tezzolo was taken away in front of many powerful people. Chewing on this information, Garp's expression became even more solemn. The pressure brought by Jingling and Xiao to them is really getting bigger and bigger. And New World. On the Moby Dick, watch Marine post the news that Ace will be executed 7 days later. Whitebeard has few surprises. Marco and the others also had some expectations. 3 whale boats ride the wind and waves. Many large and small pirate ships followed. Whitebeard leaned on the big razor and cut the clouds, his face was calm. Sons. Ace was caught by Marine, what should we do? Joes raised his arms and shouted. Is that even a question? Dad. Of course we're going to save Ace. He's our family. Joes yelled. Everyone around was yelling. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Then go save him. There was movement in Whitebeard's eyes, and determination at the same time. No matter how dangerous this time is. But he must go and rescue Ace. Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirates moved. Sengoku in Naval Headquarters got the news. The messenger walked in with a worried expression on his face. Marshal Sengoku, all the ships we used to monitor the Whitebeard pirates in the New World were destroyed. The Whitebeard pirates have completely lost their whereabouts. As the courier said, he could already feel the oppressive atmosphere that was about to come. Sengoku nodded, which he had expected. If Whitebeard doesn't come, he's out of luck. Now that Whitebeard is here. Well, he Marine must take the fight. Show the world that Marine has the power to destroy a 4 Emperor's regiment. Sengoku looked at the courier in front of him and asked. How's the elite Marine gathering place all over the place? Marshal Sengoku, it's almost there. The Marine soldiers' willingness to join the war is very high. We Marine are all men. Sengoku nodded, satisfaction in his eyes. But. At this time, the Kendo list in the sky trembled. Subsequently, the second place on the Kendo list was released. Second place on the Kendo list, Sabo. Zanpakuto. Ryujin Jaka. Closed black lens bracket. In the marshal's office, Garp was stunned. Immediately, he laughed. 17%. 50. Luffy Ace is shocked, Sabo is not dead. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Second place on the Kendo list. Sabo, Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Close black lens bracket. Hereby reward. 50 years of Kendo insights. Close black lens bracket. See this. Sengoku's face sank. It's Zanpakuto again. This Sabo may be another strong man in the Gote 13th Division. Just when Sengoku's face was heavy, Garp's laughter came from the side. Sengoku frowned. Garp, why are you laughing? Sengoku didn't understand Garp's laughter. My old buddy couldn't have heard that Ace was going to be executed, so he was stupid, right? At this time, seeing Garp looking at the names on the gold list, his eyes were somewhat relieved. That little guy didn't die. Number 2 on the Kendo list, Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, incredible. Garp sighed. Back then, the 3 brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, of course he knew as a grandfather. Even after Sabo's accident, Garp asked for his relationship. But there was no news. Of course Garp didn't know that Sabo was taken away by his own cheap son, Long. And a few years ago, Sabo left the Ming army and went out to practice. This outing is more than 5 or 6 years. So much so that everyone in the Ming army thought that Sabo was captured by the world's official government and died. However, Sabo actually strayed into Hueco Mundo and was met by Chu Xia at the time. Seeing its potential for cultivation, he entered Jingling Court. And Sabo didn't let him down. He even got the inheritance of old Yamato, and now he has cultivated Shikai. Even now, Sabo is secretly practicing Bankai, in the deepest part of Hueco Mundo, practicing with countless Manos Grande. Advertisement. Almost every moment, he was getting stronger and stronger. Sengoku looked at Garp, his face getting weirder. How do you feel? This Garp seems to know this Sabo. Sengoku's eyes lit up. This is a great opportunity to tie up the 13th division of the Gote. Sengoku looked at Garp and asked hastily. Garp, do you know about this Sabo? Under Sengoku's eager eyes, Garp nodded. He was still laughing. Of course the old man knows, ha ha ha. Hearing Garp's laugh, Sengoku felt more and more that something was wrong. Sengoku frowned gradually. Garp, if you have something to say it right away. Then, under Sengoku's suspicious gaze, Garp laughed. This time, old man, I don't worry about Ace's safety at all, ha 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 ha. Sabo, he's Ace's brother. Garp grinned wickedly, watching Sengoku's face full of success. And Sengoku, he froze in place after hearing Garp's words. Sabo, he's Ace's brother. Sengoku's eyes slowly widened. After a while, he looked up again and glanced at the Kendo list. Second place on the Kendo list. Sabo, Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Close black lens bracket. Afterwards, Sengoku was silent. I got a big weed. Sengoku suddenly said this, which startled Garp directly. Sengoku's mind was full of complications. How could that Sabo be Ace's brother? A captain of the 13th division of the Gote, and second in the Kendo rankings. Advertisement. Is this strength stronger than that of Luo, Yamato, and Zoro? It's time to come to the top of the battlefield. Sengoku didn't dare to think about it. He stood there, silent for a long time. After thinking for a long time, Sengoku sighed. This matter, only you know, I know, understand, Garp. Sengoku looked at Garp seriously. Today's Marine, the arrow is already on the line and has to be sent. If this time the Marines know that Sabo is Ace's brother, that Marine's heart will be in chaos in an instant. Even Sengoku can think of. The first mess might be his own Admiral Kizaru. That guy might just pretend to be sick and run to Mariajoy to hide. Thinking of this, Sengoku wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down on the chair again. And at the same time, just boarded the Straw Hat crew at Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy stopped and stared at Jin Bang in a daze. Sanji and the others turned their heads, a little puzzled. Luffy. After being stunned for a long time, Luffy suddenly calmed down. He looked overjoyed when he recovered. Sabo. Sabo is not dead. ... Impelton Grand Prison, Impel down. The 6th floor is the deepest part of Eternal Hell. Ace looked up and looked at the name on the gold list with disbelief. How can that be? Sabo is not dead. Tears welled up in Ace's eyes. Advertisement. It's not that Sabo, being second in Kendo, might go to naval headquarters to save him. Instead, fade out to see Sabo alive, which is why Ace is so happy. Ace was excited, and even the mood that had been suppressed for a long time was somewhat relieved. And in an endless yellow sand. On the way back to the Xuye Palace. Buggy held the information he just got in his hand, showing interest on his face. Marine will execute Ace in 7 days. It's really fun. But he was interested, but Zoro on the side was not interested. Buggy spoke to himself. Naval headquarters, that's a behemoth that collided with the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, naval headquarters is a top battlefield. Buggy sighed, but didn't notice that Zoro's eyes lit up beside him. I heard that that guy is still Ace's brother. At this time he is not allowed to go to naval headquarters to rescue Ace. Buggy was talking to himself, not seeing Zoro's expression beside him. At this time, Zoro's eyes were already frantic to the extreme. Buggy walked, suddenly froze in place. He seemed to sense that he had said something wrong. Buggy had this idea at the same time. Seeing him beside him, a figure with a shocking Reiatsu burst into the back. Zoro laughed wildly. On top of the battlefield, here comes my Kenpachi, ha 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 ha. Buggy looked embarrassed. It's over, what a bad thing.